Chapter 969. MN. A domineering pressure suddenly appeared. It was as if the pressure was on par with his own. Wombing Dragon was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the pressure. "It's you?" Sensing the pressure that was on par with his own, coming from a human who had entered from the outside world, and coming from the big brother his daughter called, Wombing Dragon could not help but be shocked. It was not only because of the violent and domineering pressure. More importantly, the person who was exerting such pressure was simply too young. Wombing Dragon knew that if he was Lin Rei's age, it would be difficult for him to even enter this place, let alone such a pressure. Slowly, the way Wombing Dragon looked at Lin Rei changed. Perhaps even Wombing Dragon himself did not notice this change. All right, then I'll increase the pressure. Let's see how much of this Emperor's pressure you can withstand. With that thought in mind, he suddenly increased the pressure from 50% to 80%. At this moment, even Ling Long, who was in Wombing Dragon's arms, could feel the powerful pressure coming from her father. As the pressure was too strong, even if Wombing Dragon wanted to deliberately push Ling Long away, it was impossible. After all, he had a domineering bulge. This was unavoidable. To Lin Rei, this was even more unavoidable. Looking at Wombing Dragon's expression, Lin Rei's expression became brighter and brighter. It was as if he had found something interesting. Little guy, as Wombing Dragon's pressure increased, Lin Rei naturally did not want to be outdone. Like Wombing Dragon, he increased the pressure until it was on par with Wombing Dragon's. However, he did not surpass him. He wanted to see where Wombing Dragon's limit was. Of course, there was another reason. That was, he felt that Wombing Dragon was fun. Sensing the confrontation between Lin Rei and her father, Ling Long understood. "Daddy, don't be like this. Big brother is my guest. If you do this, Perhaps it was because she was too angry, but Ling Long did not know what to say. Just like that, after a while, I finally squeezed out a complete sentence. "Papa, if you continue to be like this, I will ignore you. I will tell Mother Long and ask her to deal with you." PFFF. Ling Long did not know what was wrong with this sentence. In her opinion, the most important thing now was to make her father withdraw his aura. This was because, in her subconscious mind, her father was very powerful, so powerful that even Lin Rei was no match for him. However, she didn't know that the moment she said that, the Dragon Emperor's face darkened. A feeling of being cheated welled up in his heart. However, he couldn't relax around Lin Rei and the others. In the end, he didn't listen to Ling Long. On the other side, when Sakura and Heavenly Pivot Rabbit heard Xiao Ling Long's words, they did not give the Dragon Emperor Long Wombing any face at all and burst out laughing. After that, they even began to discuss it in front of him without any restraint. He, henpecked and henpecked. "I really don't know what the status of the Dragon Emperor is at home. That's right. Look at how mighty he is outside as the leader of a clan. But I have to say that henpeck's side of him is really..." Just as the madam was speaking freely, Tianning also joined the ranks of unbridled gossip, which was a rare sight. "That's right. I didn't expect the leader of the dragon clan, the five-clawed golden dragon, to be a henpecked dragon. This is really unbelievable." Every word and sentence fell into the Dragon Emperor's ears. Looking at the smiles on their faces, an urge to be an adult surged in his heart, especially when he heard the topic of their discussion. His face darkened even more. But now, he couldn't leave, especially when he sensed that Lin Rei's aura had caught up to him and was on par with his. At this moment, he had no choice but to take Lin Rei seriously. "You're strong." As he spoke, he looked at Linley. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy. His voice was extremely cold as well. "Hey, you two. But what? But are you sure you want to continue like this? Don't you think it's a waste of time?" Looking at Long Wombing, Linley spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. To him, although the Dragon Emperor was different from the saints he had met before, he was only slightly stronger than them, just slightly. Oh, Wombing Long was puzzled. He didn't understand Lin Rei's intention. "Then what do you think we should do?" Looking at Long Wombing, Linley cracked his lips into a grin. "Activate your most powerful form. Rather than wasting it like this, Why don't you activate your most powerful form and let me experience the aura of an Emperor of the Dragons? Besides, don't you also want to check my limits? This method saves a lot of time. Besides, I hate wasting time the most. So, come on, let me see your strongest form. As he spoke, an aura that looked down on the world uncontrollably emanated from Lin Rei's body. Perhaps it was because of his high position and his strength. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Wu Minglong was stunned. "Ha, young man, don't you think you're exaggerating?" A hint of displeasure appeared on his face. As the Dragon Emperor, he had once traveled the divine world and met the saints and saintesses of the various sacred grounds and sects. He had also met many geniuses. However, there was only one person like Lin Rei. There was no one else. Hearing Lin Rei's words, as someone who didn't know where Lin Rei's limits were, Wu Minglong felt that Lin Rei was exaggerating. Moreover, he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. TSK, how dare you say that? I really want to see the Dragon Emperor's expression now. Are you sure Lin Rei can defeat the Dragon Emperor? Do you think Lin Rei is that strong? At this moment, the heavenly pivot rabbit's voice sounded in Indra's mind. Hey, just watch. You'll know in a while. Oh, Indra didn't pay attention to the heavenly pivot rabbit's words. Others might not know, but as Lin Rei's clone, he knew very well how strong Lin Rei was. He firmly believed that the Dragon Emperor was no match for Lin Rei. Sure enough, after hearing Wu Minglong's words, Lin Rei sneered and felt disdain. He didn't expect the Dragon Emperor to be so shameless. However, he didn't refute. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Humph! Seeing Lin Rei's action, the Dragon Emperor was taken aback. A trace of displeasure appeared on his face as he passed Ling Long to the Supreme Elder beside him. You could still say the same thing in a while, right? As he spoke, he came to a stop not too far away from Linley, and a look of contempt flashed across his face. With a cold snort, a powerful and destructive pressure instantly engulfed Linley. Naturally, Ing and the others behind Linley couldn't avoid being affected. Bastard! Lin Rei knew very well about this pressure. He didn't feel it himself, but his wife's cultivation was only at the great perfection ultimate God realm. Both of them didn't want him to feel it. At this moment, the two of them were pale. Their bodies were trembling under the pressure. Their legs were bent, as if they were about to kneel down and submit. No, no, get up, get up. Feeling the movement of her body, Ying's heart trembled. She quickly bit the tip of her tongue. A wave of pain instantly spread throughout her body. Under the influence of the pain, her expression trembled. She became 100 times more spirited and began to resist the pressure with her cultivation. Although she wasn't as strong as the Dragon Emperor, a great perfection ultimate God wasn't a joke either. Under the pressure of the resistance, her original bending stance was renewed. Bing was the same. In her opinion, only Lin Rei, her former master, was worthy of her worship. No one else could withstand her worship. The Dragon Emperor was shocked by the performance of the Ing and Ing children. He didn't expect the two of them to be able to resist his pressure. Do you know what I hate the most in my life? Suddenly, out of the blue, Linley said these words. What? The Dragon Emperor subconsciously answered Lin Rei's question. However, at this moment, the Dragon Emperor's face couldn't help but turn solemn, especially when he saw Lin Rei, who was originally as calm as water, erupting like a volcano. A vigorous and powerful aura burst out of his body. The aura was continuous like a great river. It was frightening. How can this be? The Dragon Emperor was shocked when he sensed Lin Rei's aura. He didn't expect Lin Rei to be so powerful. While the Dragon Emperor was still in shock, Lin Rei's ice-cold voice rang in his mind like the Grim Reaper. This sovereign hates it the most in this sovereign's life when others threaten or harm my loved ones, family, friends, and brothers. But you, raising his head, a bloodthirsty look flashed across his eyes. And you, as luck would have it, you touched this sovereign's reverse scale, so destroy. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk after saying that. Lin Rei's figure faded and completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. What? Seeing Lin Rei's figure disappear, Wu Minglong was shocked. His expression was extremely unsightly. Obviously, he didn't expect this to happen. A hint of regret appeared. If he knew things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have. It was too late to say anything now. His only thought now was to fight. As the Dragon Emperor, he could only stand and die. He couldn't beg for mercy and run away. This was the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Their innate dignity couldn't be ignored. Big Brother, at the side, seeing that the Dragon Emperor angrily wanted her father to be destroyed, Ling Long hesitated. She knew that this matter was her father's fault, but she didn't want to see the two of them killing each other. Those who touch my reverse scale will die. A cold, murderous aura suddenly appeared behind the Dragon Emperor. As a dragon expert, he naturally couldn't be so weak and be killed by Lin Rei in an instant. You don't have the ability to destroy me. Sensing the cold aura behind him, Wu Minglong was shocked. He didn't understand how Lin Rei could run behind him without him noticing, but he knew that if he wasn't especially sensitive to murderous aura, he wouldn't be much better off even if he wasn't dead. Won't you know if I could do it later? Lin Rei wasn't surprised that the Dragon Emperor had discovered him. It would be surprising if he didn't. Moreover, he didn't want the Dragon Emperor to be so weak. After all, that would be too boring. If the Dragon Emperor knew what Lin Rei was thinking, he would probably be so angry that he would fight him to the death. However, it seemed as though they were already fighting to the death. In response, the Dragon Emperor flipped his hand, grabbed Lin Li's wrist, and tossed him into the distance. Physical strength? Lin Rei, who was thrown away by Wu Minglong, could feel that the Dragon Emperor didn't use his cultivation just now. He only used his physical strength. You dare to behave atrociously in my Dragon tribe? You're still too inexperienced. If you leave now, I can still let you go. I guarantee that I won't attack you. I won't touch you when you leave. How about it? Although on the surface, it seemed that the Dragon tribe was righteous and Wu Minglong was benevolent, who knew that Wu Minglong was afraid. Although it was just one move, he could tell that he wasn't a match for the person in front of him. However, if he chose to let go, would Lin Rei do the same? The answer was of course not. In Lin Rei's eyes, Wu Minglong had already touched his secret realm. His words were taboo. Anyone who touched his bottom line would die. After being thrown 100 zhang away by Wu Minglong, Lin Rei forced himself to stop. He raised his head and sneered. Let me go. Please get your facts straight. The one who won't let you go now is me, not you. So, keep your words and accept my judgment obediently. Moreover, although the Dragon tribe is born with a strong physical body, unfortunately, I also cultivate my physical body. Since you want to use your physical body, I'll kill you in your area of expertise so that you can die in peace. Bang! Lin Rei said. At this moment, Lin Rei withdrew his cultivation and revealed his physical body. A stream of light appeared on the surface of Lin Rei's body. The light was sacred. However, if one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to feel that the light was filled with tyranny and violence. You actually, don't be shocked. You'll be even more shocked later. After saying that, Lin Rei didn't waste any more time. His figure instantly moved. Lin Rei didn't use his cultivation. But even so, how could Wu Minglong resist Lin Rei, who was already a half-saint? Bastard, get out of my way. Wu Minglong was in a difficult position. Looking at the fist that was close to him, Wu Minglong did not dodge. Instead, he swung his fist like Lin Rei. At this moment, he used all of his physical strength. After witnessing Lin Rei's strong cultivation, he didn't dare to be careless. Bang! A loud collision sound rang out. The aftermath of the battle filled the surroundings. This scene stunned everyone present, especially the Supreme Elder who was holding Ling Long. How is this possible? A human could cultivate his physical body to such a level? How is this possible? This guy, how is his physical strength so strong? Mother Asterisker, even the favored children of heaven and earth aren't like you? Seeing how strong Lin Rei was, W Rabbit was also furious. Bang, 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 bang. Next, a feast of fists unfolded before everyone. a battle of pure physical strength. This was an extremely rare scene. However, to everyone's disappointment, at the beginning of the battle, they were still able to see the battle clearly. However, as time passed, the speed of the two gradually increased. In the end, the crowd could only see afterimages flashing before them. The only thing that the crowd could hear was the sound of their fists colliding. "Daddy, big brother, you stop fighting. Ling Long doesn't want to see you two fighting." Chapter 970. Be it Lin Rei or Wu Ming Long, neither of them could hear Xiao Ling Long's pleading voice at this moment. In their eyes, there was only each other and the question of victory or defeat. As the Dragon Emperor, the leader of a clan, he did not wish to lose to a human. As the leader of a sect, Lin Rei, who desired to reach the peak of the Tao, naturally had his own pride. It was normal for him to not admit defeat. However, Lin Rei had already acknowledged the strength of Wu Ming Long's physical body. In the past, Wu Ming Long was the one with the strongest physical body he had ever seen. Therefore, Lin Rei was interested. Otherwise, he would not have battled for such a long time. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 moves had passed. The two were still in a stalemate. To outsiders, the two were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. However, in reality, Wu Ming Long was suffering unspeakable bitterness. Facing such a strong opponent like Lin Rei, he was starting to regret. Sure, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Otherwise, he would have gone and bought a dozen. Bam! Whoosh! After a collision, the two retreated several hundred feet before coming to a stop. How is it? Do you still want to continue competing with physical bodies? Looking at Wu Ming Long, Lin Rei curled his lips and said with interest, "You." In the distance, seeing Lin Rei in such a state, Wu Ming Long was furious. He wanted to attack, but he knew that he might not be a match for Lin Rei. Furthermore, a heart-wrenching pain came from his hands and body. This pain was indescribable. This was the first time he felt pain after becoming the Dragon Emperor. This pain came from Lin Rei's battle. During the battle, the two's fists landed on each other's flesh. As for whether Lin Rei was in pain, Wu Ming Long did not know. However, he knew that when Lin Rei's fists landed on his body, it was like a 1,000,000-pound hammer, making him breathless. Because he was fighting just now, he could not care about that. However, now that he was out of the battle range, the pain came crashing down like a tidal wave. Hiss! Wu Ming Long sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His expression was extremely ugly. He found it hard to accept that a human's physical body was stronger than his, a dragon. All right, this sovereign does not like wasting time. Come, show me your full cultivation. Let's settle this in one go. At this moment, Lin Rei was serious. Just like he said, although he could defeat Long Wu Ming Long like before, it was too much of a waste of time. He did not like that. Wu Ming Long was his goal. As you wish. When Wu Ming Long, Wu Ming's. After all, Wu Ming Long's he's was Wu Ming. Boom! All of a sudden, a violent aura gushed out from Wu Ming Long's body. A 3-foot-long cold sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 3 fingers wide, and there was an image of a flying dragon on it. It was so lifelike that it looked like a real dragon. The cold, killing intent it exuded caused all living beings in the surroundings to tremble. Good sword. Seeing the sword in Wu Ming Dragon's hands, Lin Li's eyes flashed with a bright light. Although he primarily trained in combat techniques, not sword techniques, in the face of such a peerless sword, he still couldn't help but open his mouth to praise it. Thank you. Next, I'm going to use the most powerful sword technique of my dragon clan, the Cosmo Sword Codex. This is a set of sword techniques comprehended by my dragon clan's old ancestor. It's very powerful. Once it's used, there's no room for retreat. So take this. One move to determine the victor. Life and death will be determined in a second. All right, as you wish. This request was exactly what Lin Rei wanted. Lin Rei did not reject it. In fact, Lin Rei also wanted to use the combat technique he comprehended from his bloodline. He originally thought that it would take a long time to use it. But now, With such a powerful opponent like the Dragon Emperor, it would be a waste of such a powerful combat technique if he did not use it. Cosmos Sword Codex, life extinguishing. Wu Minglong raised his sword above his head, accumulating strength and waiting to give Lin Rei a fatal blow. He was going all out at this moment. You're just trying to gain favor. Lin Rei did not hesitate at all when facing Wu Minglong. He could not wait to kill this person who threatened his wife. Dragon. Sigh. I didn't expect the Dragon Emperor to use life extinguishing. It seems that this young man is indeed very strong to be able to force the Dragon Emperor to such a state. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At this moment, the Supreme Elder who was watching from afar was shocked when he saw Wu Minglong's combat technique. As the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan, he naturally knew how powerful the Cosmos Sword Codex was. Life extinguishing was one of the few ultimate moves in the Cosmos Sword Codex. Perhaps because the level of the Cosmos Sword Codex was too high, Wu Minglong could not use all of it. Grandpa Supreme, are Luo and Big Brother okay? Ling Long is scared. A weak voice entered the Supreme Elder's ears. His heart trembled, and he quickly comforted her. Don't worry, your papa is fine. As for you, Big Brother, he will continue to be punished by the Dragon Emperor because he intruded into the Dragon Clan. No, I don't want anything to happen to the two of them. Although Ling Long was still young, she knew a lot of things when she heard this. However, she was in the Supreme Elder's arms at this moment. Even if she wanted to stop him, she could not. An idea came to her mind, and a smile appeared on her face. Grandpa Supreme, let me down. I want to sit and watch. What? Hearing Ling Long's request, the Supreme Elder was speechless. However, he still agreed to the little princess's request. All right, but don't run around. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Grandpa Supreme. In the end, under the Supreme Elder's repeated warnings, Ling Long left the Supreme Elder's embrace and went behind him to find a clean rock to sit down on. Yes, that's good. As for Exquisite, the High Elder wasn't completely at ease. He used his divine sense to observe Exquisite for a long time. Only after confirming that she didn't react at all did the High Elder retract his divine sense in satisfaction, focusing all of his attention on the final battle between Linley and Long Wuming. He did not want to give up on such a shocking battle. Although he was only a spectator, he would be able to comprehend some things that could help him break through from this battle. The situation became more and more tense. The surrounding people were so nervous that they held their breaths, as if they were afraid that the sound of their breathing would affect the battle between the two. Come, let me see how powerful your Cosmos Sword Codex is. Let me see if it is really as powerful as you said. All right, since you want to see, I'll show you to your heart's content. Suddenly, Wuming Dragon's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura suddenly exploded out from him. His body instantly shot towards Linley, moving so fast that even Linley, seeing this, couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling a hint of surprise in his heart. Bloodline Power, activate. Profound Armor, activate. Bloodline Battle Technique, Heaven Punishing. Seeing the imposing manner of Long Wuming rushing towards him, Lin Rei unhurriedly activated his bloodline power. Suddenly, a purple aura instantly broke through Lin Rei's body. It was similar to when he awakened his bloodline. However, the purple mist this time was not as dense as when he awakened his bloodline. The one who awakened his bloodline, is Lin Rei. When the W rabbit saw Lin Rei's action, its pupils abruptly shrunk. A trace of shock emerged. No one said it wasn't. Looking at the W rabbit, Sakura said indifferently, don't talk. Watch carefully. Just when the W rabbit wanted to ask something, Sakura shushed it, leaving it speechless. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Rei and Long Wuming. They stared at them without blinking, as if they were afraid of seeing something. What? Wuming Dragon, who was charging towards Linley, suddenly felt a terrifying aura sweep towards him. What shocked Wuming Dragon even more was that under the influence of this aura, the Chinkoan Sword Sutra's ceasing slash arising technique actually began to tremble slightly. Although it was only a slight tremble, Wombing Dragon could still sense it. Rumble, the sky darkened. Originally, the sky was clear and bright. However, at this moment, the instant Lin Ray used heaven punishing, dark clouds covered the sky, instantly enveloping all the light. The sound of thunder slowly grew louder and louder. It was so deafening that people could not help but cover their ears, unwilling to listen to it. Cool. Feeling the change in appearance because of him, there was only one word in Lin Ray's mind: cool. He did not expect that a mere bloodline skill would be able to cause the aura and weather to change. This made Lin Ray want to understand his own bloodline even more. No, impossible. You can't be stronger than me. Die. Looking at Lin Ray, Wombing Dragon rushed in front of Lin Ray like a madman and slashed at Lin Ray with ceasing and arising. We don't know who will die yet. Heaven punishing. Lin Ray moved. Waving his arm, Lin Ray's fist turned into a hand knife, dodging Wombing Dragon's ceasing and arising. One hand quickly rushed out and grabbed Wombing Dragon's neck, while the other hand rushed towards Wombing Dragon's heart with heaven punishing. As the saying went, killing with one move was crucial. He did not like Wombing Dragon's flashy move, and he did not care to use it. No, seeing that Linley had dodged his strongest attack, and at the same time, an aura of death had surged into his heart. Seeing Linley's knife hand slash towards his heart with immense killing intent, he wanted to stop it, but he discovered that he was powerless. At that moment, he discovered that he was unable to keep up with Linley's speed. Don't struggle. Die. With a sneer, he increased his speed and rushed towards Wombing Dragon. How is this possible? Who is this Lin Ray? How can he dodge the ceasing and arising sword? In the distance, seeing that Lin Ray was safe and sound and was about to hit Wombing Dragon, the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan was shocked. He originally thought that Lin Ray would not be able to block the ceasing and arising sword. But now, not only did he dodge it, he even wanted to hit the Dragon Emperor. This made the Supreme Elder's heart jump to his throat. Once the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan died, they had to choose the next Dragon Emperor. If they couldn't choose the next Dragon Emperor, then the only thing waiting for the Dragon Clan was to tear apart and kill each other. Sigh, it's over. The Dragon Clan is finished. Lowering his head, the Supreme Elder did not dare to watch anymore. He did not have the courage to do so. Big brother, no. What the Supreme Elder did not notice was that Ling Long, who lived beside him, was very happy when she saw that Lin Ray dodged her father's killing move. But now, what would her father do? Seeing that Lin Ray's hand was about to pierce through Wombing Dragon's chest, Ling Long's figure disappeared on the spot with an unknown strength. Big brother, no. Don't kill my father. I beg you. Because of her cultivation, Ling Long did not have that kind of speed. At this moment, she only came close to Lin Ray, released her cultivation, and begged Lin Ray. In her eyes, tears flowed uncontrollably like 3,000 feet of flowing water. They were more and more unstoppable. At this moment, Lin Ray's heaven-punishing sword was already in front of Wombing Dragon's chest. Just a finger's distance, and Wombing Dragon's heart would be pierced and he would die. But at this moment, Lin Ray's hand suddenly stopped in the air and did not move any closer to Wombing Dragon. Turning his head around, Lin Ray looked to Ling Long, seeing her. A look of realization appeared on his face. No, it's not in. Lin Ray said his son's name. Because of the fact that Ling Long's eyes were similar to Jinan's when he was young, he subconsciously thought that she was his son. However, he immediately reacted and denied that thought. It died long ago. You are Ling Long. Finally, Chu Feng reacted and saw that the person who stopped him was Wombing Dragon's daughter. Ling Long, seeing her, Lin Ray frowned. With a displeased expression, he said, "What are you trying to do? Do you know what the price of stopping this exalted is?" Big brother. It was the first time she had seen Lin Ray looking at her in such a manner. At this moment, Ling Long took several steps back in fear. No, don't understand my daughter. If you want to kill, then kill me. Don't. I beg you, don't touch my daughter. I beg you. At this moment, Wooming Dragon started to panic. He started to cry. He was afraid that Lin Rei would instantly kill Ling Long in a fit of anger. As the saying goes, men do not easily shed tears. I merely haven't been deeply hurt. At this moment, Wooming Dragon was crying and begging for forgiveness. Seeing Ling Long and Wooming Dragon, Lin Rei sighed in his heart. The killing intent in his heart had greatly disappeared. The reason for that was because he had experienced this scene before. Back in the Water Ridge village, his wife and son had encountered monstrous beasts. It was the exact same scene. Sigh. Chu Feng let out a long sigh and released his grip on Wooming Dragon's neck. The heaven-punishing technique dispersed. Immediately, the surrounding space that was covered in darkness regained its brightness. The Supreme Elder, who had been shocked by this scene, came back to his senses. With a face full of lingering fear, he rushed to Ling Long's side and held her in his arms. "Little girl, don't you know what kind of occasion this is? If something were to happen to you, how am I supposed to explain myself?" His tone was filled with criticism. However, he was looking at Ling Long with a doting expression. "Grandpa, Daddy's fine now." Ling Long did not take the Supreme Elder's criticism to heart at all. At this moment, she was extremely happy. The reason for that was because her father would not have to die. That's right. After saying those words, he was very confused. Originally, he thought that Wooming Dragon was definitely going to die. Never did he expect that there would be a turn of events. However, this was also good. Needless to say, the Dragon Monarch of the Dragon Clan would not fall apart. "You're not going to kill me." Chapter 971. He looked at Wooming Dragon. Linley didn't know the answer to this question either. Originally, there was no other way to quench his rage towards Wooming Dragon apart from death. But when he saw those familiar eyes of exquisites, his heart softened. Perhaps it was because Ling Long and Jean Un's expressions were very similar that he mistook her for Jean Un. That was why he let Wooming Long go. Lin Rei naturally would not say this. Although he missed Jean In very much, he knew very well that Ling Long was not Jean Un. She was his deceased son. Looking at Wooming Dragon, Linley's face was cold and emotionless, as though he was a dead man. The feeling he gave off was that of heartlessness. "Forget it. I'll let you off this time. However, while you can avoid the death penalty, you can't escape punishment. Everyone has to be responsible for the things they have done." So what? Wooming Long was stunned, but he was relieved. As long as he did not say anything else, it did not matter. "This time, I came to Xianming Valley to find the spatial origin. So, although you don't have to die, you have 3 days to find the location of the spatial origin. If you can find it, today's matter will be over. However, if you can't find it, you'll have to bear the consequences. I think I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be. Of course, after 3 days, even if Ling Long pleads for mercy, it will be useless, because you will no longer have a chance." Spatial origin? Hearing Linley's instructions, Wooming Long frowned, and his face grew solemn. In his mind, one image after another flashed through his mind. He was very familiar with the essence of space, but he had never seen it in Xuanwu Valley. "No, that's not right. Could it be?" As if he thought of something, Wooming Long was shocked. His frowning brows slowly relaxed. "What? You know where the spatial origin is?" Lin Rei, who had been observing the changes in Wooming Long's expression, was stunned. He quickly asked. He wanted nothing more than to find the spatial origin immediately and subdue it to break through. Right now, he could not wait to enter the saint's world and enter the sacred cultivation ground that was even more grateful to him. Of course, the most important thing was that time was very tight. Once he obtained the origin of space, he still had to refine it. As such, he needed time. He wasn't sure if he could successfully refine it in a few hundred years. Now, he could only try his best to be as precise as possible. He raised his head and looked at Lin Rei. Maybe it's the origin of space you mentioned. I'm just not sure." "Oh." Lin Rei was greatly surprised. Originally, he had been asked to look for it. Whether he could find it or not was another matter. But unexpectedly, the blind cat really touched the dead mouse and guessed correctly. "Yes, that's right. Upon seeing Lin Rei's interest, Long Wuming explained what happened a while ago. This is what happened. A while ago, someone came to our dragon race and told us to migrate here. Just like that, he recounted everything that had happened to the dragon clan without missing a single word. A few minutes later, just like that, our dragon race has been having a hard time. We are powerless against that mysterious person. We were already prepared to fight to the death. A look of regret and sorrow flashed across Long Wuming's face. Lin Rei, who observed Long Wuming's expression, knew that he didn't think he was lying. Perhaps you might not realize that someone was lying to you, but one's expression couldn't lie. As for the mysterious person mentioned by Long Wuming, although Lin Rei didn't know if it was the origin of space, Lin Rei had a feeling that as long as he could find that mysterious person, he might be able to get close to the origin of space or find it directly. With that thought in mind, Lin Rei lifted his head, looked at Long Wuming, and said, "When did that person come? How strong is he? What are his characteristics?" Lin Rei asked a series of questions. At that moment, Lin Rei couldn't wait to meet that mysterious person. "Ugh, about that, I'm not too sure," Long Wuming said weakly, but as though afraid that Lin Rei would be upset, he quickly added, "But I believe that he will be here soon because he said that it won't take long. He should be here soon." "I see." Hearing these words, a hint of disappointment flashed through Lin Li's eyes, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. "That's fine as well. I'll take advantage of this period of time to train in spatial techniques, so as to prepare myself for capturing the spatial prime essences." With that thought in mind, Lin Rei lifted his head and said to Long Wuming, Chief Long, I'm going to rest here for a while. Once the matter is resolved, I'll turn back and leave. What do you think? No problem, no problem, no problem." At that moment, Long Wuming's gloomy mood was swept away. Even the bad mood of being beaten up by Lin Rei vanished in an instant. What replaced it was also a bright and cheerful mood. After all, that mysterious person wanted someone to deal with him. How could he not be happy? Ugh. Seeing Long Wuming so happy, Lin Rei shook his head speechlessly and did not mind. "Oh, that's right. During this time, don't let anyone disturb me." After speaking, without waiting for Long Wuming to reply, Lin Li turned to look at the golden dragon behind him and said, "During this period of time, you will stay here and help protect us. Just as I said earlier, if anyone dares to trespass, kill them without mercy. You don't have to wait for me to report it. Just attack." "Yes, master." His subordinate obeys. That was what he said to Lin Rei. "How about the golden dragon? You've had enough." He immediately nodded and agreed. Lin Rei's actions shocked Long Wuming even more. As Long Wuming's best buddy, the golden dragon actually addressed the young man before him as master with such a respectful expression. For a moment, Long Wuming thought that he had recognized the wrong person. However, upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case. However, although he was shocked, he would not ask for trouble at this time. After all, who knew what would happen in the next moment? If he said something wrong, he would not even know when his head would move. Well, in that case, seeing that the golden dragon had received his order, Lin Rei smiled and turned to look at Long Wuming. He said, "Dragon clan leader, do you want to arrange a quiet place for us to rest now? As for that mysterious person you're talking about, inform me when he comes, understand?" "Ugh, understood. Don't worry." Long Wuming nodded his head stiffly. "Please." Just like that, Lin Rei settled down in the dragon clan and lived a good life every day. Of course, this was only for Sakura and the others. As for Lin Rei, after settling down in the dragon clan, he also devoted himself to the cultivation of the space technique. As for the place arranged by Long Wuming, Lin Rei was also very satisfied. One had to admit that Long Wuming was very good at doing things. In order to satisfy Lin Rei's request, he actually arranged for them to stay in the Dragon Clan's sacred land for the first time. As for the 3-day deadline given by Lin Rei, because of that mysterious master, the 3-day deadline was also nullified. In the Dragon Clan's sacred land, Sakura, Tianning, and the others were chatting and sunbathing every day. There was basically nothing to do. It was not that they did not want to, but they really did not know what to do. As people who had reached the peak of the divine world, the most important thing for them now was not to cultivate, but to comprehend the laws. Only then could they proceed to the next breakthrough. Of course, this was for Sakura. As for Tianning, she belonged to the laws, so she did not need to. Their current life was to chat, eat good food, sunbathe, and wait for Lin Ray to wake up and subdue the space source energy. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Lin Ray arrived at the Dragon Clan. In these 3 months, Lin Ray waited for a long time. However, in view of the fact that the mysterious master had not come, Lin Ray could only go in and cultivate. In the past 3 months, the Golden Dragon and the other 4 dragons have been guarding the entrance of the sacred land. According to Lin Ray's orders, they did not allow anyone to come and cause trouble. Not even Ling Long came a few times in the middle, but every time she was stopped by the Golden Dragon at the entrance. In the end, she could only choose to give up. She also tried to use Lin Ray to threaten the Golden Dragon, but in the end, the Golden Dragon was indifferent. Ling Long was very helpless about this and had no choice but to leave. Lin Ray, who was cultivating, did not know about this. Of course, even if he knew, he would not say anything. Boom! A muffled sound rang in Lin Ray's mind. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He opened his eyes, and his expression was full of excitement. Ding! Congratulations to Host for 2 breakthroughs. This is a big gift package as a reward for Host. I hope Host can continue to work hard and reach the next level. Ding! Congratulations to Host for breaking through to the 1st grade Saint level. Host is rewarded with a Hongmeng Talisman Dao Enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to Host for breaking through to the 1st grade Saint level. Host is rewarded with a Hongmeng Talisman Dao Enlightenment. Ding! Discovered Hongmeng Talisman Dao Enlightenment. Host, do you want to learn it? Reply within 30 seconds. If there is no reply within 30 seconds, the system will decide that Host will give up and the Hongmeng Talisman Dao Enlightenment will disintegrate the system. 30:29. Damn, are you kidding me? This time, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. He did not expect the system to be so shameless. What did it mean by giving up the initiative if he did not reply? Did not reply mean that he had confirmed it? Have you never heard that silence is golden? Although this was what he thought, he still replied to the system, learn. Ding! Currently transmitting the contents of Hongmeng Talisman Dao Enlightenment into Host's mind. Ding! Discovered the Grand Mist Way of Tools Quintessence. Host, would you like to learn it? You will recover within 30 seconds. If you do not reply within 30 seconds, the system will determine that the host has voluntarily given up. As such, the Grand Mist Way of Tools Quintessence will automatically disintegrate. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray was completely speechless. He really did not like the system's way of repeating itself, but there was nothing he could do about it. This kind of situation was like, I like it when you look at me, but can't kill me. It was very painful. Except, ding! Host, please wait a moment. The system is currently analyzing the Hongmeng Talisman Dao Enlightenment. After 6 hours, the system will automatically transmit the information to the host. Host, please accept it. Hearing this, Lin Ray rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly. It's finally over. Thinking about it, breaking through these 2 realms was also very unexpected. If it wasn't for the spatial technique, it would have taken a long time for him to break through the Talisman and Talisman Dao Enlightenment. System, check all the information of this sovereign. Okay, please wait a moment. After receiving Lin Ray's order, the system responded. In the next moment, a huge screen appeared in front of Lin Ray. It was filled with Lin Ray's information. Name, Lin Ray. Age, 3, 793 system level. For cultivation level, peak late reverend stage experience. 158364872 mythical dragons, 2 billion mythical dragons, spiritual roots, thunder, fire, wood, metal chaos spiritual roots talent, Dao fruit saint great circle cultivation technique, chaos scripture level 4, incomplete, devouring heavenly technique, growable, Hongmeng alchemy, entry level cultivation technique, cloud formula, emperor level cultivation technique, same formation, emperor level. Cultivation Technique, Tyrant Body Technique, Emperor Level Cultivation Technique, Thunder Tyrant Body, Master Level Secret Technique, Thunder Scripture, God Level Cultivation Technique, Martial Technique, Butterfly Steps, Entry Level, Stellar Finger, Proficient, Silent Thunder Spear Art, High Mystic Level Martial Technique, now cultivated to Entry Level, can produce 3 Lightning Bolts, Myriad Sword Art, Heaven Level, Level 3 Incineration, Emperor Level, Dragon Subduing Step, Emperor Level, Azura Spear Art, King Level, Shura Sword Formation, King Level, Divine Transformation, Emperor Level, Colored Glaze, Lower Sacred Level, Thousand Illusions, Lower Sacred Level, Spiritual Treasure, Chaos Dragon Spear, Supreme Grade Divine Artifact, Martial Emperor Divine Spear, Lower Sacred Level Divine Artifact, Growable, 10,000 Magic Sword, Ungraded, 10,000 Beast Treasure Furnace, Heavenly Temple, Upper Grade Immortal Artifact, Universe Huayu, Lower Sacred Level Divine Artifact, Demon Subduing Sword, Lower Sacred Level Divine Artifact, Universe Cauldron, Lower Sacred Level Divine Artifact, Equipment, Flowing Light Supreme Grade Set Mount, Middle Stage Supreme God Lucky Draw Wheel, 0 Character Lottery System, 0 times Reputation, 0 points, 340, 000 Spiritual Stones, 0 Lower Sacred Level Alchemist, 1824 Mythical Dragons, 10,000 Mythical Dragons, Sacred Level Array Master, 134 Mythical Dragons, 10,000 Mythical Dragons, Sacred Level Weapon Craftsman, 1536 Mythical Dragons, 10,000 Mythical Dragons, Sacred Level Symbol Master, 186 Mythical Dragons, 10,000 Mythical Dragons, Top Level Spiritual Herbs, none Heavenly Treasures, none Mission, Main Mission, enter the Holy World within 1,000 years. Side Mission, refine the Heaven-Reaching Tower, Medicinal Pills, 11 Mind Control Pills, 5639 Mind Control Pills, TSK, TSK, TSK. With this information, you're already invincible in the divine world. But in the holy world, in front of the real experts, you are still like an ant, petty, pitiful. The little dragon's voice appeared in Lin Ray's expectation. Lin Ray was not surprised because he knew that the little dragon would appear at this time, and its words would not be pleasant to the ears. He was already used to this. After all, they had lived together for such a long time and fought side by side for such a long time. It would be strange if he did not understand this. Seeing the little dragon's figure appear, Lin Ray raised his head and looked at it. His expression did not change in the slightest. I have heard enough. Tell me your opinion. Don't tell me that you came out to insult me. Hearing this, Xiaolong was stunned. Looking at Lin Li's calm face, his original playful mood disappeared, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. You little brat, if only you could be a little more humorous. All right, let's get down to business. Sigh. Seeing that its words were interrupted, the little dragon was not angry. It only sighed and then said with a serious face, I feel the aura of the space origin. It seems to be approaching at this moment, but it will take some time to reach here, so you don't have to worry. Chapter 972. Within Lin Li's sacred land of the Dragon Clan, at the entrance to an estate, a young man walked out of the estate. He stood at the entrance of the estate, staring at the beautiful sunlight and the clear skies. He was in an extremely good mood, and a smile appeared on his face. Now that I have broken through to the first grade of the Saint Realm in the Tao of Formation, Artifact, Pill, and Talisman, it will be impossible for me to break through again in the near future. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel disappointed. However, he was still disappointed. Lin Ray was already very satisfied to be able to break through to such a level in such a short period of time. However, that was how the human heart was. There was always a mountain higher than the mountain, so you really don't know how to be satisfied. The little dragon's voice sounded in Lin Ray's mind. Other people need tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of years to break through one Tao. You can even break through to the Saint Realm in all 4 Taos at the age of 3,000. Are you still not satisfied? The more the little dragon spoke, the more excited he became. Moreover, you are not even 4,000 years old. If those old guys in the Holy World, or even the Hongmeng realm knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would come down and kill you. Lin Ray did not know what to say when the little dragon was so excited. He was just thinking about it. He did not expect the little dragon to be so excited. At this moment, the little dragon might have realized that he was too excited. He quickly changed the topic. Now that you have broken through to the Saint realm in 4 Daos, don't cultivate for the time being. As for your cultivation level, wait until you refine the space origin. It will also increase to the Saint realm. Then now hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray knew that the little dragon must have arranged his main path. Compared to Lin Ray was not pretentious. After all, the little dragon could be said to be half his master. Body tempering. Your body is already broken through to the half-saint realm. If you can break through to the saint realm before entering the holy world, then it will be much more convenient when you enter the holy world. It will also be more convenient for your future cultivation. What do you think? Yes, I think it's fine. Lin Ray felt that little dragon's analysis was very reasonable. In fact, that was what he thought as well. However, there was one point that little dragon might have overlooked. His current physical body was already very strong. Therefore, there was nothing in the divine realm that could threaten him enough to make him break through the realm of physical body. Therefore, regarding how to make a breakthrough in physical body evolution, Lin Ray still had to think carefully. After all, breaking through the realm of physical body into the saint realm was not something that could be achieved just by talking about it. It required an opportunity, the right time, the right place, and the right people. Yes, you're right. There's basically nothing in the God realm that can help you improve your physical body. Damn it, you're peeping at my thoughts again. He wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't say anything because he realized that he had no reason to defend himself. You scoundrel, didn't we agree that I would let you search for talent? You actually went back on your word. I don't care. In order to make up for my wounded heart, you must help me subdue the space source this time. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm so scared. Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon revealed a scared expression. But in the next moment, his expression changed, and he said, I can't agree to your request. You still have to do this. This is the best opportunity for you to gain experience. It just so happens that I can use the space source to test how strong you really are. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Ray to say anything, the little dragon continued, All right, this matter will end here. Remember, in these 2 days, the space source might enter the dragon clan. So, do your best, child. I have high hopes for you. After saying that, the little dragon's figure faded and finally disappeared in front of Lin Ray. Damn it, you're not being a good friend. Although Lin Ray had already guessed that the little dragon wouldn't help him, Lin Ray still felt somewhat unhappy when he heard him say that. Forget it. Come to think of it, every time his life was in danger, the little dragon would always come out to help at the first moment. Because of this, the little dragon had almost died several times. Moreover, the most important thing was that Lin Ray felt that the little dragon's words were very reasonable. Until now, he still didn't know where the limit of his fighting strength was. He was also very curious about this point. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope this time I can fight to my heart's content. As for the other things, who cares? I like to see where my limit is. After saying that, Lin Ray looked as if he was eager to fight, as if he couldn't wait for the upcoming battle. Recovering from his excitement, he looked up at the sky. Such a beautiful weather. Thinking that he hadn't lived an ordinary life with his wife for a long time, his interest was piqued. Since the space source hasn't arrived in these 2 days, living an ordinary life for 2 days might be good for the state of mind. After talking to himself, a smile appeared on his face, and he walked down the mountain. Lin Ray was at a mountain peak in the depths of the Dragon Clan's holy land. The mountain peak wasn't very high, and it looked no different from an ordinary mountain in the secular world. Of course, if there was really a difference, it would be that this seemingly ordinary mountain peak was very rich in spiritual energy much stronger than the mountains in the secular world. Speaking of which, it was strange. Originally, Ing and Ling had been guarding the entrance of the mountain to protect Lin Ray, but today, they didn't appear at the entrance of the cave, which made Lin Ray very confused. Although Lin Ray was in seclusion, he was still very clear about the situation at the entrance of the cave. However, Lin Ray wasn't worried about Ing and Ling at all, because in the entire Dragon Clan, except for some high-level elders, the Dragon Emperor and the Supreme Elder, no one else could threaten Ing and Ling at all. Therefore, Lin Ray wasn't worried about the two's comfort at all. As for the Dragon Emperor and the others, Lin Ray believed that they didn't have the courage, because the Dragon Emperor's defeat was bound to spread to the entire Dragon Clan, so Lin Ray wasn't worried. Without using his cultivation, walking on a mountain path, and looking at the beautiful scenery around him, Lin Ray's mood became better and better. There's actually a wild emperor mushroom. Just as Lin Ray was looking around and admiring the scenery, a fist-sized, mushroom-like plant hidden under the bushes appeared in front of Lin Ray's eyes. However, this mushroom was still a little different from ordinary mushrooms. On this emperor mushroom, there were faint traces of golden runes growing on it. Taking a step forward, Lin Ray pushed aside the bushes and reached out to pick the emperor mushroom. After taking a closer look, the smile on his face became even wider. I didn't expect that this kind of place would have this kind of wild emperor mushroom. It's really good. With this kind of wild emperor mushroom, if two old hens come and stew them together, TSK, 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 the taste is really hiss. At this moment, Linley felt as though he could already see the chicken soup in front of him. The rich aroma of the soup rushed into his nostrils. If there was someone else here who saw Lin Ray's expression at this moment, they would probably be shocked to death. Because at this moment, Lin Ray could be said to have transformed into a gourmet expert. Since I already have the emperor mushroom, if I find some rare ingredients, then... Thinking about it, Lin Ray was very excited, and he set out wisely. This time, Linley didn't use his cultivation base. Instead, he acted like an ordinary mortal. He walked through the mountains, looking left and right. Here, there, he searched for ingredients to make a meal. But Lin Ray didn't know that not long after he walked out of the cave, Ing and Bing arrived. The two of them basically came at the same time. When the two returned to the entrance of the cave, they felt that their husband's aura was still not in the cave, and for a moment, they panicked. Perhaps it was because of their worries, the two of them didn't even think about it, and directly rushed towards the direction of the 10th heaven. In contrast, Lin Ray didn't know anything. At this moment, he was beside a stream, and in his hand, he was holding a dazzling array of ingredients for cooking. It could be said that there was a dazzling array of ingredients. If it wasn't for the fact that Linley was a late-stage godly exalt, most people would have thought that he was just an ordinary mortal. Squatting beside the stream, his face was full of smiles. Looking at the harvest in his hand, Lin Ray was very satisfied. What a pity! How good would it be if this kind of life could continue forever? This kind of thought flashed through his mind, and then he shook his head fiercely to discard it. He knew that this kind of thought could only be said to be an extravagant hope, and it was basically impossible to realize. Forget it one day at a time. He raised his head and looked at the stream. The water was very clear, and there were a lot of fish in it. Looking at the big fish swimming around, in Lin Ray's eyes, there were the ingredients on his chopping board, the ingredients in his pot, and the food in his bowl. Dragonfish, sure enough. None of them are ordinary in the Dragon Clan. He smiled, put the things in his hand aside, took off his shirt, and plunged into the water, starting a chase between man and beast. However, Lin Ray was very depressed. Although his cultivation was gone, his body was still there. Who would have thought that Lin Ray would not be able to catch a single fish after diving into the water, which made him, a hierarch cultivator, feel very embarrassed. Damn, can you still do it, you bastard? This time, Lin Ray was angry. Even Sage Lin Ray would not be in such a difficult situation, but he was fooled by the dragonfish, which made him very unhappy. He didn't activate his physical body, nor did he cultivate. Just like that, Linley spent half a day with the body of an ordinary person. Finally, he got what he wanted. A 1-meter-long arowana appeared in Linley's arms. Looking at the dragonfish that was tightly held by him, he was very embarrassed. Damn, I didn't expect that it would take so long to catch a dragonfish after transforming into an ordinary person. If it wasn't for my strong body, I would have given up halfway due to exhaustion. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the suffocating feeling in his heart was vented on the dragonfish. He directly punched the dragonfish's head and jumped out of the water. Now everything is here. Looking at the harvest of half a day, Lin Ray was very satisfied. Although the process of catching the dragonfish was very unpleasant, the final result was still good. After putting on his clothes and tidying up, he came to a clean open space not far from the stream and placed the materials. With a thought, he took out all the cooking tools that he had prepared a long time ago. Lin Ray had pots, spatulas, and even a stove. Looking at these familiar things in his memory, Lin Ray missed them very much. Mom, brother, sister, I wonder if you guys are doing well now. These things in front of him were all things that Lin Ray had collected on planet Aqua Blue before he entered the immortal realm. However, he had never used them. After all, apart from cultivating, he had no time to do these things. It was a pity when he thought about it. Opposite, it's been a long time since you guys had a drink. Looking at the nostalgic things in front of him, he suddenly remembered that when he left planet Aqua Blue, he had collected a lot of Moutai, foreign wine, and some red wine. Thinking about it, a bottle of Moutai appeared in his hand. Looking at it, Lin Ray couldn't wait to open it. Suddenly, a mellow wine aroma rushed out of the bottle and floated in the air. Taking a deep breath, the wine aroma rushed into his nose. For a moment, the wine worm in his stomach began to act up. Gulp, gulp. After a mouthful of wine, the mellow wine aroma made all the cells in Lin Ray's body vibrate. His face was full of satisfaction. TSK, since there is wine, how can there be no dishes to go with it? Lin Ray moved. After setting up the cooking tools, he started to show off his cooking skills. While cooking, Lin Ray sent a message to Ing, Bing, and Sakura respectively. He also told them his address and asked them to come quickly. Sakura, Bing, and Ing were originally together. The three of them looked at each other with puzzlement. The three of them were originally looking for Lin Ray. Therefore, after receiving Lin Ray's message, the three of them were very excited. As for why Lin Ray asked them to come, the three of them didn't care. Not far away from the stream, exquisite dishes appeared on the table that Lin Ray took out. Various fragrances of different colors mixed together, and the surrounding few miles was filled with this aroma. And damn, this aroma, that's not right. How can someone from the dragon race make such fragrant dishes? Moreover, there's also the smell of the arowana in this dish. It's impossible for someone from the dragon race to make such a dish. Who is it? Resentful and puzzled voices came from a cave not far away from Lin Ray. Oh no, this uncle's Tao heart has been shaken. Swish! A black shadow rushed out of the cave. The speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Even Rual Lin Ray would be shocked if he saw it, because this speed was almost as fast as when he fully activated his cultivation. When the black shadow rushed out of the cave, its appearance was revealed. It was a demonic beast with a lion's head, deer's horns, tiger's eyes, elk's body, dragon's scales, and ox's tail. The hair on its tail was like a dragon's tail. At this moment, it was looking at the direction where the aroma came from with an angry expression. It looked very funny. Damn, who is it that dares to be so presumptuous in this uncle's place? With a low roar, its figure turned into a blood-colored light and rushed towards Lin Ray's direction. At this moment, Lin Ray had finished cooking all the dishes on the table. He was sitting in front of the table, drinking wine and eating stir-fried dishes. He was having a good time. And this aura is... At this moment, just when Lin Ray was about to taste the red braised arowana, a powerful aura appeared and attracted his attention. Ah, interesting. I didn't expect there to be other demonic beasts in the dragon race. Moreover, this demonic beast is even stronger than the dragon emperor of the dragon race. If Wombing Dragon were know about this, would he be so angry that he would vomit blood? The corner of his mouth twitched, and a hint of interest appeared. Chapter 973. His eyes were filled with interest as he looked in the direction of the demonic beast. In his hand, he held a jade wine cup filled with wine to his mouth. With a tilt of his head, the wine entered his stomach with a gulp. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air surrounded Lin Ray's ears. He stared at the blood-red light and smiled. Hee, things are getting more and more interesting. He muttered to himself. He stood up and released his cultivation. He put away the wine cup and disappeared. At that moment, the mysterious demonic beast looked up in shock. A person had appeared not far in front of him and blocked his path. Perhaps he had been too focused on finding the source of the fragrance, so he didn't notice when the person in front of him arrived. He stopped and looked at the person in front of him. He said, "Kid, you're a human. Why are you in my territory?" As he spoke, he glanced at the table full of delicacies. When he saw the wine bottles on the table, his bell-sized eyes lit up. Seeing this monstrous beast appear, Linley stared blankly. For no other reason than the fact that this beast's appearance was truly astonishing. Cheelin. That's right. It looked like a Cheelin. How could Lin Ray not be stunned? Logically speaking, the Cheelins, dragons, and phoenixes should have been wiped out during the prehistoric times. However, not only did the dragons survive, but the phoenixes also appeared. Now, a Cheelin had appeared. Lin Ray didn't understand. He started to wonder if everything he knew was wrong. Maybe things weren't as he thought. Of course, Lin Ray didn't think too much about it. After all, he didn't know if the blood Cheelin was a friend or foe. In particular, the aura emanating from the blood Cheelin's body carried a hint of savagery and menace. Linley couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The blood Cheelin made him feel extremely suppressed. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. At that moment, Lin Ray's thoughts were the opposite of the blood Cheelin's. He thought that it would be great if he could get all the dishes after Lin Ray gave birth. Looking at the blood Cheelin, Lin Ray didn't say anything. He wanted to live a peaceful life for a few days, but it seemed that he couldn't. TSK, Cheelin race. I didn't think that there would be a race like you in this world. It's unbelievable. Linley spoke up. I've long since heard that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Kirin clans were the most powerful clans in the primordial era. The experts within your clans are as common as the clouds. You fellows are much stronger than ordinary cultivators. As he said that, a provocative look appeared on his face. He smirked and said, I wonder if a Cheelin like you is as strong as the legends say? Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Linley transformed into a ray of light and charged towards the blood-colored Cheelin. This time, Linley used all of his strength. He had a feeling, but if he didn't use his full strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match. You're attacking already? Seeing Linley charge towards it, the blood-colored Cheelin was stunned. Its face grew solemn, and then, without hesitation, it raised its foot and stomped towards Linley. The enormous beast leg carried with it an enormous amount of pressure and power. Its speed was so fast that it appeared right in front of Linley. It wasn't the slightest bit faster or more merciful as it stomped towards Linley's head. Good. He didn't dodge or use the Chaos Dragon Spear. He released half of his physical strength and punched at the beast leg. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a wave of energy swept out in all directions with the two as the center. Damn my food! At this moment, the blood Cheelin, who had been thinking about the dishes, sensed the power of the shock waves. Its expression changed, and it screamed. It hurriedly separated from Linley and retreated from the battlefield. Then, a streak of light appeared in front of the dining table, and a barrier surrounded the table. What do you mean? The blood Cheelin's actions stunned Lin Ray. Things happened a little too quickly. Also, this was a little, weird. Kid, it's wrong to waste food. Moreover, it's such a delicious dish. Even if you don't like it, you can give it to me. Really, why are young people like this? After saying that, the blood Cheelin rolled its eyes at Lin Ray. Its expression was full of resentment. Damn, this guy can't be. As if he thought of something unbelievable, he stared at the blood Cheelin. It seemed like he wanted to verify his thoughts. Whoosh. The blood Cheelin didn't care about Lin Ray's stare. A spell that Lin Ray didn't understand came out of the blood Cheelin's mouth. The next moment, the blood Cheelin's beast form turned into a young man wearing a blood-red robe. The young man ignored Lin Ray. Instead, he reached into the barrier, grabbed a fish, and started eating. Maybe it was because the aroma was too alluring, or maybe it was because he hadn't eaten in a long time, but the young man didn't seem to be affected at all. He grabbed the arowana and started eating without caring about his image. Delicious. It's too delicious. How can it be so delicious? Wow, I haven't eaten such delicious fish in a long time. This dish only exists in heaven. It's rare to taste it in the human world. Holy shit. Am I seeing things? Linley almost couldn't believe his own eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. And it was this scene that confirmed Linley's suspicions. This guy had indeed been lured out by his food. Something seems wrong. Suddenly, a question appeared in Lin Ray's mind. He couldn't figure it out, but he felt that something was wrong. Lin Ray looked up at the young man. Finally, his gaze landed on the fish in the young man's hand. Suddenly, he understood. Mother ***, my fish. Linley recalled that the fish he had cooked had been eaten. He had wasted an entire morning and had barely managed to catch it with his fleshly body. He hadn't even had a bite, but now it had ended up in someone else's stomach. Bastard, you better spit it out. The more Lin Ray thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Then his figure shot out. Unknowingly, the Chaos Dragon Spear appeared in his hand. 9 dragons were also released by Lin Ray. They rushed towards the young man. Awoo! Dragon roars resounded through the sky. The roars were so loud that it seemed to break through the cage of heaven and earth. Dragon race. At this moment, the young man who was eating crazily heard the dragon roars behind him. Then he stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look. ***CK, this is... Looking at the 9 dragons in front of him, the young man cursed. Then, his expression changed. He moved his body and tried to escape from the 9 dragons. However, the young man had underestimated the strength of the dragons. Perhaps it was because the young man had too much confidence in his cultivation. At the moment when he wanted to escape, his body was entangled by the tail of one of the dragons. He couldn't move at all. ***CK, no way. Feeling that his body was bound, the young man subconsciously wanted to break free. However, what he did not expect was that the remaining 8 azure dragons all appeared. In the end, each of them turned into the size of a thumb and wrapped around the young man tightly. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not do anything in the end. ***CK, what's going on? Why are these guys here? Looking at the 9 dragons entangled around his body in shock, the young man was confused. He didn't understand. You bastard. How dare you eat the dragon race that I had painstakingly caught? At this moment, while the young man was still in shock and confusion, Lin Ray appeared in front of him. With a resentful look, he smacked the young man's head with a chestnut. Roar. A beast-like cry came out of the young man's mouth. It was sharp and had a strong penetrating power. Oh, you're still screaming? What are you screaming for? I didn't even scream, and you're still screaming? Looking at the young man, Lin Ray was unhappy. Looking at the bones on the ground, Lin Ray felt that he couldn't control himself and wanted to stab the young man. What are you doing? Didn't I just eat one of your dragonfish? Do you have to go this far? At most, I'll accompany you. I'll compensate you 100 of them. How about 100? Although it was painful, the young man knew that he had to admit defeat. Compensate? Raising his head to look at the young man, a cold smirk appeared on his face. How are you going to compensate me? I sealed my cultivation base and physical body and spent the better part of the day to catch this. And yet, you bastard ate it to me without a second word. How dare you boast that you will compensate me with 100 of them? All right, you want to accompany me? Sure. Saying that, Lin Ray was also angry. Pointing at the stream not far away, he said, seal your cultivation and physical body completely. You're not allowed to use any Dharma treasures, spells, or battle techniques. You can only use your hands to catch 100 of them. Then, I might consider letting you go. What? This request made the young man dumbfounded. No cultivation, no physical body, no Dharma treasures, spells, or battle techniques. Moreover, it was to catch 100 dragonfish. In the young man's opinion, this was impossible. Oh, right. As if he thought of something, Lin Ray said, I'll give you half a day. If you can't do it by then, I promise you that I'll let you know what the most terrifying thing in this world is. You can run, but do you think you can escape the surveillance of the 9 dragons? You? Seeing Lin Ray's response, the young man stared at Lin Ray angrily. He wanted to refute by saying that he would not do it. However, when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he could no longer say it. This was because he knew that Lin Ray was right. He was no match for the 9 dragons. Therefore, in the end, he could only compromise and agree to all of Lin Ray's requests and conditions. Hell, what do you think? Do you agree? If you do, go and catch them now. If you don't, then I agree. How can I not agree? Before Lin Ray could finish his sentence, the young man quickly responded. My name is Shuel Yin. I'll go and catch the dragonfish now. Just you wait. As he said that, he lowered his head and looked at the 9 dragons coiling around his body. Then, he raised his head and signaled Lin Ray to let him go. Let's go. Keep an eye on him. When he catches 100 dragonfish for me, then let him go. Of course, his time limit is only half a day. As he said that, Lin Ray ignored him and sat down at the dining table. He looked like he was ready to watch a good show. Unknowingly, a bottle of Mao Tai appeared in his hand. He raised his head and drank it. He was so happy that his heart was about to explode. Who would ask a blood-colored Qilin to catch fish for them? The answer was, of course, no. The Qilin was one of the rulers of the Eldritch Age. Who would have the guts to do that? Splash! The sound of something falling into the water entered Lin Ray's ears. He raised his head and saw Shuel Yin walking around in the water with his upper body naked. His speed was not very fast. It could be seen that he had sealed all of his cultivation. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person. However, he was a demonic beast after all. His body was very strong. Compared to Lin Ray, Shuel Yin quickly threw a 1-meter-long dragon to the shore. Although Lin Ray was not very happy about this, he felt relieved when he thought about the other party's identity. And are they here? At this moment, 3 obscure auras came from afar. Lin Ray was very familiar with these 3 auras. Therefore, he did not guard against them. Husband. A soft call came from afar. Lin Ray raised his head and saw Ing, Bing, and Sakura flying over from afar. Their speed was very fast. In just a short while, they arrived in front of Lin Ray. Landing on the ground, the 2 women quickly rushed into Lin Ray's embrace. Their hands tightly hugged Lin Ray and were unwilling to let go. Regarding this, Lin Ray was very helpless. You didn't even say anything when you came out. You made us look for you. Sakura impolitely hammered Lin Ray's chest. His face was full of hidden bitterness. Looking at the hidden bitterness on Sakura's face and his 2 wives who were hugging him, a touch of embarrassment emerged. Then, he quickly changed the topic. That, by the way, I have cooked. I called you guys over for no other reason. Let's eat and chat. Are you sure? Looking at Lin Ray in disbelief, Sakura couldn't believe that Lin Ray was the one who said those words. That's right. Isn't it already done? It's just that. Looking at the empty plate with the arowana, his face wrinkled. His gaze swept over Shuel Yin, who was catching the arowana and didn't want to mention it again. Forget it. Let's hurry up and cook. After saying that, he carried his 2 wives and placed them on the chair before sitting down. As for Sakura, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He sat down and grabbed the wine bottle and raised his head to take a sip. F***ck, this wine. After a mouthful of wine, his face was full of surprise. This is too delicious. You're not a good friend, Lin Ray. You have such a good wine, but you don't know how to share it. After saying that, he took another big mouthful of wine before stopping. Haha. At the side, looking at Sakura's appearance, Ing didn't care at all as they held their stomachs and laughed. Enough, look at you. Towards Sakura, Lin Ray really blushed with shame. At this moment, he really hated that he didn't know Sakura. At this moment, when Lin Ray's scene fell into the stream, Yin's eyes were filled with displeasure. CK, you guys are too much of a bully. I'm catching fish here while you guys are chatting and laughing, drinking and chatting. Chapter 974. Of course, Blood Lotus would not say such words. It was for no other reason than the fact that there were 9 azure dragons glaring at him in the sky. He was sure that if he had a shred of resentment, he would be torn into pieces in the next moment. Seeing the scene of Linley and the others eating heartily out of sight, out of mind, Blood Lotus hurriedly dove down to continue working towards the goal of 100. It wasn't that he was willing to do so, but that he had no choice. Lin Ray didn't know about Yin's actions. Even if he did, he wouldn't say anything. However, Lin Ray was very interested in the appearance of a blood-colored Qilin here. This was especially so for the first time he had heard of a blood-colored Qilin. If the demonic phoenix was here, perhaps she would know some secrets, but right now, Linley didn't know where she was. After entering the 9th region, she had disappeared. Even Linley didn't know where she had gone. The atmosphere in the Dragon Consciousness Hall was extremely solemn. It was the complete opposite of Lin Ray. It was as if something big was about to happen. Long Wuming, the Supreme Elder, and the elders of the Dragon Clan were all present. They all looked at the Dragon Emperor, Long Wuming, with a solemn and pleading gaze. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Compared to the atmosphere, a young man below couldn't stand it. He stood up and walked to the center. He cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to Long Wuming. Dragon Emperor, how do you think we should deal with this matter? That person has already given us an ultimatum. He said that he will personally visit the Dragon Clan in 3 days. He also said if the Dragon Clan members don't move out in 3 days, the consequences will be severe. With a start, everyone was emboldened. One by one, they stood up and began to express their opinions. Lord Dragon Emperor, we don't care how you want to deal with this matter. However, how should we deal with the Dragon Clan members? That's right, Lord Dragon Emperor. It's not just the Dragon Clan members. The Saintess is the hope of the Dragon Clan. If the Saintess is harmed because of this matter, we will lose more than we gain. The Grand Elder standing beside Long Wuming also stepped forward and spoke up after hearing the crowd's words. Wuming, they're right. Although you think that Lin Ray can deal with the spatial source, you have to understand that the spatial source is a supreme existence of the laws. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. If you blindly trust Lin Ray and something goes wrong, the future of our Dragon Clan will be buried here. Do you think it's worth it? At that moment, Wuming Long's brows were already furrowed together. Displeasure was written all over his face. However, he also understood what everyone was thinking. He was in a dilemma regarding this matter. Nameless, how about this? Let's take 10,000 steps back. Even if you believe Linley, have you ever thought about what if? What if he couldn't defeat the space origin? What would happen to Ling Long? Can you bear to see something happen to little Ling Long? The Supreme Elder understood Long Wuming. He could only use Ling Long to beat around the bush. That was because he understood Long Wuming and their Dragon Monarch. In his eyes, Ling Long's life was more important than anything else. He was confident that the Dragon Monarch would listen to him. However, as expected, right after the Supreme Elder finished speaking, Wuming Long suddenly raised his head and said, "Supreme Elder, this matter." After saying that, he swept his gaze across the crowd. Seeing their expectant gazes, he continued, "I'll leave this matter to you. Let everyone out of the Dragon Realm. As for the elders, if you wish to leave, you can also leave with the main group." Plop. Hearing the Dragon Monarch's decision, everyone immediately knelt down and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Dragon Monarch. Thank you for understanding us. What about you?" Suddenly, the Supreme Elder's cold voice sounded. "Me? I want to stay here. I want to see if that Lin Ray has the ability to subdue the spatial source." "What? You?" Hearing those words, the Supreme Elder was shocked. A country could not go a day without a ruler. The dragon race could not go without the Dragon Monarch. The Supreme Elder firmly disagreed with the Dragon Monarch's decision. The Supreme Elder wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the other elders were shocked. In the Dragon Tribe, the Dragon Monarch's existence was akin to a person's backbone. It was the most important part of their body. Therefore, when they heard Long Wuming say that he wanted to do it here, their hearts skipped a beat, and they instinctively tried to stop him. Lord Dragon Monarch, please reconsider. You must know that you are the dragon race's emperor. If you stay here, what's the use of us leaving? That's right, Lord Dragon Monarch. If we leave, we must leave together. We cannot leave you here alone. Yes, Lord Dragon Monarch. Can you leave with us? This Wuming dragon fell into deep thought upon hearing everyone's words. What they said wasn't without reason. However, none of them knew that the reason he was here wasn't just to personally witness Linley defeat the Space Quintessence. It was more so because he wanted to protect the Dragon Realm and their home. This was their root. He did not want to see others destroy it. Therefore, he could not. After making up his mind, he looked down with a determined gaze. That determined gaze of his let everyone know what he was thinking. Lord Dragon Monarch, please reconsider your actions. Sigh. Looking at the pleading looks of the crowd, Wuming Long let out a long sigh. His face was filled with determination. All right, you should leave quickly. This emperor, have already decided on this matter. After saying that, Wuming Long stood up and walked out of the hall without waiting for the crowd to say anything. The moment the Dragon Monarch left the conference hall, the crowd went into an uproar. Discussions sounded continuously. What should we do? The Dragon Monarch is not leaving. That's right. Why is the Dragon Monarch doing this? Could it be that he doesn't know how powerful that person is? Sigh, don't say any more. Didn't you see the Dragon Monarch's determined expression? I'm sure everyone knows the Dragon Monarch's temper very well. No one can change the Dragon Monarch's decision. And it seems like the Dragon Monarch is determined to awaken this time. All kinds of different voices sounded. Wuming Long didn't know about this scene. At this moment, he naturally returned home to accompany his child. In the sacred grounds, Lin Rei and the other three ate their meal peacefully at the dining table without any worries or disturbances. It could be said that this meal was the most peaceful meal that Lin Rei had in this period of time. The plates on the table were naturally all cleared, and even the table was piled up. For this, Lin Rei's heart really ached. Thinking of the way Sakura drank just now, Lin Rei really wanted to give himself a few big slaps. Maodai was already very rare, and it was really troublesome to return to Aqua Blue Planet. So, how could Lin Rei not feel heartache when he saw the Maodai being consumed? Of course, on the surface, Lin Rei was still smiling without the slightest dissatisfaction. After all, Sakura was equivalent to another him. Originally, the sun was high in the sky. While Lin Rei was eating and drinking, night fell. There was always a cool breeze blowing in the night sky. It gave people a kind of refreshing feeling with a hint of coldness. Looking at Sakura, Lin Rei smiled. Let's eat here today. Oh, why? Sakura was stunned. He obviously didn't understand what Lin Rei's intention was. It's nothing. It's just that you guys met a bastard before coming here. He actually stole the braised arowana that I made. After saying that, his eyes hinted everyone to look at Shuel Yin, who was trying hard to catch the arowana in the distant stream. And he is F***CK. What is this brother trying to do? Why doesn't he have any cultivation at all? Heh, no cultivation? Towards Sakura's question, Lin Rei sneered. That person's cultivation is much stronger than yours. However, since he stole my fish, he naturally has to pay a little price. Although he was still unhappy in his heart, seeing that there were at least dozens of arowana on the shore, the anger in his heart obviously lessened. F***CK, it can't be, it's him. Although he had 100% trust in Lin Rei's words, looking at the young man's current appearance, Sakura was somewhat stunned. And, that's right. Looking at Shuel Yin, Lin Rei told the truth to everyone. You guys, don't underestimate him. Do you know what his original form is? Blood Qilin. We know that the Qilin clan has been exterminated in the Desolate Era. Now that a Blood Qilin has appeared here, there must be a secret behind it. Moreover, the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan have all appeared in this world. I don't know if this is good or bad. At this moment, everyone was silent. They were in shock and contemplation. Lin Ray felt that the surrounding space had become oppressive. He quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, all right, don't think about it anymore. Let's go and see him first. We already know that it's afternoon." After saying that, Lin Ray took a step forward and rushed to the stream. Sakura and the others naturally followed behind Lin Ray. When they came to the stream, their eyes fell on Shuel Yin, who was trying hard to chase a dragon. The corner of their mouths slightly curled, and a smile appeared on their faces. "How is it? Does this feel good?" Splash! Suddenly, Blood Lotus, who had been working hard to move forward, broke out of the water. Raising his head to look at the chortling Linley, he felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. He truly had to submit to Linley. But at the same time, he cursed Lin Ray in his heart for being a fool who had nothing better to do. He sealed his cultivation to catch the arowana. If it wasn't for him, those 100 arowana would be a piece of cake for him with his cultivation. He wouldn't need to waste time here, especially since he had spent so much time. He still hadn't caught enough arowana. Right now, the Qilin already hated swimming. In this afternoon, the Blood Lotus had probably finished all the swimming he had to do. Looking at Lin Ray, who was smiling on the shore, Shuel Yin coldly snorted. "Then, are you here to laugh at me, or what?" Looking at Shuel Yin, Lin Ray replied, "Nothing. I just want to see if you have completed your task. By the way, if you haven't completed it today, you can continue tomorrow. You can finish it whenever you want." F***CK, are you serious? Didn't I just eat one of your arowana? Do I need to be so ruthless? Look at this, look at this. Pointing at the arowana on the ground, Shuel Yin angrily said, "These are all arowana. You're still not satisfied with these and still want this daddy to continue tomorrow? Are you crazy?" "What? Daddy? Whose daddy are you?" Linley's face was stunned. Staring at the blood-red lotus, he suddenly had the urge to beat someone up. Ow! Perhaps they felt Lin Ray's intention. The 9 azure dragons in the sky roared at Shuel Yin. A terrifying dragon might rushed out of their body and crushed Shuel Yin. F***CK, this isn't fair, ah. Feeling the enormous dragon might in the sky, Shuel Yin didn't care about the minimum conditions. He exerted his cultivation and rushed out of the range of the dragon might. "Oh, that's pretty fast." Looking at the escaping Shuel Yin, Lin Ray was stunned. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he said, "I will ask you one more time. Are you going to catch it or not? My patience is limited. Furthermore, I have never eaten Qilin meat before. Furthermore, it is a blood-colored Qilin. This kind of meat should be even more delicious." While speaking, he looked at Sakura. That's right. Although I have never eaten dragon meat, I have eaten dragonfish meat. If I eat Qilin meat today, then TSK. As he spoke, he seemed to have eaten the innermost part. Sakura kept smacking his lips as though he was willing to eat it. F***CK, you guys, looking at Lin Ray and the others, this really subverted Qilin's 3 views. Generally, it was demonic beasts that ate humans. How come humans even ate divine beasts now? This doesn't make sense. However, he didn't have time to think about it. There were 9 azure dragons guarding the sky, and Lin Ray and the group of humans on the ground. He knew that he couldn't escape. Not only was he afraid of the 9 azure dragons, but he was also afraid of Lin Ray, who was controlling them. Regarding Lin Ray, Qilin didn't know what to say. To be able to control 9 azure dragons, he must be an ordinary person. How could his combat power be weak? The answer was of course no. 3. Just when Shuel Yin was hesitating, Lin Ray started to count. Regarding this, Shuel Yin only wanted to say, F***CK, of course, he could only think about it in his heart. 2. As soon as the 2 words came out, Shuel Yin became anxious. F***CK, can you wake up? We still need to eat a hot meal. Do you really want me to go back? Really, I have never seen someone like you. After saying that, Shuel Yin sealed his cultivation again and turned back into an ordinary person. He returned to the water. Looking at Shuel Yin's actions, Lin Ray laughed. "That's right. Isn't this better? Why did you have to make a fuss? Look at you. Even if you make a fuss, you won't be able to do anything. What's the use of that? PFFF. At the side, Ing looked at her husband's shameless appearance and burst out laughing. This was the first time she saw Lin Ray acting like this after entering the divine world. If only my husband would act like this more often in the future. What she thought in her heart might not be able to come true. She knew that she could only treat it as an extravagant hope. All right, you can slowly catch them here. When you are done, come up. Of course, don't come up until you finish catching them. After saying that, he looked at the azure dragons and ordered, "Remember this Lord's words. Shuel Yin is not allowed to come up until he finishes catching them. Look after him." Roar! The 9 azure dragons roared at the sky in unison. It was as if they were responding to Lin Ray's understood. "And I'll leave it to you." After saying that, Lin Ray didn't stay any longer. He didn't care about Shuel Yin anymore. He turned around and pulled Ing and Shuel Yin towards the dining table. Chapter 975. In this way, 2 days passed peacefully in Lin Ray's eating, drinking, and playing. Lin Ray was very satisfied with this kind of life, but at the same time, he also understood that this kind of life couldn't last long because it didn't suit him. In these 2 days, Sakura had been following Lin Ray and didn't go back. Every day, he ate Lin Ray's dishes and licked his face to drink wine. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Ray forced him to stay, but because the Mount High wine was too mellow, so Sakura didn't want to leave. Coupled with Lin Ray's dishes, the two added together with such a beautiful and peaceful scenery in front of him, no one would want to leave. Ing and Ing were also very happy in these 2 days because they finally lived the life they were looking forward to. Although the time was very short, but they were very satisfied. Let's talk too much about the good things. Let's talk about the bad things. Shuel Yin, Shui Qilin. In these 2 days, he was the most sullen one. Originally, he was a mythological beast, an existence like an ancient giant beast. He should have been the focus of attention, but unfortunately, under Lin Ray's destruction, he was reduced to fishing. In these 2 days, Shuel Yin didn't stop at all. He kept going back and forth to catch the arowana, but unfortunately, he didn't meet Lin Ray's requirements. After all, he had sealed his cultivation now. In these 2 days, he thought of giving up and resisting, but when he saw the 9 azure dragons staring at him covetously in the sky, Shuel Yin was terrified. In the end, he could only continue to catch the arowana endlessly. Lin Ray didn't pay attention to Shuel Yin, but he ate a lot of the arowana he caught. After all, the taste of arowana was very delicious and could increase one's cultivation. In the depths of the Dragon Clan's holy land, Lin Ray stood alone on the cliff in front of the cave where Lin Ray was in seclusion. Looking at the mountains and rivers below, he sighed with emotion. This place is good, but it's too easy to extinguish the fighting spirit in my heart. Thinking about the life in these 2 days, Lin Ray was a little scared, but he was also reminiscing about it. The lingering fear was because he realized that his cultivation level was slowly declining, and the aftertaste was that this kind of life was very good. Unfortunately, Lin Ray knew that he was not suitable for this kind of life, at least not now. How is it? These 2 days have been great. Isn't it time to move around? Suddenly, the little dragon's voice rang in Lin Ray's mind. It's time to move around. Looking down, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. The origin of space is coming. You'll probably be very busy during this period of time. But he changed the topic and continued. What about Shuel Yin? What about him? Hearing the little dragon's question, Lin Ray was stunned. Yes, how should he deal with the blood lotus? If he left it alone, it would be a waste of God's gift. If he wanted to subdue it, it wouldn't be easy. Thinking about it gave Lin Ray a headache. Subdue him. Subdue? Lin Ray was stunned. The little dragon said it so casually. Do you think you can subdue a descendant that has existed since the Desolate Era? Too naive. But of course, Linley naturally wouldn't say this out loud. Blood Lotus is very arrogant. Just from the way he conducts himself, you can tell. In addition, a descendant of the primordial era isn't so easy to subdue. That's right. Just like what Lin Ray said, a descendant from the desolate era was not something that could be subdued with just a few words. Huh. The little dragon laughed. Lin Ray, this is not like you. If you saw such a good thing in the past, you would have taken action without me saying anything. What's wrong with you now? This. The little dragon asked. Lin Ray was stunned for a moment. Then he stammered. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the origin of space first. It's urgent. I don't want to make a mistake when I collide with the origin of space. Hey, you brat. Seeing that Lin Ray was unwilling to talk about it, the little dragon did not force him and did not ask further. Then, the joking side of him disappeared in an instant. Immediately after, he said seriously, although I can't help much with the origin of space, I can still give some suggestions. If you want to hear it, I will say it. If not, of course I want to. As long as you say it, I will believe it. The little dragon was a little stunned by Lin Ray's quick reaction, but he recovered in the next moment. No matter what, he was once one of the experts, and his mentality was the strongest. Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon said, the origin of space can only use space and the power of space. There is space around you, so if you want to subdue and refine it, this process is very difficult. The little dragon's words were equivalent to not saying anything to Lin Ray because he felt that the little dragon was talking nonsense. Of course, the origin of space could use space and the power of space. Could it be that the origin of space could use the power of time? What a joke! Let me finish. Understanding Lin Ray's thoughts, the little dragon continued. If you want to succeed in breaking through, the only point is to break through with force. As long as you are strong enough, breaking through the seal of space would not be a problem. Doesn't your martial god stratagem have the effect of overlapping and strangling space? In addition, you have just learned the Void Blade and are familiar with space. I think it won't be too bad for the origin of space. Damn. The little dragon's words made Lin Ray have the urge to beat it up. What did it mean by won't be too bad? Did it mean that he didn't have much confidence? Yes, I just don't have much confidence. Moreover, according to the dragon race, the strength of the origin of space is at least the cultivation of a mid-stage Dao fruit sage. Think about it. Do you think you can defeat a mid-stage Dao fruit sage with the power of the origin of space? Subconsciously, Linley wanted to say yes, but the word yes was stuck at the tip of his tongue. He understood how powerful these two combined were. Linley didn't dare to be certain that he would be able to defeat them. In fact, it could be said that he didn't have any confidence at all. Therefore, if you want to defeat the origin of space, the only way is to let nature take its course and adapt to the situation. You have to learn to consider different things in different situations. Maybe when you fight the origin of space, you can enter a certain state, or you can think faster and win. Do you believe that yourself? It had to be said that the little dragon's pre-battle bluff was a failure. Damn, you're not going to do anything? Seeing that the little dragon was about to run away, Lin Ray couldn't help but curse. Nonsense. This is your business, not mine. What else can I do if I don't run? Besides, I've been out for so long. It's time for me to go back and get my beauty sleep. After saying that, the little dragon's voice disappeared. Even the communication channel with Lin Ray was cut off. Damn it, that's too much. Lin Ray could only complain about the little dragon's behavior. Lin Ray knew the little dragon's strength very well. TSK, how do I subdue the origin of space? Thinking about it, Lin Ray felt a headache coming on. The origin of space was one of the 3,000 great ways. It wasn't something that could be subdued just like that. Without true ability, subduing it would only be in vain. Time passed little by little. The sun set and the moon rose. The night of the dragon race was very charming. Perhaps the most beautiful scene in the world could only be seen here. Looking at the glowing things below, Lin Ray's mood dissipated a lot. Forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. Since I've already chosen to use the origin of space to become a sage, what's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll be a hero again after 18 years. How would I know if I won't be able to win if I don't give it a shot? Thinking about it, Lin Ray's mood became much better. The haze on his face was swept away. He opened his mouth and said to himself, "It's time to go see Blood Lotus." In the next moment, Lin Ray's figure completely disappeared from the edge of the cliff. At this moment, in the stream, Blood Lotus was like a child. She was cursing Lin Ray while swimming with all her might to catch the arowana. "Damn it, Brat, don't fall into my hands. If you fall into my hands, I'll kill you. Yeah, I'm an ancient remnant. How dare you ask me to catch fish for you for 2 days and 2 nights? Oomph. If you're so capable, don't go out. Once you go out, you'll be handsome while stepping on banana peels. Once you go out, you'll be chased by your enemies. You'll be cheated when you buy medicine. You'll choke to death when you eat. Choke to death when you drink water." Once she started scolding, Blood Lotus couldn't stop. That little mouth of hers was like a machine gun, making 222 sounds. Blood Lotus didn't know that when she started complaining, Lin Ray had already appeared not far away. Moreover, Lin Ray had heard every single word she said. Originally, he wanted to discuss with Blood Lotus how to deal with this matter. But now, Lin Ray regretted it. He regretted it. If you want to come out, do it in your next life. As he spoke, he took a step forward and his figure instantly appeared on the shore. His expression was as gloomy as water as he looked at the Blood Lotus in the stream. He coldly snorted and said, "Are you happy cursing? Do you want me to pull a group of people over to join you?" At this moment, Blood Lotus was still unaware of Lin Ray's arrival. She subconsciously said those words. "Hee, that's great." Just as she finished speaking, the excited Blood Lotus was stunned. Her neck seemed to have stiffened as she slowly turned her head in the direction of the voice. IF*CK. Seeing Lin Ray by the shore, Blood Lotus's heart sank. A bad premonition surged in her heart. Sure. I originally wanted to let you go, but now this daddy has changed my mind." A smile surfaced. "Since you like to curse, then continue. I won't stop you. Moreover, I feel that this place is especially suitable for you. It's spacious and like spring all year round." It's not me. You don't have to say any more. I understand." Without waiting for Blood Lotus to speak, Lin Ray raised his head and signaled to the 9 azure dragons. "Look after him. Wait until I return. You all understand." Roar. The 9 azure dragons roared at the sky in unison. Their voices shook the heavens as though they wanted to pierce through it. Nodding, Lin Ray didn't look at Blood Lotus in the stream. He turned around and disappeared into the forest. At the dragon race's residence, everyone was originally preparing for the migration, as Nameless Dragon said. Just as everyone was busy, a dragon roar that pierced through the heavens suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Plop! The sound of people kneeling on the ground could be heard. The dragons who were originally busy stopped what they were doing when they heard the azure dragons roar. They directly prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the azure dragon. This oppressive might is... At this moment, in the dragon race's hall, Nameless Dragon raised his head and looked in the direction of the azure dragon. His expression was filled with excitement. Amidst his excitement, there was a hint of disbelief and shock. "Lord Ancestral Dragon, how is this possible?" Nameless Dragon asked as he looked in the direction of the azure dragon. "No, didn't the Ancestral Dragon die in the Great War during the Great Desolate Era? Moreover, there were only 4 Ancestral Dragons in the Great Desolate Era. Yet, there were 9 of them roaring at the same time. For some reason, Wombing Dragon couldn't help but connect this to Linley, who was in the Holy Land, with this. Is it you?" Lin Ray didn't know what was happening in the dragon race. He didn't expect that a single roar from the azure dragon would cause such a magnificent scene. At this moment, Lin Ray had already begun to prepare for the arrival of the space origin. Inside the cave, the primal chaos dragon spear was stabbed into the ground not far from Lin Ray. Waves of oppressive might flashed in the cave. "Are we going to fight?" Sakura, who was sitting together with Lin Ray, looked at Lin Ray with a solemn expression. There was a flash of worry on his face. He admitted that Lin Ray was very strong. However, the space origin wasn't separated like the slaughter origin. Although the Space Origin's cultivation fell when it separated from Hongjun, no one could say how much it would fall. What made Sakura even more worried was that the Space Origin and the Time Origin were existences that existed side by side. These two origins were existences that could only be talked about. Now that Lin Rei was in a fight with it, could he win? The atmosphere became oppressive because of Sakura's words. It was as if Lin Rei was about to die. Husband, looking at Lin Rei, and called out softly. She didn't hide the worry on her face. She knew that she couldn't stop her husband. The only thing she could do was to support him. She would spare no effort to support him. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Seeing the worry on Ying's face, Lin Rei's heart trembled. He gave her a reassuring look. And I believe in you. You too. Can't you play properly? Don't you see that there's a good single person beside you? Perhaps it was to relieve the oppressive atmosphere. As soon as Sakura said this, the atmosphere was instantly reversed. Puffed. Ying, who was originally full of worry, burst out laughing the moment she heard this. Although she was still worried about Lin Rei, it was much better than before. Ha! Looking at the three people and the smiles on their faces, Lin Rei was even more determined to become stronger. He had to be on the side because he wanted to keep this moment forever. He wanted to keep this smile on the faces of his family, friends, and brothers forever. Chapter 976. It's here. In the depths of the sacred ground, Lin Rei was sitting on the edge of the cliff. His originally closed eyes suddenly opened, and a light flashed. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, and a smile appeared. He raised his head and looked at the entrance of the Dragon Clan. What? You mean? At the side, Sakura, who was sitting together with Lin Rei, heard Lin Rei's words. He raised his head and followed Lin Rei's gaze. His expression was filled with worry and shock. That's right. If what Nameless Dragon said is true, I'm afraid that the Space Origin is really here. With regards to the arrival of the Space Origin, other than being excited, Lin Rei only had battle intent left. He was eager to know how strong his current combat strength was. But at the same time, there was also a hint of worry in the battle intent. Not for other reasons, but the little dragon's words were very clear. The strength of the Space Origin had already exceeded the scope of his ability. And if he wanted to win and subdue it, the only way was to counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. He had to take one step at a time and adapt according to his own experience. Lin Rei understood that this battle would not be easy. It could even be said that it would be difficult to move forward. Can you defeat the Space Origin? TSK, don't say if I can. I can only say that I will take one step at a time. F***CK? Lin Rei's words made Sakura blush with shame. He did not expect Lin Rei to say such words. This was completely different from Lin Rei's previous state. Therefore, he understood that this time, Lin Rei had encountered a true expert. Moreover, it was an expert that could threaten him. All right. Don't be like this. It's not like we have no chance of winning. The most important thing now is to test how strong the Space Origin is, as well as its weaknesses and flaws. From there, we can find a way to defeat it. Seeing Lin Rei so determined, Sakura did not say anything else. He stood up and looked at the entrance of the Dragon Clan. His original lazy attitude could not be dispelled. A terrifying sword intent broke out from his body. At this moment, Sakura was like a sword god. If Long Wuming of the dragon race saw such a terrifying sword intent from Sakura, he would probably be so shocked that he wouldn't even be able to speak. After all, the impression that Sakura gave Long Wuming before was that of a lazy person. Perhaps it was because Sakura had never released his cultivation from beginning to end. And at this moment, Sakura was completely different from before. The current him was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness, causing one's soul to tremble. Since you said that you want to investigate the flaws of the space source, let me do it. I haven't been active for a long time. Now that I've met such a powerful opponent, I might be able to help you find the flaws. I might even be able to raise my cultivation base and realm during the battle. Seeing Sakura's high fighting spirit, Lin Ray was stunned for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. Forget about you. I'm talking about Nameless Dragon. Isn't he still here? Although I haven't really fought with Nameless Dragon before, his combat power isn't what you see. Oh, that seems to be the case. After all, he's the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. If he doesn't have any trump cards, I don't think he should be the Dragon Emperor. You don't have to say anymore. Since I've already decided, I have to do it. Otherwise, my future path will be hindered. All right. Seeing Sakura's determination, Lin Ray wanted to say something else. But in the end, he didn't say anything. It was because what Sakura said was right. A sword cultivator's Tao was to press forward without fear. If he didn't do what he said, or if it was because he was a little afraid in his heart, then this sword cultivator's path would come to an end. In the end, an unparalleled sword cultivator would be drowned in the long river of time. Hell, let's go. In the next moment, Sakura's figure turned into a sharp sword and rushed into the sky, disappearing in front of Lin Ray. In a valley at the entrance of the Dragon Clan, a young man appeared. Looking at the picturesque scenery, a smile appeared on his face. Sai, really? You had to wait for me to do it personally. Looking at the wall in front of him that had nowhere to go, the young man sighed and shook his head. Then, he raised his hand, and a natural ripple of Tao rhyme emerged around him. Open. He lifted his head and whispered to the wall in front of him. Suddenly, a strange energy came out from his hand and arrived in front of the wall. The energy released by the young man was very powerful. The moment the energy appeared, the spiritual chi in the entire valley began to become irritable. In the end, the spiritual chi completely lost its consciousness and was driven toward the wall by the young man's energy. And the moment the energy was about to collide with the wall, it miraculously stopped. Rumble. With a loud rumble, a spatial door slowly opened at the place where the energy stopped. I've already said that space is useless to me. In front of me, all spatial spells are useless. This one, I represent space. Looking at the door, the young man spoke with confidence, as though what he said was true. The door opened, and the young man strode into the door unhurriedly. In the end, he disappeared into the door. And the moment the young man disappeared, the door also disappeared as though it was never there. The scenery in the valley remained the same. There was no change in the slightest because of what happened just now. However, it was different in the Dragon Clan. The moment the young man opened the door that connected to the Dragon Clan opened at the same time. In response, the disciples guarding the entrance of the Dragon Clan hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Wooming Dragon, asking him to come and take a look. At this moment, the Dragon Clan could be said to be empty. This was because on the second day, Wooming Dragon had moved all the members of the Dragon Clan who wanted to leave out of the space. The reason why the few disciples guarding the door were still there was because they had given up when they were about to leave. They felt that this was their home, and they had to protect this place. Even though they knew that their cultivation might not be of any use in the journey, they still decided to stay. There was not the slightest hint of retreat in their expressions. In the Dragon Clan's hall, Wooming Dragon was already prepared. At this moment, he was in a state of extreme nervousness and anxiety. The arrival of the origin of space made him nervous because the strength of the origin of space was right there. Whoosh! Just as Wooming Dragon was feeling anxious, a stream of light pierced through the air and finally stopped in front of him. This is the voice transmission Jade slip from the disciple guarding the door. Could it be? As if he had thought of something, Wooming Dragon's expression changed as he hurriedly injected his cultivation into the Jade slip. Lord Dragon Emperor, this is bad. I don't know why the Dragon Clan's entrance suddenly opened by itself. Please come and check it out as soon as possible. Looks like it's here. Wooming Dragon did not doubt at all. To be able to open the Dragon Clan's entrance without anyone noticing, other than the origin of space, Wooming Dragon could not think of anyone else who could do it. Even a saint would not be able to do it. Sigh. Looking at the hall, Wooming Dragon let out a long sigh. A look of helplessness flashed across his face as he took a step forward and disappeared from the hall. At the same time, after bidding farewell to Lin Ray, Sakura came to the entrance and waited. There was no other reason but for the origin of space. Even though he knew that he might not be a match for the origin of space, sword cultivators were like that. They pressed forward fearlessly. Now, above the void, he was looking down at the Dragon Clan's entrance with a nervous expression. And in Sakura's hand, the sword within the flute appeared. At this moment, the sword within the flute was not at its original level. In the process of re-refining, Lin Rei had fused several kinds of rare materials. Because of this, the sword within the flute's level rose sharply and finally stopped at the semi-sage level. Lin Rei felt sorry for not allowing the sword within the flute to enter the sage realm. However, Sakura was already very happy to be able to upgrade the sword within the flute to this level. Originally, when he saw the sword within the flute, Lin Rei had planned to change it to a sage tool. However, Sakura did not allow him to do so. In the past, the sword within the flute could not be together with him. It could be said that he had used the sword within the flute to treat his brothers, friends, and comrades in arms on the spot. Sakura was unable to change a brother whom he could entrust his back to. It's here. Seeing the Dragon Clan's entrance appear, Sakura held the sword within the flute tightly. His palms were covered in sweat. His face was even soaked in sweat because of nervousness and excitement. Whoosh! Under the attention of the three parties, the young man stepped out of the entrance. The moment the young man stepped out, the space portal disappeared instantly. Seems like everyone is waiting for me. The young man stepped out of the portal and felt a few hidden auras. A smile appeared on his face. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into my Dragon Clan's territory? However, just when the situation was getting more and more serious, suddenly, an extremely uncoordinated voice broke the solemn atmosphere. Lowering his head, he looked at the person who interrupted him. His gaze suddenly froze as he said, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, it's you. Why are you trespassing in my Dragon Clan's territory?" As for the young man, the Dragon Clan's disciple who was guarding the gate did not know who he was, let alone why he was here. He only knew that the person in front of him had trespassed into his home. Who am I? I am Kong Shi. I am the future owner of this space. Oh no, it should be said that from the moment I stepped into this space had already changed its name and became my private property. Did you hear me clearly? Looking at the disciple who was guarding the gate, Kong Shi's expression was full of contempt and disdain. You, shut up and step back. Just as the gatekeeper was about to say something, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lord Dragon Emperor, why are you? That's right, this voice belonged to the Dragon Clan's emperor, Wuming Dragon. After receiving the Jade Slip, Wuming Dragon hurried over to protect the gatekeeper. However, he did not expect that these gatekeeper disciples would be so stupid as to go against the origin of space. Wuming Dragon was sure that if he had not shouted just now and allowed the gatekeeper to continue speaking, the only result that awaited him would be death. Step back. Seeing that the gatekeeper wanted to refute, Wuming Dragon did not give him any face and coldly reprimanded him. Yes. This disciple will step back now. It was not good for him to leave. Without any rebuttal, he directly retreated 1,000 meters behind Wuming Dragon and stood there respectfully without saying anything. Seeing this scene, Sakura, who was above the void, saw it very clearly. Even their conversation was very clear. Wuming Dragon took a step forward and came to Kong Shi's side. Looking at him, Wuming Dragon's expression was full of confusion. He did not understand why Kong Shi was so obsessed with the Dragon Clan space. Why? Why must it be our Dragon Clan space? Although there are not many spaces like this in the Divine Realm, there are still some. Why are you so fixated on our Dragon Clan space? Finally, the thoughts that he had been hiding in his heart all this time were finally spoken out. As the saying goes, if one does not speak, one will not feel happy. At this moment, he felt much more comfortable after speaking out his thoughts. Faced with Wuming Dragon's question, Sakura smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not have the opportunity to continue watching. Why? Actually, this seat also does not know. However, since this seat has seen this space, it must be mine. Do you understand? However, there's one thing that you did not do wrong. Right now, there are only a few of you left in the Dragon Clan. It would appear that you have made a good decision. However, you have forgotten that I'm talking about everyone, including you. Boom! A frightening oppressive might suddenly burst forth from his body. In an instant, it arrived before Wombing Dragon and began to oppress him. PFFF, when the oppressive might arrived, those with high cultivation like Wombing Dragon were naturally fine. However, the disciples behind Sakura suffered a calamity. A mouthful of old blood spurted out from their mouths. Their complexions instantly turned deathly pale. Their vision turned black, and their bodies fell weakly onto the ground. They lost consciousness. You, sensing that his disciples had fainted but were not in any danger, Wombing Dragon was relieved. Don't panic. Seeing Wombing Dragon's furious expression, Kong sure smiled. He raised his head and looked towards Sakura's direction. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Friend, there is no point in just watching. Why don't you show yourself?" Amen? Kong Shi's words attracted Wombing Dragon's attention. At this moment, Lin Rei's figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. "Lin Rei, is that you?" I did not expect your alertness to be so high." Just as Wombing Dragon was secretly muttering in his heart, Sakura's voice rang out. Above the void, Sakura was flying in the air. He was rushing towards Kong Shi. When facing Kong Shi, Lin Rei did not even think of hiding. After all, with the other party's cultivation, he only needed to slightly probe to discover him. "It's you?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from Wombing Dragon's mouth. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. The person who appeared was the Lin Rei that he was thinking of. Instead, it was Sakura, who he had once thought to be a useless person. "Your cultivation." Sensing Sakura's cultivation, Wombing Dragon was stunned. Such a cultivation, such an oppressive aura. Previously, he had foolishly thought that Sakura was a useless person. Sakura did not answer Wombing Dragon's doubts. At this moment, in Sakura's eyes, there was only the space origin, Kong Shi. Sakura could feel a sense of oppression from Kong Shi. "You are very strong. And man, you too. I can feel the sword intent emitting from your body. That unparalleled sword intent makes me very uncomfortable." "Is that so?" "Yes." Seeing Kong Shi's reaction, Sakura smiled and said, "Then you can continue to feel uncomfortable. But I do not like this feeling. For such a phenomenon, the usual solution is to destroy it. Only then can I feel comfortable." So, suddenly, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Wombing Dragon was like an insignificant person who was ignored by Sakura and Kong Shi. Chapter 977. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, the sound of something breaking through the air resounded. A moment ago, Sakura was still standing far away. In the next moment, the place where Sakura was standing was completely empty. There was no trace of him. "Amen? Trying to play speed with me?" A hint of disdain flashed through Kong Shi's eyes. It was as if Sakura was a clown in his eyes. "Clown? It's still hard to say if I'm a clown or not. That would depend on whether or not you can keep up with my speed. Also, tongue." The sound of a sword rang out from behind Kong Shi. The sound was sharp. An ice-cold aura soared into the sky, and the surrounding temperature dropped. "Sword." Finally, the instant he said that word, a 3-feet-long cold light rushed out from the back of Kong Shi's head like starlight. It pierced towards Kong Shi's head. The speed was so fast that it caused one to be speechless. The entire process did not even take a second. At this moment, Sakura was using his full strength. He did not hold back in the slightest. He understood that if he were to hold back at this moment, the only thing that awaited him would be death. Because the difference in cultivation between the two of them was truly too great. If he did not catch his opponent off guard and fight with him, he would likely not have the chance to fight here anymore. The speed. At the side, Wombing Long, who had been paying attention to the scene, was shocked the instant he saw a sword appear behind Kong Shi's back. At the moment when he saw the sword, "I am in Sakura," he understood that he had been a complete clown from beginning to end. However, this was not Wombing Long's fault. After all, he had been in a high position for a long time. After all, he had been used to hearing some praises. Thus, his heart was already blinded by that kind of thing. You think that you can injure me with just this bit of ability? If that's the case, then your horizons are too shallow, because you don't know how big this world is. The sword cultivators that are stronger than you are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. After saying that, a hint of sternness flashed through Kong Shi's eyes. He pulled out his left hand that was hugging his chest and lightly raised it. He wanted to grab Sakura's sword. If my horizons are shallow, then your eyes can be considered blind, because my sword is not something that those trash can compare to. Chaotic Heaven Sword Art, one sword playing the zither. It moved, the first form of Sakura's strongest sword art. Its power couldn't be underestimated, and even Linrei was a little afraid. Chaos Heaven Sword Art itself wasn't a sword art, but a staff art. Because Sakura wasn't good at staff arts, and this Chaos Heaven staff art was very powerful, Sakura spent a long time to change this staff art into the current Chaos Heaven Sword Art. Even so, the shadow of the staff technique still could not be removed. After all, this sword technique was not created by him. Although the moves of the sword technique were thought of by him, in the end, the source of this difficult task was a powerful staff technique. Although the appearance could be removed, the essence was inconvenient. Bang! This sword could be said to have caused the world to lose its color. This sword could be said to have become the focus of everyone's attention. What this? A shocked voice came out of Kong Shi's mouth. At that moment, a sharp pain came from Kong Shi's palm, then spread to his arm, and then to his whole body. A blood-curdling scream came out of Kong Shi's mouth. His face was full of disbelief. At the same time, an expression of wanting to kill flashed across his face. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can his sword art be so powerful? His cultivation is clearly only at the hierarch realm. How can the power displayed by him be so powerful? Has his sword intent reached such a high level? Otherwise, how can he hurt me? It shouldn't be. How can there be such a powerful expert in such a low-level plane? Why is it like this? It shouldn't be. One after another, impossible thoughts flashed in Kong Shi's mind. However, he didn't know that Linrei was even stronger and more monstrous than him. Moreover, everyone might have forgotten that not only did Linrei awaken his bloodline, but Linrei's blood was also lying in Sakura's body. Although it didn't awaken his bloodline, the energy of the blood had increased Sakura's combat power by several levels. Swoosh! A figure rushed out of the battle range, and a scarlet light flashed in the air. Bang! Bang! Following that figure flew out 100 zhong and rolled on the ground a few times before forcibly circulating his cultivation to stop himself. Who is it? Looking at the figure lying on the ground in the distance, Wu Minglong's heart was filled with hope. In his heart, he hoped that that person was Sakura. Perhaps it was because of his psychological effect that made him think that Sakura would lose this battle. In his opinion, Linrei was very powerful. At the very least, he was stronger than Sakura. Therefore, even if Sakura lost, there was still Linrei. He believed in Linrei very much, because Linrei had already given him enough strength to shock and terrify him. Bang! A muffled sound came from the distance. A piece of stone that was pressing on the figure's body was removed. The figure's true appearance appeared in front of everyone's eyes. SSS, how is this possible? Looking at the miserable figure in the distance, Wu Minglong couldn't help but speak. However, just as his voice came out, he realized his own situation and immediately shut his mouth. Looks like my strength is still not enough. Such a strong person actually only suffered light injuries. When he looked at Kong in the distance, Sakura could feel that the other party's aura was not the slightest bit. On the contrary, it was much stronger. This caused his heart to tremble, and he became vigilant. He was very clear that even when he was facing Linrei, although he felt incomparable pressure compared to the person in front of him, it could be said that it paled in comparison. There was no comparison at all. Of course, Linrei's strength was not very strong. However, against Kong in the sky, there was nothing he could do. After all, Kong in the sky was the source of the space origin Dowfinger. Bah, you melon. You actually made me eat a mouthful of dirt. Just you wait. After feeling the foreign object in his mouth, Kong in the sky frowned and quickly opened his mouth to spit out the thing in his mouth. However, the dirt had already melted in Kong's mouth. Even if he spat it out, he could still feel the sticky and stinky feeling and taste. You are indeed very strong. You only suffered a slight injury under my moves. I have to say that I am beginning to admire you. To be honest, for such a strong person, only a battle was the greatest admiration and respect for the opponent. So what if I admire you? You will eventually become a pile of bones under my feet. So boy, if you have any last wishes, just say it now. Because I can't guarantee that you will still be there in the next moment. Oh, no. I mean whether you will still have the chance to speak in the next moment. As soon as these words came out, the air within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly stopped. The temperature plummeted to a horrifying level. Heck, come on. I'm waiting for you to get angry. Only by doing this can I find his flaws and weaknesses for me. A smile appeared on his face. When he raised his sword and pointed it at the sky, a tyrannical aura soared into the sky. If one did not sense it carefully, one would not be able to notice that the tyrannical aura contained a shocking sword intent. As the saying goes, those who strike first will gain the upper hand. Those who strike later will suffer. Striking first to gain the upper hand is a common thing in war. The second style of chaotic heaven sword technique, frost sword. Suddenly, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped again. A layer of frost formed in the surroundings. Icicles condensed and fell from the sky. This aura. Feeling this strange aura, Kong sure was stunned. It was similar to the scene when he was sent flying by Sakura's sword. He felt very sullen. To think that he, an existence at the pinnacle of Tao, would be defeated so easily. Suppressed. This made him feel very embarrassed. Not yet. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my might? A strange energy overflowed and formed around Kong Sure. This is... Seeing the abnormal energy around Kong Sure, Sakura was stunned. Then, he recovered and continued to charge at Kong Sure. Stupid. Looking at Sakura, who was still charging at him, Kong Sure sneered. He raised his hand, and a move that seemed to be a battle technique rushed out of Kong Sure's palm. Frost Sword Chi, freeze everything for me. He moved. Not far from Kong Sure, a powerful frost chi emerged and instantly sealed the area within a radius of 1,000 feet. Even Nameless Dragon could not react in time and was directly wrapped by the frost sword chi. The space was sealed. Kong Sure frowned and lowered his head to look at Sakura. Looking at his smiling face, a bad premonition surged in his heart. Oh, whoosh, 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 PFFF, PFFF. Just at this moment, when Kong Sure was in a strange state, a blue sword chi formed by the frost chi began to condense and charge towards Kong Sure's Nameless Dragon. As for Sakura, who was in the middle of the frost sword chi, he was not afraid at all because the frost sword chi would not attack him. As for the energy that Kong Sure slashed out, the moment it neared Sakura, the frost sword chi moved and surrounded that energy to wear it down. Although the speed did not seem to be very fast, Sakura did not know what incredible thing he had done. Others might not know, but Ruo Lin and Lei would definitely understand what this strange energy was. It was not a low-grade energy, but a kind of grateful nourishment in a person who pursued his own essence. As for the energy that Kong Sure displayed, it was the power of space that he yearned for even in his dreams. Time passed bit by bit. Under Sakura's control, the frost sword chi disintegrated bit by bit, proving the strongest existence. Devouring heaven art, devour for me. Suddenly, a low roar came from Sakura's mouth. In the next moment, a strange energy suddenly appeared. The moment the strange, devouring energy appeared, it began to devour everything around it. Devouring heaven art was Lin Rei's. He understood the strength of this devouring heaven art. The label of devouring everything was not just for show. Ding, the devouring energy is constantly flowing into the body. Please pay attention. Hearing this, Lin Rei was obviously stunned. He used his heart to feel the energy lying in his body. I didn't expect this to work. Feeling the energy was something that he had to do at the last minute. Ding! Do you want to check the information and update it? The system's voice appeared again. F*CK, Lin Rei cursed. Yes, yes. After saying that, the class ended. A screen appeared in front of Lin Rei. Lin Rei's information appeared in front of Lin Rei. Name: Lin Rei. Age: 3793. System level: for cultivation base, peak late reverend experience: 158364872 Li Long, 200000000 Li Long. Spiritual roots: thunder, fire, wood, metal, chaos. Spiritual roots talent: Tao fruit saint. Great circle cultivation method: primal chaos. Scripture level 4, incomplete. Devouring heavenly technique, growable, primordial pill refinement. Entry level cultivation method: cloud formula. Emperor level cultivation method: same formation. Emperor level cultivation method: tyrant. Body technique: Emperor level cultivation method: thunder tyrant body. Emperor level cultivation method: lightning scripture. Divine level cultivation method: martial techniques. Butterfly steps. Entry level: star finger proficient. Silent thunder spear art. High profound level martial technique. Now practice to entry level. Can produce 3 lightning bolts. 1000 sword art. Heaven level. Level 3 incineration. Emperor level: dragon subduing step. Emperor level: Shura spear art. King level: Shura sword formation. King level: divine transformation. Emperor level: colored glaze. Lower sacred level: 1000 illusions. Lower sacred level: spiritual treasures. Chaos dragon spear. Top grade divine weapon. Martial emperor divine spear. Lower grade divine weapon. Growable: 10,000 magic sword. No grade: 10,000 beast treasure furnace. Heavenly temple. Upper grade immortal weapon. Heaven and earth Huayu. No grade: demon subduing sword. Lower sacred level. Cauldron of heaven and earth. Lower sacred level. Equipment: flowing light divine weapon set mount. Middle reverend god lucky draw wheel. 0 character lottery system. 0 times reputation. 0 exchange points. 340. 000 spiritual stones. 0 lower sacred level alchemist. 1824 Li Long. 10,000 Li Long. Sacred level array master. 134 Li Long. 10,000 Li Long. Sacred level weapon master. 1536 Li Long. 10,000 Long. Saint level symbol master. 186 mythical dragons. 10,000 mythical dragons. Top grade spiritual herbs. None natural. Materials and earthly treasures. None mission. Main mission: enter the holy world within 1,000 years. Side mission: refine the Tower of Babel. Unlimited. Pills: 11 mind control pills. 5639 mind control pills. Isn't this still the same? Looking at his own information, he frowned and asked, Ding! Information change has begun. Host, please look forward to it. The system spoke. Lin Rei obediently stood aside and quietly watched what would happen next. Ding! The hesitant doppelganger is forcefully absorbing the space origin, so the weapon grade is about to begin. As for what the system had said about changing the information, after experiencing it for real, he would feel helpless about the cruelty of time. You're telling me that you're changing it? What the hell are you trying to do? Linley was very angry. He had thought that something amazing would happen this time. Fisk, you're thinking too much. Right now, you should hurry up and care about Sakura. His body has already reached the point where it's about to collapse. At the entrance of the dragon race, bam! A figure descended from the sky and knelt down on one knee. Using his hands to support himself, he lowered his head, making it impossible to see his emotions. My eyesore chi is not to be trifled with. You actually took it head on. Should I say that you're stupid or stupid? Really? That's right. The one who knelt down on one knee was still Kongsher. Kongsher thought that using his cultivation would be enough to suppress Sakura, who knew that Sakura still had a powerful sword technique. UPFFF. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Because of vomiting blood, Kong Shi's face turned pale. Facing Sakura, Kong Shi's eyes no longer had the kind of servility that he had in the academy. How is it? My chaotic heaven sword technique is not bad, right? Although it didn't hurt you, at least it hurt you. Chapter 978. At this moment, Kong Shi could be described as battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled as he knelt on the ground with one knee. His clothes were cut open by something sharp. His clothes were probably worse than a beggar's. In particular, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Compared to the previous Kong Shi, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Perhaps even his friends would not be able to recognize that he was the handsome and carefree Kong Shi. Sakura was very satisfied with this. Although he didn't injure Kong Shi's foundation, at least his sword art was able to deal with an expert like Kong Shi. Bastard! Looking up at Sakura in the sky, a murderous aura flashed across his face. He crazily mobilized his cultivation base. It could be said that he felt the most humiliated today. He was forced to retreat twice by a hierarch cultivator in one day. This was something that had never happened to him before. If the other origins in Hongjun knew that the dignified space origin was humiliated like this, they would probably laugh at him. After all, the relationship between the origins wasn't very good. In addition, Kong Shi used to rely on his strength as the space origin, so he didn't put the other origins in his eyes. As a result, he didn't even have a true friend now. What's the use of just talking? Come up and fight with me. I know you haven't shown your true strength yet. This is a kind of humiliation for me, and even more so for you. Looking at Kong Shi, Sakura opened his mouth. Every word was so serious and sonorous. As an opponent, we should respect each other. But you forget it, let's fight. The third test of the chaotic heaven sword art. Blood contract. Sakura moved again. This time, he used the third sword art. This move was very powerful. Even an early-stage Dao fruit saint would have to use all his strength to fight against it. Otherwise, the final result would only be destruction. Function Sovereign Bloodline. Activate. Boom! A tyrannical aura rushed out from Sakura's body in an instant. Then, the tyrannical aura began to merge with the blood contract of the sword. Raising his head to look at Sakura, Kong Shi's heart was slightly dignified. He could feel the power coming from this sword. If he were to think about the previous battle, he was afraid that what awaited him wouldn't be as simple as his clothes being torn and him coughing up blood. Time and Space Codex, Spatial Enchantment, Condense. At this moment, Kong Shi was no longer the same as before. Instead, he was using his own ability. The spatial tome had been in his mind since he was born. A series of strange and mysterious seals appeared in Kong Shi's hands. Not far above him, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared, trying to cover Kong Shi. Do you think that I won't be able to hurt you just because you have a turtle shell? Too naive. When he looked at Kong Shi, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Then, his figure became illusory and faded away. This scene made Kong Shi, who was on the ground, extremely shocked. Impossible, how can he be so fast? Clearly before. Thinking of the speed that Sakura used previously compared to now, it was simply like heaven and earth. If the current Sakura was the speed of a Kuan Pong, then his previous speed was the speed of a little bird. However, right at this moment, a strange and hair-raising feeling appeared in front of him. Didn't your parents tell you not to get distracted during a battle? If you get distracted, you will die. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed and finally landed on Kong Shi's barrier. Foolish, how can this sovereign spatial barrier be? Kacha. Just when Kong Shi was praising his spatial barrier, a Kacha sound entered his ears. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. Raising his head, he looked for the source of the sound. Suddenly, the place where the blood-red light touched was broken. A crack appeared. This wasn't the end, but the beginning. Kacha! The sound continued. The crack spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. The speed wasn't very fast, but Looking at these cracks, Kongsher suddenly felt that his face in this other world was especially painful. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. How can this be? Other than shock, Kongsher didn't know what words he should use to describe his feelings at this moment. He was repelled time and time again. This caused his self-esteem to be seriously injured. Nothing is impossible. Looking at Kongsher, Sakura once again raised his sword and rushed towards the place where the cracks were concentrated. You're not the only powerful one. Although this is the low-level plane that you speak of, it doesn't mean that there are no powerful ones here. Furthermore, to be honest, you can't do it. Pong! The sword landed on the barrier. The place where the cracks were concentrated was now completely shattered. Gotcha! Boom! Finally, under Kongsher's gaze, the spatial barrier was completely shattered and no longer existed. PFFF Kongsher spat out a mouthful of old blood. The original color on his face disappeared and was replaced by a touch of paleness. How can this be? How can your sword art not be afraid of my spatial origin? Furthermore, your strength. Kongsher didn't dare to believe. He didn't dare to believe that a mere hierarch realm cultivator was able to break the barrier he set up. Looking at Kongsher, Sakura had a face of disdain. He said, "This is the price you have to pay for looking down on me. In the future, you can choose not to use your full strength. But next time, I don't know if your head will still be on your neck." Huntian Sword Arts, 4th Style, Reincarnation, Dao's Ghost Sword. Kill. He moved again. This time, Sakura didn't give Kongsher any time to think. He directly slashed at Kongsher's body again and again. As for Kongsher, he didn't have the time to think. At this moment, he only wanted to regain his face and ruthlessly trample on Sakura so that he would never be able to turn the tables. Pong! Pong! At this moment, both sides began to truly fight. It wasn't like before when Kongsher also used his sword art. This time, Sakura felt a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. Because, although he still couldn't dodge every sword that pierced Kongsher's body, 7 out of 10 swords were dodged. This made Sakura feel very depressed. However, this made Sakura even more interested. At the same time, he knew where he was lacking. Pong pong. As time passed, the speed of the two's fight became worse and worse. Even Long Wooming couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. Too strong. If I were to go up, I'm afraid the result would be a complete defeat. Looking at the two's fight, one crazier than the other, he was a little afraid of these three. He's going to lose. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground above the cliff in the depths of the sacred ground, had been paying attention to the fight between Sakura and Kongsher. However, at this moment, Lin Ray suddenly shook his head and said such words. "Husband, is that Sakura?" Behind them, Ing opened her mouth and asked. In her heart, she felt that although she wanted to see, she had the heart but was powerless. She was already powerless with regards to the hand speed of Sakura and Ing. That's right. The strength of the space origin is too strong. Although Sakura is strong enough to face such an expert like the space origin, even if he can dominate the divine world and be easygoing, those who haven't entered the saint realm are all ants. After saying that, Lin Ray paused for a moment before continuing. If Sakura is able to break through to the saint realm, I'm afraid the current situation will be reversed. Lin Ray was very clear that if Sakura was able to break through to the saint realm, with his means and the power of his bloodline, it wouldn't be a problem to fight against the space origin or even defeat him. The key point was that Sakura hadn't broken through yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. It's time for me to go on stage. Although you didn't find the flaw of the space origin, you did better. If it were an ordinary ultimate god, not to mention wanting to get close to the space origin, it would be enough to even be able to take half a move from him. Husband, it's okay, don't worry. Wait for me to come back and cook for you. Understanding the worry in his wife's heart, he turned around and gave a reassuring smile to the two of them. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. At the entrance of the Dragon Clan, at this time, the two streamers in the sky were constantly colliding with each other. However, if one's eyes were fast enough, they would be able to see clearly that Sakura was covered in blood at this moment. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. The only thing on his body that was intact was probably the flute sword in his hand. Admit defeat. As long as you beg me, I will let you go. While fighting with him, he welcomed the temptation with a smile. You want me to beg for mercy in your next life? Aren't you just a few more years of cultivation than me? What's so great about that? Give me another 1,000 years. By then, it's not certain who will live and who will die. When Ruo Lin Lei heard this, he didn't hesitate to say the words, "I believe in you," without the slightest hesitation. Do you think you still have a chance? Looking at Sakura, Kong Shi sneered. A touch of disdain flashed. Then his figure moved. In the blink of an eye, he came to Sakura's side. He condensed and was about to rush to Sakura's head. Am I going to die? Feeling the breath of death, Sakura smiled bitterly in his heart. In the end, I still couldn't help Lin Rei find the flaw of the space origin. It's really my people. Even if Hong Jun comes in person, he can't take them away. You're just a space origin created by nothingness. Who gave you the courage to touch my people? Suddenly, a sentence rang in the ears of everyone in the field, including Kong Shi, who was about to kill Sakura. At this moment, Kong Shi's hand had already appeared not far in front of Sakura. It was full of energy that made people tremble. But at this moment, the fist that was rushing towards Sakura stopped abruptly in the air. Sakura looked at the sky stupidly. His brows were tightly knitted, and a dignified expression appeared on his face. Lin Rei, Sakura, who had closed his eyes and waited for death to come, heard this voice. His heart trembled, and his face was full of surprise. You brat, Lin Rei's figure came. In a flash, he came to Sakura's side. In front of Kong Shi, he took Sakura to a distance with a calm expression. I told you not to come, but you just had to come. Now you're injured and almost killed. Are you stupid? Looking at Lin Rei's constant scolding, Sakura's heart was full of gratitude and warmth. He understood what Lin Rei meant. Still smiling. Sakura was still smiling mischievously. Lin Rei took out a medicinal pill and handed it to Sakura. Eat it and leave the rest to me. He is very strong. Be careful. As if he wanted to say something, he didn't say it in the end. Instead, he reminded Lin Rei to be careful. Then, he swallowed the medicinal pill and sat cross-legged to recover. Who are you? At this moment, Kong Shi regained his senses and looked at the two people in front of him. They looked the same, but the aura on their body was completely different. It could be said that when he saw Lin Rei, his heart inexplicably trembled. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that you can't touch my people. If you touch my people, I will cut off your hand. If you touch both of them, I will directly destroy you. Sakura, who was sitting cross-legged, said coldly. After the battle with Kong Shi, he was very clear about his opponent's strength. And now, Lin Rei said so. In Sakura's opinion, this was undoubtedly boasting. Young man's tone is quite big. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Kong Shi wasn't unhappy. Instead, he looked at Lin Rei with interest. Many people have said this to me before, but in the end, there's only one result for those people. Is that so? However, I believe that my end will be different from those people. So, come, let me see how strong you are. Clang. A long spear engraved with 9 dragons sounded in Lin Rei's hand. At this moment, the long spear in Lin Rei's hand gave people a feeling as if the hand of the Grim Reaper was already in front of your neck and could end you at any time. Even Kong Shi was no exception. The moment he saw the long spear, his heart stopped. He frowned slightly and became vigilant. Martial God strategy, strangle. In an instant, Lin Rei's long spear moved. The long spear with a cold light rushed towards Kong Shi. The power of space? Looking at Lin Rei's long spear, a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. If this wasn't the power of space, then what was it? Yes, the power of space. Kong Shi said. Lin Rei didn't feel comfortable with this at all. Using the power of space in front of the origin of space, in other people's eyes, was undoubtedly playing with a big knife in front of an expert, courting death. Bang! The Chaos Dragon Spear arrived not far from Kong Shi and stopped abruptly. It was as if the tip of the spear was stuck in the air. In the next moment, the space within a radius of 1,000 meters began to distort. Then, with the tip of the spear as the center, it began to overlap and compress. Overlapping space? Squeezing? Strangle? A touch of surprise flashed in Kong Shi's eyes. It's not over yet. Turning his spear around, he aimed it at the air and stabbed it fiercely. This was the so-called opportunity to kill the enemy before he could use his divine power. This was also a strategy. After all, his strength was not as good as his opponent's. In this situation, he could only find another way and adapt to the situation. Bastard, you... Feeling the aura of death coming from the front, Kong Shi didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and turned around. The power of space crazily surged. Chapter 979. This battle couldn't be not exciting. It couldn't be not exciting. It couldn't be not world-shaking. Whether it was Sakura or Wu Minglong, when they saw the battle between the two, their hearts jumped. The first thought in their minds was to escape. However, when this thought appeared, it was already too late. Lin Rei's martial god stratagem was within the range of Lin Rei's attack, and Wu Minglong and Sakura were undoubtedly within the range of stratagem martial god's attack. Lin Rei, are you trying to kill us? The aura of death surged around him, and his cultivation was inexplicably isolated by some kind of energy. His heart was filled with bitterness as he shouted at Lin Rei. Facing such a terrifying attack, in addition to the fact that their cultivation was inexplicably suppressed, if they didn't escape, then there was only one outcome waiting for the two of them: death. Hey, don't panic. Hearing Sakura's shout behind him, Lin Rei was stunned. Only then did he realize that his stratagem had enveloped the two of them. Even so, Lin Rei didn't expect to be in such a state. If he could still turn back, then the result would be obvious. Reverse. Reverse, in martial god stratagem, was a secret technique that didn't care about one's life. As for its use, of course, it was to transfer a portion of your energy. Perhaps the creator of martial god stratagem had thought that this stratagem might accidentally injure one's companions or friends. Hurry up and leave. Activating the word reverse, the space that was originally enveloping Sakura's martial god stratagem began to loosen, and the suppression of their cultivation also disappeared. After receiving Lin Li's order, Sakura didn't hesitate. At this moment, how could he dare to be slow? His figure flashed, and he didn't care about the previous injuries. His figure flashed, and he used all the strength he could use at this moment to strengthen his feet and footwork. His entire body seemed to have been injected with hormones, and his speed instantly increased to the maximum, rushing out of the range of martial god stratagem. As for Wu Minglong, Lin Rei didn't care about him at all. After all, he had wanted to kill him before. If it wasn't for Ling Long, Wu Minglong wouldn't be standing here right now. Pooh! A mouthful of scarlet blood sprayed out from Lin Rei's mouth. His complexion turned even paler, and his entire person seemed to have become dispirited. Haha, I really didn't expect that at this juncture you would still dare to use your secret technique. Tell me, if you don't die, who will? Kong Shi said sarcastically. That's right, at this moment, Lin Rei's condition was much worse than before. There was no other reason than the reverse art would definitely cause him to be injured. Of course, it was fortunate that Lin Rei had only used a small portion of the reverse art, less than 5% of the original secret technique. Otherwise, Lin Rei would have been worn down by the reverse art even before the battle with Kong Shi. Cut the crap. We still don't know who will win and who will lose. Don't forget that your current situation isn't very good either. After saying that, the spear in Yi Shiwen's hand sped up and instantly arrived in front of Kong Shi. Yi Shiwen did not show any mercy. The dragon spear was filled with tyrannical aura and directly smashed into Kong Shi's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, the spatial energy that had covered Kong Shi's body instantly shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed and finally rushed towards the beginning of the spatial fold. Bastard, you! Are you trying to kill me? Looking at the black hole behind him, Lin Ray did not dare to go because he understood what that black hole represented. In the endless void, there were all kinds of demon beasts. What kind of demon beasts were there? Those are all lies. Those powerful demon beasts that disappeared in the Desolate Era could basically be seen in the spatial fold. Their strength was terrifying. That's right. Looking at Kong Shi, Lin Ray said in surprise, but it's a pity that there's no gift. You. Looking at the smile on Lin Ray's face, Kong Shi's heart trembled, and his face became very ugly. He understood that he had encountered a madman who did not care about his life. He knew about the demon beasts in the spatial fold. At the same time, he also knew that he had to be very careful when opening the spatial fold. Otherwise, if he was sucked in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feeling that his body was about to be sucked into the black hole, Kong Shi became anxious. The spatial energy in his body was released as if it was free of charge. After wrapping his body, he used the spatial energy to the side. He wanted to assimilate this spatial fold and become something that he could control. Seeing Kong Shi taking action, Lin Ray's heart was a little excited. He longed for this kind of thing because it meant that Kong Shi was serious. Come, let me see how strong you are. Let me see why your spatial energy is called an emperor. After saying that, Yi Shiwen's figure quickly burst out with his long spear in front of his chest. A ruthless look appeared on his face. Bastard, bastard. Looking at Lin Ray's actions, Kong Shi felt that this person in front of him could no longer be considered a human because his actions were crazier than a demon beast. Heh, I don't like people who move their mouths. Moreover, you'll die miserably like this. Strategy of the Martial God, Gale Stab. The third style of the strategy of the Martial God. This was the first time Lin Ray used it since he started practicing the strategy of the Martial God. This was because none of the enemies he encountered before were able to force Lin Ray to use it. They weren't worthy and didn't have the strength to do so. Rumble. At this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly turned into dark clouds that shrouded the entire sky above Lin Ray's head. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled unceasingly. The surrounding temperature dropped to freezing point when Lin Ray used the third style of the strategy of the Martial God. A cold wind instantly swept through the space. Assassination. Lin Ray shouted in his heart. When the tip of the long spear was aimed at the sky, its speed was twice as fast as before. The moment Lin Ray rushed forward, the spiritual energy in the space that was sealed by the strategy of the Martial God condensed on its own and turned into the shape of a dragon spear. When the tip of the spear was aimed at the sky, it quickly rushed forward. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd. The aura of fear and death was so sharp that it was suffocating. Empty shield. Feeling the aura of death approaching, Kong Shi no longer hid his strength. The power of space quickly gushed out from his body. A powerful and mysterious shield appeared around him. Looking at Lin Ray, Kong Shi's expression was full of admiration. However, in the depths of his admiration, there was a trace of fear. However, this trace of fear was hidden very well and wasn't discovered. Boy, you are very strong. If you were born in the Desolation Era, I would probably beat someone like you. However, it is a pity that you were born in the wrong era. Therefore, you will eventually be drowned by time. Lin Ray didn't speak. At this moment, all his attention was focused on attacking. He didn't think about anything else and didn't want to think about it. Haha, come on. Since you want to play, let me play with you. As he spoke, a mysterious hairstyle continuously shot out. Waves of strange energy appeared within a radius of 100 miles. The moment the surrounding strange phenomenon occurred, Lin Ray felt something. However, in the next moment, it disappeared without a trace. Lin Ray didn't care too much about it. Bang! In the end, the long spear collided with the shield around Kong Shi. However, a scene that shocked Lin Ray appeared. The chaotic dragon spear left a mark on the mysterious shield. However, the other long spears formed by spiritual energy all shattered and disappeared the moment they collided with the shield. How is it? My empty shield is not bad, right? Perhaps sensing Lin Rei's shock, Kongsher said proudly. That's it. Then, he quickly pulled away and prepared to attack again. However, at this moment, Kongsher moved. Come on, I will show you something interesting. I guarantee that you'll have fun. What? Lin Rei was slightly puzzled. In the next moment, the surrounding space disappeared and was replaced by a familiar scene. Lin Rei had imagined this scene many times. I am pregnant. What? Jean Ling's voice was very soft, so Lin Yu didn't hear her clearly. Aya, I said I am pregnant. This time, Lin Li heard it clearly. When he heard that he was going to have a child, he was incomparably excited. And then, hugging the golden bell, he spun around in circles while raising his head and howling into the sky. Ha! I'm going to have a son. I'm going to be a father. I'm going to have a son. Looking at the happy expression on her husband's face when he heard that she was pregnant, Jean Ling was very happy. All right, Linger, I will prepare some food for pregnant women in the next few days. Also, try not to move around. If you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. In short, during this period of time, you must eat well and wear warm clothes. Try not to go out. Oh no, don't go out to wait for me. Understand? You are not alone now. We're going to have a child. Looking at her husband's nervous expression, Jean Ling couldn't help but smile, because this was the first time she saw her husband so nervous. All right, lie down for a while. I will go out first. Don't cook. Although I'm not as good at cooking as you, before you give birth to the child, I will take care of everything in the house, including cooking. Lin Rei didn't listen to Jean Ling's rebuttal and walked out. Before he went out, he locked the door and scattered some repellent medicine on the door. This time, Lin Rei went to a place where there were no wild beasts and not in the mountains. Now that Jean Ling was pregnant, it wouldn't be good for her to live in the mountains. So, Lin Rei prepared to build a house in that place. Just like that, Lin Yu left early and returned late every day. Every time before he went out, he would prepare a lot of delicious food for Jean Ling and pick some fresh fruits from the surroundings. Just like that, day after day passed. Jean Ling's belly grew bigger day by day. The house that Lin Yu built outside was finally completed today after 5 months. Looking at the house in front of her, which she had spent 5 months building, Lin Yu was quite satisfied. There was a table, chairs, a place to cook, and even a bed. Lin Yu built a big bed. There were all kinds of fur on it. Ha! I wonder if Jean Ling will be surprised when she sees this house. Saying that, Lin Yu returned home. After walking for a few kilometers with Jean Ling in his arms, he arrived at the place that he was going to live in. But along the way, Lin Yu covered Jean Ling's eyes with a piece of cloth, so Jean Ling was completely unaware of the situation. Linger, next, I will show you the place that your husband has worked hard to build for the past few months. I guarantee that you will like it after seeing it. Saying that, Lin Yu placed Jean Ling on the ground. After taking off the cloth, Jean Ling's shriek echoed far away. Ah, hubby, this is the home that you have worked hard to build for the past 5 months? At this moment, Jean Ling was so touched that tears rolled down her cheeks. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu quickly stopped Jean Ling, or you can't cry now. Besides, you can't be too agitated. Otherwise, it won't be good for the fetus. Yes, I know. I just feel sorry for hubby. I feel sorry for you for leaving early and returning late every day for the past 5 months. Saying that, Jean Ling snuggled into Lin Yu's embrace and stared at Lin Yu with a doting gaze as though she didn't want to shift her gaze away for a moment. Haha, all right. Actually, I found this place long ago. But back then, I wanted you to live here after you were pregnant. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Sigh, I didn't think it through. Hubby, thank you. I have no other request to be your woman in this life. The familiar and nostalgic scene in his heart appeared. Lin Li remembered that this was when he was in Shui Kin Village. When Jean Ling left home and got pregnant with a child for him, he remembered very clearly. At that time, Jean Ling was very happy. Unfortunately, he had only lived there for less than 6 or 7 years, and his memory had recovered. If it weren't for the demonic beast back then, he would probably still be an ordinary hunter in Shui Kin Village. Every day, He would hunt and go home to spend the rest of his life with his wife. The appearance of this scene made Lin Ray completely sink into it. Perhaps it was because of the guilt in his heart, or perhaps it was because of the longing for his wife, Jinling, and son, that he didn't want to wake up. In the outside world, Kongsher was surprised to see Lin Ray's phenomenon in the space. He didn't expect Lin Ray to fall so quickly. After all, the strength that Lin Ray displayed was too powerful. However, this scene greatly exceeded Kongsher's expectations. Illusory Sky is indeed powerful. Although this is only the illusory dragon I saw, if I can cultivate Illusory Sky to a high level, then maybe even Hong Jun will fall. Thinking about it, his face was full of excitement. Thinking of his current situation, Kongsher felt the urgency of time. Because he had used his power this time, maybe Hong Jun had already sensed it and sent someone down. In the Illusory Sky, Lin Ray sat in front of his wife, Jinling looking at her warm and comfortable smile. Lin Ray couldn't help but say, "Ling long time no see." Long time no see? Hearing Lin Ray's words, Jinling frowned and a hint of confusion flashed. "Hubby, haven't we always seen each other? How can you say that it's been a long time?" "Yes, we see each other every day. How can we say that it's been a long time?" A touch of tenderness flashed. At this moment, Lin Ray seemed to have completely forgotten his current situation and that he was still fighting with Kongsher just now. Chapter 980. In the illusory space, Linley had completely lost himself. He had lost track of where he was. At this moment, all he knew was love. All he knew was that his wife was still alive by his side, and that his first child was about to be born. This was very exciting for Lin Ray in the Illusory Sky. Perhaps it was the guilt in his heart towards Jinling and her child that made Lin Ray sink deeper and deeper, making him forget everything. Not outside the range of the Illusory Sky, Ying, Bing, and Tian Ning were standing together. Looking at Lin Ray in the Illusory Sky and seeing their husband, Lin Ray, in such a state, they were filled with worry. Especially Ying and Tian. As Lin Ray's wives, they understood the importance of Jinling in Lin Ray's heart. Now that the Illusory Sky had appeared, the thing they were most afraid of had happened. What should we do? If husband continues to be immersed in the memories of the past, then, the more Bing looked, the more anxious he was. He didn't want to see his husband so immersed in the memories. Sigh. At the side, Ying sighed. Her face was filled with helplessness. Her heart was filled with helplessness. She understood Bing's thoughts, but there was nothing she could do. Although she didn't know what the Illusory Sky was, if it could make Lin Ray like this, then she might not be able to return. At that time, her husband wouldn't be able to come out and she would be trapped. If that was the case, then there would be even less hope to save Lin Ray. She didn't want this to happen, nor did she want to see it. As if thinking of something, Ying turned to look at Tian Ning and Tian Shu Rabbit. Both Ying and Bing knew their identities. Thinking that they were both origin energy, a ray of hope flashed in their eyes. Feeling Ying's expectant gaze, Tian Ning understood what Ying was thinking, but I'm really sorry. I can't help you with this. It's not that I don't want to help, but I really can't. Looking at Ying, Tian Ning's expression didn't change at all. We are both origin energy, but you also know that Tian Shu Rabbit and I have the same origin energy. Now, we are separated. But even if we're not separated, this is the first time we have seen such a secret technique of space origin energy. Moreover, our insignificant strength is really not elegant. This, seeing Tian Ning refuse, Ying didn't say anything more. She could feel that Tian Ning wasn't lying to her. This might be true, but when she thought about how her husband was trapped in an illusion, her heart was filled with anxiety. As for this scene, Lin Ray naturally didn't know. At this moment, Lin Ray was immersed in the land of warmth and tenderness. Linley cherished his wife so much that he wanted to make up for all the regrets he had in his heart right now. Looking at his busy wife, Lin Ray was stunned and quickly went up to help. He took more of the things in Jinling's hands and said with a pained expression, "Linger, how many times have I told you? It's not like you don't know that your body isn't suitable for doing these things right now. Just leave these things to me." As he spoke, he hurriedly turned around, bent over, and began to work. Most likely, if an outsider were to see this, they would be stupefied. Even Wombing Dragon, upon seeing how gentle Linley was extremely shocked. Even Shirtion was the same. Although he was Lin Rei's clone, he had never experienced Jean Ling's matters. Regarding this, Lin Rei also didn't pass the information about Jean Ling into his clone's mind. In the illusory sky, looking at her husband's busy figure, Jean Ling's heart was filled with happiness. Looking at her busy husband, she reached out and touched her bulging belly subconsciously and said to herself, "Sigh, child, hurry up and come out. Look at your father. He's been too tired recently." Just like this, time passed quickly. Lin Rei brought Jean Ling to live in the new house. As usual, Lin Rei went out to hunt, gather herbs, and then came back to help Jean Ling cook. Every time he returned home, he would see his wife, Jean Ling, waiting for him. Lin Rei had said this many times, but the final result was always evaded by Jean Ling. However, he would continue the next time. In the end, Lin Rei gave up because he understood his wife's thoughts. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Today was a special day because just when Lin Rei was about to go out to hunt, Jean Ling suddenly said that her stomach hurt. Thinking about the date, he understood that his wife was about to give birth. In the room, Yi Jingjing's painful cries were constantly heard. His voice was filled with fatigue. No, husband, it hurts so much. In this environment, without a midwife, Lin Rei could only do it himself because he felt that it would be better to have him by her side. Besides, this way, he could also witness the birth of his child. Linger, do your best. Believe in yourself. Think about how the child will look when he grows up. Think about how the child will look when he marries his wife. Think about how we will look when we are old and hug each other to watch the sunset. Think about more beautiful things. This might bring you strength. Besides, you still have me. You still have me by your side. Let's work harder, and our child will be born. Let's work harder. Looking at his wife's pale face and drenched in cold sweat, Lin Rei's heart ached. He would rather be the one in pain at this moment. It was a pity that he couldn't take over the birth of the child. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. Husband, I'm in so much pain. Husband, The sound of the private room rang out. Time passed quietly along with Jean Ling's painful cries. Finally, under Jean Ling's efforts, the child was born. Wah! A loud baby's cry spread out from the room. The sound was so loud that it could be heard clearly. As for Jean Ling, perhaps it was because she was too tired after giving birth. After giving birth, she fell into a deep sleep. Her face was relaxed, but her brows were tightly knitted. Sigh, Linger, it's been hard on you. You even gave birth to a son for me. Looking at the little fellow in his arms, Linley had already decided that the child's name should follow his mother's surname. There was no other reason other than the fact that he had seen the hardships his wife had gone through in Jean Ling. Child, look at your mother's difficulties. From now on, your surname will be Jean and your name will be Yin. It means that you have to be grateful to your mother. As a father, I don't ask you to be very promising, as long as you can repay your mother for the pain when she gave birth to you. With that, Lin Rei placed the child on Jean Ling's body. He turned around and put away all the miscellaneous things in the room. The room looked brand new, which made Lin Rei slightly satisfied. Looking at his wife sleeping soundly on the bed, Lin Rei smiled and came to her side. He quietly waited by their side and did not leave even half a step. For some reason, Lin Rei fell asleep. The next day, Lin Rei woke up leisurely. Looking at his wife, who was still in a deep sleep, he smiled and went out to cook. Jean Ling woke up at some point. My child. Thinking of the child, Jean Ling quickly lowered her head. When she saw the child at the side, she felt relieved. Looking at the child in her arms, the crystallization of love with the person she loved, Jean Ling smiled happily. At this moment, Lin Rei walked in from outside. Looking at the aura on the bed that had woken up, Lin Rei smiled and said, you're awake. Why don't you sleep for a while? I can't sleep. Looking at her husband and the little guy in her arms, she said, Husband, have you given this child a name? I've already named him. Looking at Jean Ling's appearance, Lin Ray could not help but say the child's name. I named him Jean Un. What? Jean In? No, husband. How can he take my surname? No, this can't happen. When she heard that her husband had actually named the child, she resisted for a moment. Although Jean Ling was a little happy when she heard the name, this name was absolutely unacceptable. Stop fighting, Linger. I called him Jean In because I saw the pain you went through when you gave birth to him. I want him to remember the pain you went through when you gave birth to him when he grows up. I don't want him to forget how difficult it was for you to give birth to him. So, Linger, listen to me now. After saying that, Lin Yu took the child over and brought the hot food in front of Jean Ling to let her eat. Husband, why don't you let me see the child again? I still want to see it. If you like this, I'll be angry. Let's do as I say. Let's eat first. It's not like we can't see the child after that. When the child is out of confinement, we'll take him back to see your grandfather and let your grandfather know that you're a mother now. Besides, you haven't been back for the past year. I miss Grandpa too. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Jean Ling's eyes revealed a sad look. This scene made Lin Yu unable to help but walk to Jean Ling's side and hug her, comforting her. It's okay, it's okay. When you're out of confinement, we'll go. If you want, you can live there in the future. Besides, this place is quite close to Shui Kin Village. Yes, I'll listen to you, husband. Whatever you say. With that, Jean Ling picked up the food that Lin Yu brought over and began to eat. Although she hadn't eaten for a day, when she ate, she was still so slow and graceful. Time was a law that couldn't be grasped or touched. Day by day, it had been more than 100 days since Jean Ling gave birth to the child, and Jean In could also call his father and mother. This made Lin Yu and Jean Ling happy dozens of times, especially Lin Yu, who now urgently needed to cook for Jean Ling and play with Jean In every day. Every day, her life was full. When she had nothing to do, she went out to hunt. When she hunted, she would hunt nearly 100 pounds of meat and wild fruits. Every day, she fed Jean Ling and Jean In until they were full. As for Jean Ling, she originally thought that after she gave birth to the child, she could cook for her husband and child, but she didn't expect that things were completely different for what she imagined. After giving birth, Lin Yu became even worse. When she had the child, although she could only sit on the bed, she could still do some work. Now, Lin Yu didn't let her have a good time. She would even cook for her every meal. In this year, Lin Yu's cooking skills were completely developed. Every day, there would be meat in the pot. This made Jean Ling almost want to escape from Lin Yu's clutches after giving birth. But in the end, she could only compromise. In the outside world, watching Lin Ray sink deeper and deeper, the happiest person was Kong Shi. He really didn't expect that his elementary illusory space would be so strong. Bastard, who told you to treat me like that before? After saying that, Kong Shi looked at his miserable appearance, and suddenly, a trace of anger rose in his heart. Lin Ray. In the distance, feeling that Lin Ray was in a dangerous state, Sakura called out softly. Although at this moment, Lin Ray had a smile on his face, as the clone of Lin Ray, Sakura was very clear that Lin Ray was in danger at this moment. If he didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, the final result would only be death. What should we do? Now that Lin Ray is bound, what about us? Just when Sakura was anxious, Wooming Dragon's voice appeared. What else can we do? If you have the ability, then go. Sakura was speechless towards Wooming Dragon. Forget it. I'm not even as strong as you. Why would I go? I'm just going to fill up the numbers. With a fake smile, Wooming Dragon said, and then left in a flash. However, at this moment, no one noticed that in the Dragon Clan's sacred land, a young man in the water had stopped. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through everything as he looked at the entrance of the Dragon Clan. A strange smile appeared on his face. Space Origin, I didn't expect that there would be such a lively scene here. Slaughter Origin, Space Origin, 9 Azure Dragons, Cheelan clan, and that fellow who possesses a special bloodline. Could it be that the world has changed? Is there a problem with the Tendo or the Great Tao? Why would all these powerful things gather in the divine world? Oh, suddenly, a dragon roar came from the sky. Regarding this, the young man who was originally thinking about something trembled and quickly said, I say, why don't we make a deal? I will save your master, and you will let me go. How about? Although the 9 Azure Dragons were dragon souls, they still possessed the ability to distinguish and understand. Furthermore, they could also sense that Lin Ray was in a very dangerous illusion. They were also very anxious. However, due to the order that Lin Ray had given them earlier, they had no choice but to obey. Oh, Space Origin, you've got me again. A deep and powerful voice sounded in the young man's ears. This young man was none other than the Blood Cheelan Blood Lotus. Holy shit, you can talk? Blood Lotus was certain that the one who had spoken earlier was the Azure Dragon above his head. That was because there was no one else here. Enough with the nonsense. Can't you just give me a straightforward answer? If you can go out now. If you can't, you can wait here obediently. As for the Space Origin, if he dares to act impudently, you don't mind teaching him a lesson. Although this doesn't conform to the rules, for the sake of Master safety, we can't care too much. That's right. Even if we have to die, we cannot allow him to harm Master. At that moment, the Azure Dragons, who usually didn't speak, began to discuss in the human language. Hearing this, the Blood Cheelan was even more shocked. He hadn't expected the 9 Azure Dragons, who had accompanied him for so long, to be able to speak. Chapter 981. Yes, that's right. Your master is in trouble right now, so you should go help him instead of watching over me. Although he was surprised that the 9 Azure Dragons could speak, he would be an idiot if he didn't run now that such a good opportunity had presented itself. He didn't want to stay in this dream forever. If word of this reached the ears of those old fellows, how would he be able to survive as a Blood Cheelan? Yes, you're right. Hearing Shuel Yin's words, the leading Azure Dragon nodded. However, Master said to watch over you. Thinking about this, the leader of the Blue Dragons turned to the rest of the Blue Dragons and said, How about this? Old 6, Old 7, Old 8, Old 9, you 4 stay here and watch him. Don't let him run away. Otherwise, Master will punish you when he escapes. As for us, a murderous aura surged. We'll go save Master. Although we don't know if we'll succeed if we self-destruct, I believe that even that lousy space won't be able to withstand it and will collapse. Then, it'll be much easier for Master to escape. After making up his mind, a look of determination flashed across the Azure Dragon's eyes. Seeing this, Shuel Yin in the stream was stunned. His expression was full of admiration. I didn't think that the Azure Dragons would go to such lengths for a human. The ancestors of the Dragon Clan are actually willing to self-destruct for a human. I really don't know what's so good about this human to be able to make 9 Azure Dragons pledge their loyalty to him. Furthermore, they're all so loyal, Shuel Yin muttered to herself as she looked at the Azure Dragons. Yes, big brother, you guys go. Keep an eye on these guys. You have to save Master. F***CK, no way. You guys still haven't forgotten about me? You guys are too vicious. Shuel Yin's expression changed. He didn't think that the Azure Dragons would still not let him go at this point. Of course, the Azure Dragon understood Shuel Yin's thoughts. We don't dare to disobey Master's orders. Although you reminded us, it's not enough for us to disobey Master's orders, so give up. With us watching you, you won't be able to escape. He sneered at Blood Lotus and continued, Fuck, you should save your energy and work hard to accomplish your goal. Only then will you be truly free. Then, without waiting for Blood Lotus's response, he looked at the dragons at the side. The dragons nodded in unison. Then, the 5 dragons left the army and rushed toward the entrance of the Dragon Clan. F***CK, you guys are ruthless too. Looking at the remaining 4 Azure Dragons, Blood Lotus wanted to cry. He did not expect the Azure Dragons to be so sneaky. Looking at them, The blood Qilin smiled bitterly and shook its head helplessly. It wanted to leave, but didn't have the ability to do so. In the illusory sky, Lin Ray was quite satisfied at this moment. He had no idea what was happening in the stream outside. At this moment, he was living with his wife and children. Looking at his wife and son, Lin Ray's face was filled with a blissful smile. It's good that you're busy. I've already satisfied you. I don't have any other requests. However, just as Lin Ray was enjoying this kind of life, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. Palaces lined up one after another. They were actually so majestic that it was shocking. However, the scene at this moment was very suffocating. A middle-aged man was in the air. In front of the middle-aged man stood two women. The two women were in a sorry state. The corners of their mouths, faces, and bodies were stained with blood. Lin Ray knew these two women. They were none other than his wife, Jinling. The other person was naturally his subordinate, Bing, who was summoned from the blanket. How? How can this be? Where's this place? Why does it feel so familiar? But I can't remember where this is. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Ray could not help but ask, Me? Me? Why would I say me? The strange way of addressing made Lin Ray even more confused. Sister Jinling, are you all right? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the sky. Ling, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Being awakened by the cry, the scene in Jinling's hand fell into his eyes. Suddenly, Lin Ray did not care about anything else and directly rushed up. However, just as Lin Ray reached out to touch Jinling, his hand directly swept across Jinling's face. It was as if the Jinling in front of him at this moment was an illusion, ethereal and illusory. How could this be? He did not understand why. Other than being anxious, Lin Ray could only watch things happen. Looking at the unconscious Jinling, Bing was completely enraged. However, seeing Jinling like this, Bing did not lose his mind. A pure immortal spirit qi was transmitted into Jinling's body. He wanted to use his immortal spirit qi to heal Jinling's previous injuries. The immortal spirit qi continued to be transmitted. Soon, Jinling's face was not as pale as before. Luckily, the injuries from before did not harm her core. If not, no matter how much immortal spirit qi I have, it would be useless. However, what Bing did not know was that her actions were inadvertently seen by the Heaven and Earth Sect leader who was in the sky. Immediately, an idea appeared in his mind. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Since you all want to resist to the end, don't blame me. Whoosh! Instantly, the Heaven and Earth Sect leader took the initiative. As the leader of a sect, he had some skills. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he appeared beside Bing. With a bang, Bing was instantly sent flying by the Heaven and Earth Sect's Heaven and Earth Path. Naturally, Jinling was snatched away by Heaven and Earth Path. Things happened too suddenly, and at this moment, Bing's attention was all on Jinling. He did not notice Heaven and Earth Path's strange movements at all, which was why he fell into his trap. Pooh! Bing spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Instantly, Bing's face turned pale. This did not seem like much, but in reality, Bing was severely injured. Plop plop! After flying 100 meters, Bing landed on the ground and rolled one round before coming to a stop. Looking at Jinling, who had been snatched away, Bing could only endure. After all, Jinling was the backbone of his sect, and she was Lin Ray's wife. He could not let her be threatened. Old man, you are the leader of a sect. How could you attack the emperor so shamelessly? How shameful! Bing had no choice. In order to prevent Jinling from being threatened, he could only do this. Stop pretending. Lin Ray's wife is in my hands. Tell me, what should you all do? After speaking, Heaven and Earth Sect leader grabbed Jinling's neck and used his cultivation to remind the Xuanzong Sect members. All of you stop. Your sect leader's wife is in my hands. Put down your weapons, and I will let you all go. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. As he spoke, Heaven and Earth Sect leader's hand tightened around Jinling's neck. A painful expression flashed across Jean Ling's face, but she did not scream. Bastard, bastard, stop it. Stop it right now. Otherwise, I won't be able to make up for the hatred in my heart, even if I exterminate your 9 generations. At this moment, Linley, who was watching this scene, couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing his wife being captured by the Tao of heaven and earth, how could he, like Montgomery, endure this? However, Lin Ray could not stop all of this. At this moment, he could only let the situation develop without being able to do anything. He raised his head, suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and continued to watch. At this moment, Heaven and Earth Sect leader's method was still effective. Sure enough, after hearing Heaven and Earth Sect leader's voice, all the Xuanzong Sect disciples stopped their weapons and looked up at Heaven and Earth Sect leader. Everyone's face was full of anger. Quick, let my mother go, or I will kill all of you. Mother? Could he be Inna? Looking at the young man who suddenly appeared, Lin Ray could not help but take a few more glances. At this moment, Jean In, who was in the crowd, saw that his mother was captured. He was instantly flustered. He rushed up to the sky and roared at the crowd. The killing intent in his eyes was very chilling. Looking at those eyes that could devour people, everyone was stunned. Quick, Inner, quick, go back, don't worry about me. Looking at her son, Jean Ling instantly panicked. At this moment, her son stood out and was undoubtedly regarded as a target of public criticism. At the heart of the storm, it would be very dangerous. This was not what she, as a mother, wanted to see. However, the more she did not want something to happen, the more it always happened. TSK, Lin Ray's son. Since this is the case, I will kill him first and let all of you know that Heaven and Earth Sect leader is definitely a man of his word. With a whoosh, while everyone was in a daze, a cold light at the speed of light appeared in front of Jean An's chest in an instant. Without any hesitation, it directly pierced through Jean An's body. Don't! A furious roar came out of Jean Ling's mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this moment, there was a hole in Jean An's chest. Blood slowly flowed out from it. Killed. Simple and decisive. Ruthless and dignified. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect Heaven and Earth Sect to be so shameless as to use someone else's wife as a bargaining chip to win. They did not dare to agree with this. A blood-curdling scream came out from Jean Ling's mouth. Tears flowed from her eyes without any regard for her life. However, these tears were not colorless, but blood-red. Yes, it was blood. Watching her son die in front of her and being powerless to do anything, this was such a heart-wrenching thing. Bastard, you actually want to kill my son. Your sin is unforgivable. You deserve to die 1,000 times. This exalted is going to exterminate you. Generations of men will be enough. Generations of women will become prostitutes. I want your ancestors to suffer this torture for generations. I want you to personally witness your descendants being exterminated because of you. My son. A hoarse, furious roar came out from Linley's mouth. Seeing his own son die in front of him, as a father, how could he bear it? He was filled with regret. He was filled with hatred. But at this moment, he felt so helpless. On the other side, a painful cry came out from Jean Ling's mouth. Her voice was so cold that it made one's teeth turn cold. Jean Ling's hoarse voice sent chills down everyone's spine. They even felt as if their bodies were frozen. Their entire bodies were fixed on the spot. Plop! Looking at Jean Ling, who was choked by the heaven and earth path, Bing's eyes were filled with guilt. He came back to the ground with tears flowing down his face. He said to Gina, I'm sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't protect young master's comfort. I'm sorry. Bing's actions stunned everyone. They didn't understand, but Jean Ling did understand what Bing meant. Ha. She laughed. After hearing Bing's words, Jean Ling laughed. However, no one present wanted to hear such laughter a second time, because such laughter made them feel cold all over, especially that bone-chilling cold. It was as cold and heartless as 10,000-year-old ice. Get up. It's not your fault. The fault lies in the fact that these people deserve to be killed, but no one can stop them. I'm laughing because I can't see them being buried with my angry mother and son. I'm laughing because my son is dead, but my Lin family is not without descendants. I'm laughing even more at this group of inhumane bastards. Words that made everyone ashamed came out of Jinling's mouth. However, everyone could tell that she was joking because they all knew that when a person said something before they died, 90% of them were true, especially when they looked at Jinling's heartless and cold face. It made everyone feel that what she said was true. All of you, just you wait. Someone will definitely avenge my mother and son. Don't worry, my mother and son will definitely walk very slowly on the Nine Nether Path. We will wait for you. Crack. Suddenly, a sound that made one's hair stand on end appeared. After hearing Jinling's words, the heaven and earth path directly cut off Jinling's hand. This kind of pain appeared on a woman's body. No one would be able to endure it, let alone a woman's. You're too hot-headed. Didn't you want to say it? Since you want to say it, then you're not allowed to faint. Then, this spiritual energy directly sealed the wound on Jinling's arm. In an instant, the wound stopped bleeding, but the pain still eroded Jinling's will. Crack! Before anyone could react, Jinling's other arm disappeared and was replaced by blood gushing out. This scene was so bloody that no one dared to look directly at it. There were even some people who were unwilling to see such a scene. They immediately turned around and sealed their hearing. No, don't. No, don't. You give me. You stop. Give me an assistant. Rumble, crack. A terrifying energy was brewing in Lin Rei's body. The aura was filled with death, silence, death, and sorrow. As for Linley, who was still standing in place, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with the desire to do battle. His bloodshot eyes stared at the man who had tortured his wife and killed his son. Right now, Linley only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill. He wanted to kill all those who had threatened his wife. How is this possible? What's going on? In the real world, Kong Shi, who had been feeling smug and pleased with himself, suddenly sensed an aura of annihilation emanating from illusory void. Subconsciously, he looked over, only to see Linley's bloodshot eyes and murderous aura emanating from his entire body. He's possessed. Chapter 982. Husband. Feeling the uneasiness in his heart and the appearance of his wife, Ing was stunned. Tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Oh, whoa! Suddenly, a few dragon roars came from afar. How can this be? This aura is... Master. But why did Master turn into a demon? Song Long, who had survived from an unknown time, immediately thought of turning into a demon when he felt the aura of death and killing intent. Lin Rei would not normally emit such an aura. At this moment, everyone was worried. Their faces and hearts were full of worry for Lin Rei. However, what they did not know was that Lin Rei was currently in the illusion of the illusory space, and the illusion was still going on. No. The people of the Xuanzong sect saw that their mistress was humiliated by the heaven and earth path. They looked at Jinling, who had lost her arms and was in pain. As disciples of the Xuanzong sect, they were powerless in front of the scene in front of them. In their hearts, this was undoubtedly a very big blow. Even if today passed, it would still be an obstacle to their future cultivation. Heaven and earth path, you old bastard. How dare you bully my mistress in there? Aren't you afraid that my sect leader will destroy your entire sect? At this moment, Ing, who had been with Lin Rei for a long time, could not bear it anymore. He immediately said it out loud, pointing at the heaven and earth path and angrily threatening them. Heaven and earth path, you old bastard, just you wait. Even if you kill my Xuanzong sect today, when my sect leader returns, he will exterminate your sect. At this moment, the people of the Xuanzong sect were no longer afraid of death. They only hoped that the heaven and earth path would give Jinling a quick death and not torture her like this. fellow Taoist heaven and earth. We came here today only to destroy the Xuanzong sect. There's no need to do this. Look at Jin Ling, she is a woman. Isn't it against the righteous path and against your conscience to attack her like this? That's right, Taoist brother. You gone too far. Damn, you should just end Lin Rei's wife. That's right, that's right. Brother Wudi's words make sense. Fellow Taoist Qinquan, hurry up and kill them. Let's settle this matter first. There's no need to treat them like this. In the distance, Lin Rei quietly watched this scene. He was no longer as angry as before. At this moment, Lin Rei appeared very calm. The people who came with the heaven and earth path could not bear to watch any longer when they saw how cruel he was. Fortunately, they still had quite a lot of face. After listening to the persuasion of the crowd, the heaven and earth path could only agree. All right, I'll do you a favor today, fellow Taoists. Although he said that, he sneered in his heart. Heh, I play enough anyway. It's not bad to do you guys a favor. I'll just treat it as making use of trash. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll destroy all of you one by one. When that time comes, I'll make all of you beg for death. Although the heaven and earth path's face was full of smiles, his heart was extremely dark. She was killed. Blood gushed out and fell from the sky like rain. However, when this scene appeared, everyone squinted their eyes. Their pupils constricted and their faces were full of anger. Although the heaven and earth path agreed to kill Jin Ling, they did not say how to do it. However, no one expected the heaven and earth path to be so cruel. Even if she was dead, she did not leave a way out for others. Her head, arms, and legs were all separated. Her death was extremely cruel and unbearable to look at. This scene not only stunned everyone in the Xuanzong sect, but also the various sects that came with the heaven and earth path. They did not expect the heaven and earth path to be so cruel and merciless. They had clearly agreed to give Jin Ling a quick death, but they did not expect this to be the outcome. At this moment, other than the angry voices in the Xuanzong sect, some cultivators stood up to avenge Jin Ling and Jinan. In their hearts, they had already recognized Jin Ling as the mistress of the Xuanzong sect, and Jin had already become the young sect leader of the Xuanzong sect. Now that two such important people were killed in front of them, how could they bear it? All of you, even if we have to risk our lives today, we will die together with you. Looking at the heaven and earth path, everyone stepped forward bravely, but the result was not satisfactory. Linger, my poor Linger, I finally know how you were killed, and my child. Watching what had just happened, Lin Rei's heart repeated like a movie. It was like a curse engraved in Lin Rei's heart and could not be removed from his mind. I didn't expect that because of my negligence back then, all of you would suffer so much. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Well, you can't say that they are tears because the tears that are flowing now are the color of blood. Linger, don't worry. I will definitely find you. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, even if I can't find you, I will still find you. Even if I have to travel to every corner of the world, I will not hesitate. Because of you and our son. Kacha. It was as if the shackles had been opened. Lin Rei, who was originally full of confusion, seemed to have opened a new door in front of him at this moment, making things that he did not understand suddenly become clear. Rumble, within a radius of 10,000 miles, the spiritual energy rushed uncontrollably into Lin Rei's body. Although Lin Rei was in the illusory space at this moment, this did not affect Lin Rei's absorption of spiritual energy. What? How is this possible? Sensing Lin Rei's strangeness and the strange things happening around him, Kong Shi was stunned. His expression was full of disbelief. Broke through, Dao Fruit Sage. How is this possible? How can he break through in my illusory space? Why is this happening? Seeing Lin Rei break through, Kong Shi was a little panicked. Previously, when Lin Rei was only in the divine venerable realm, he already had such a strong fighting strength. Now that he broke through to the divine venerable realm, his fighting strength was probably, thinking about it, he could not help but shiver. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. No, I can't let him break through like this. If he breaks through, then in the future, thinking about it, his expression became determined. Yes, that's it. Even if it will damage my reputation, I will still strangle you in the cradle today. Raising his hand, a series of mysterious runes appeared in his hand. Not good. He's unharmed Lin Ray. In the distance, the heavenly pivot rabbit, who had been observing the situation, saw Kong Shi's action and shouted to the two beside him. What? No. For the sake of her husband, even if she could not defeat him, she had to go forward and fight. Woo! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from behind, full of anger. Thief! How dare you? Huh? This dragon roar and angry roar attracted the attention of everyone present. But everyone had different expressions. Some were excited, some were agitated, and some were confused and frightened. Of course, Ing and the others were excited and agitated. As for the fear, it came from Kong Shi. Song dragon. How could there be such a thing here? How could there be so many inexplicable existences in this small divine world? Fear at this moment, Kong Shi was very scared. He could feel the wrath of the Song dragon, and he could also feel the Song dragon's cultivation. Originally, one Song dragon was not a big deal. After all, the Song dragon's strength was not that high. But now, there were 5 of them. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be afraid? 5 Song dragons together, this was not a joke. Even if he boasted that he was strong, he was not confident in facing 5 Song dragons. Whoosh at this moment, the Song dragon appeared in front of Kong Shi. Its bell-sized eyes looked at Kong Shi. Its face was full of anger. Quickly, let go of my master, and today's matter will be considered as nothing happened. You can leave. However, if you don't want to, then even if we have to stake our old lives, we will still capture you here. So what if you're a spatial source? Did you really think that you would be able to match the power of 5 dragons by yourself? A threat, a naked threat, but Kong Shi did not know what to say in response to such a threat. Damn, I did not expect Lin Ray to be so powerful. He even has such a thing. Wouldn't it be better if he took it out? Why did he have to make himself look like this? Looking at Lin Ray, the heavenly pivot rabbit curled its lips, but the moment it looked at the Song dragon, its eyes were full of fear and vigilance. In the illusion, spiritual energy madly rushed into Lin Ray's body. But at this moment, the blood-red color in Lin Ray's eyes did not fade. Instead, it became more intense. Kill, 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 Linley spoke in a cold voice. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy on his face. He was extremely calm, so calm that it caused everyone to feel fear. Revenge, revenge, kill. Words came out from Lin Ray's mouth one by one. At this moment, he did not know that he was breaking through. The Chaos Dragon Spear appeared in his hand. He raised his head to look at the surrounding space. His expression was stunned, and he subconsciously began to wave the Chaos Dragon Spear in his hand continuously. Powerful battle techniques were displayed in Lin Ray's Chaos Dragon Spear, one after another. Nirvana Spear Art, Myriad Sword Art, Martial Gods Tactics, Dragon Subduing Step, and many other techniques that Lin Ray knew were displayed by Lin Ray at this moment. Boom, rumble. Muffled sounds came out from the illusion space. Kong Shi, as the Lord of the illusion space, sensed the strange movements in the illusion space and went to investigate. Damn, what is this guy doing? Kong Shi was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Ray in the illusion space. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Lin Ray was like a sofa machine that did not know exhaustion, bombarding the barrier of the illusion space around him. His hand speed was extremely fast. He did not stop at all. His movements were very smooth. There was not a trace of unfamiliarity. In the system, Little Dragon sensed Lin Ray's current actions. He sighed slightly. Looks like this kid still has not recovered from Jean Ling's death. I did not expect Lin Ray, who has Hongling's sovereign body, to be able to enter the demonic state and even break through in such a state. Interesting. Little Dragon did not have the slightest worry about Lin Ray's current state. It was as if this matter was not a big deal. Rumble, Kacha, under Kong Shi's gaze, Lin Rei waved the Chaos Dragon Spear in his hand and bombarded the barrier of the illusion space tirelessly. Finally, under Lin Rei's unremitting efforts, a crack appeared on the barrier of the illusion space. Kacha! Kacha! Under Lin Rei's continuous bombardment, the crack spread out in all directions like a spider web. At this moment, Kong Shi did not sit still and wait for death. He understood that if Lin Rei came out, then his ending was already set. But when he saw the 5 azure dragons in front of him, Kong Shi was stunned. Now it could be said that he was in a dilemma. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. If you ride a tiger, it is hard to get off. What should I do? He asked himself in his heart. At this moment, he had no other choice. After all, saving his life was more important. It was not easy to escape from Hongjuan's control. If he really died because of today's matter, it would be too much of a loss. Looking up at the azure dragons, a smile appeared. That, I will release your master. I will release. With that, a door opened on the other side of the illusion space. That, you see, I have opened the door. Now, can you fulfill your promise? Hearing Kong Shi's words, one of the azure dragons instantly came to the other side of the illusion space. When he saw the door open, a smile appeared on his face. Big brother, there's indeed a door here. If there is no mistake, this should be the exit of the illusion space. When the leader of the azure dragons heard this, his expression became much better. When he looked at the sky, he said coldly, "You're lucky this time. If you're lucky again next time, you won't be able to see me again." Do you know, I understand. As the saying goes, when you meet someone stronger than you could be a grandson at the right time. This is not because you are afraid, but because you want to go further in the future. You can go now. Eager to save his master, he did not want to waste any more time on Kong Shi. He waved his hand and dismissed him. All right, I understand, everyone. Goodbye. Kacha, boom! Just as Kong Shi was about to leave, the illusion space that was originally the illusion space was completely shattered. Lin Rei's figure appeared in front of everyone. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all, avenge my Ling heir. What? Husband? Master? Everyone turned to look, and in the instant that they saw Lin Li, all sorts of different voices rang out. But at this moment, Lin Rei did not hear them at all, his blood-red eyes staring at Kong Shi, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Kill you, asterisk whoosh, asterisk his figure disappeared. This time everyone was stunned, because no one could catch Lin Rei's figure, not even the azure dragons. Kill! A cold voice appeared in front of Kong Shi. The moment Lin Rei's voice sounded, the long spear was swung and rushed towards Kong Shi's heart. At this moment, Lin Rei could be said to have used 200% of his strength, and the strength of Lin Rei after entering the demonic state was not comparable to before. Empty shield, Kacha. The empty shield wanted to block Lin Rei's long spear, but unfortunately, Kong Shi regretted after the long spear fell, because he heard the sound of the empty shield breaking. How is this possible? Chapter 983. At this moment, Lin Rei had completely lost control. He couldn't hear anyone's voice as he directly waved the primal Chaos Dragon Spear in his hand and swept it across Kong Shi's body. This time, Kong Shi couldn't dodge it. Because of shock, because of fear, the inexplicable trembling in his heart caused his body to become sluggish. Bang! A muffled sound resounded in everyone's ears. A black shadow streaked across the sky and was thrown out of the battle range. 1,000 meters away, that figure formed a parabola and fell from the sky in a very sorry state. Bang! Bang! Even so, he didn't stop falling immediately. Instead, he rolled for a few dozen meters again. No one knew if he stopped himself or if he was forcefully stopped, but at least he stopped. At this moment, everyone finally saw the true face of the figure that flew out. Ing, who was originally full of worry, heaved a sigh of relief when everyone saw the black shadow. For no other reason than the fact that the person who had been sent flying was not Lin Li, but Kong Shi. This guy. Looking at Kong Shi, who was lying 1,000 meters away, Dubhe Rabbit exclaimed. Her eyes involuntarily swept over Lin Ray. At this moment, her impression of Lin Ray was refreshed in her heart. To be able to send a space origin flying as a Hierarch Realm expert, this was no longer a question of whether Lin Ray was strong or not. This was too shocking. Even if her original body was the Slaughter origin, she had never seen such a powerful thing. Heh, this guy can create miracles for us every time. As Lin Ray's clone, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous when he saw how powerful Lin Ray was. But at the same time, Sakura was happy for Lin Ray. However, the current Lin Ray was different from the past. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a shocking killing intent and blood fiend chi. Moreover, his eyes were bloodshot and he looked like he didn't recognize anyone. Oh, a beast-like roar came out from Lin Ray's mouth. His face was full of malevolence. Kill! Kill! Whoosh! His figure moved again. This time, Lin Ray's strength was even stronger. His entire body shot towards Kong Shi. His desire to kill was getting stronger and stronger. Bastard! Lying on the ground, Kong Shi felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen and recovered from his shock. F***CK again. As soon as he came back to his senses, he felt Lin Ray's sinister aura rushing towards him. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He now clearly understood how strong Lin Ray was. He suddenly stood up and looked at Lin Ray, who was rushing towards him. Space-Time's aura surged, and the power of space appeared. Space-Time's spatial blades were like arms under Space-Time's influence. Oh! Lin Ray growled as a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. It was as if these empty blades were completely useless to him. However, that was indeed the case. Lin Ray had no intention of dodging the void blades. He brandished the Chaos Dragon Spear in his hand and continued his assault. As for the void blades that were released in the air, they were all blocked and destroyed by Lin Ray's body. How could this be? This guy's physical body, how could it be so powerful? Oh, a low growl entered Kong Shi's ears. He looked up and saw Lin Ray in front of him. That sneer on his face was extremely dazzling. Die! He waved his spear, and the shadows of his spear appeared one after another. Tens of thousands of Chaos Dragon Spear shadows appeared and rushed towards Kong Shi without any hesitation. F***CK. At this moment, Kong Shi didn't have the time to think. Although he understood that this level of strength wasn't enough to kill him, it would still hurt. He used a Void Shield again. However, this time, Kong Shi didn't use one, but hundreds of his Void Shield. He didn't believe that he would be defeated by such a thorough defense. Kong Shi's Void Shield was set up in all directions, including Kong Shi's head. Even so, Kong Shi's heart was still beating like a drum. Others might not understand, but he knew very well that Lin Ray was already possessed by the devil. Moreover, he was in the midst of a breakthrough. His aura was at its peak. Kong Shi didn't dare to guarantee that his impregnable defense would be able to hold on. Now, he could only give it a try. There was no other way. The illusory Void Shield was obviously ineffective against Lin Ray. If he wanted to win, he could only rely on his strength. However, he was the space origin. All he knew was the space technique. To be honest, he wasn't a combat type at all. It was only because the space origin could use space to seal things. Therefore, bam, 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 loud sounds rang out. This time, Lin Ray didn't have the patience from before. He directly rushed forward. At this moment, Lin Ray was only acting instinctively. After all, he was possessed by the devil and didn't think about anything else. Bam! The battle had begun. The two of them exchanged punches and kicks. The battle was very intense. The only thing that could be seen was the afterimages of the two of them colliding. Lin Ray gradually became stronger. The aura of Lin Ray's body also became stronger with the passage of time. The little dragon was very clear about this. Lin Ray was about to break through to the Sage Realm. Originally, the little dragon wanted to let Lin Ray refine the space origin so that he could advance to the Sage Realm. He didn't expect that he could gain so much just by fighting with the space origin. This was something that the little dragon didn't expect. However, he was worried. After all, Lin Rei was possessed by the devil. If he continued to develop, no one knew what the final result would be. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to advance to the Sage Realm because of this. Now you're worried. Didn't you want to wash your hands of him before? Just when the little dragon felt that the situation was serious, the system's voice rang in the little dragon's ears. The system's words were full of sarcasm. If one listened carefully, they could hear that there was a hint of complaint in the system's words. Yes, it was complaining. After all, it had taken care of Lin Rei for a period of time before. During that time, they got along very well. He wanted to refute, but the system was right. At first, he wanted to wash his hands of him. But now, could he still do it? The answer was, of course, no. After all, the most important thing now was to restore Lin Rei's consciousness and let him enter seclusion to break through to the Sage Realm. Let's do it. Lin Rei has been tempered enough. The matter in the Divine Realm can be considered to have come to an end. As long as Lin Rei can break through to the Sage Realm, he can communicate with the passage to the Holy Realm at any time. As for other things, let's wait until Lin Rei enters the Holy Realm. After all, that's his beginning. It's the real beginning of the path he chose. Alas, yes. The little dragon sighed softly. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. His heart was very complicated. He wanted to let Lin Rei, his friend, enter the Holy Realm, but he also didn't want to, because once Lin Rei entered the Holy Realm, the matter of the Tao would begin, and the system's real test for him would also begin. At this moment, Lin Rei was completely unaware of the conversation between the system and the little dragon. Otherwise, he would definitely fly into a rage. He would point at their noses and curse. Mother of asterisk cur, weren't those things before? Every time you set me up, and now you're telling me that the test has just begun? Are you F asterisk king kidding me? The little dragon was quite confident in Lin Rei's thoughts and character. After all, the two of them had lived together for so long. It would be strange if he didn't know. Chapter 984. Right now, Linley was locked in battle with space-time. The two of them seemed to have entered a berserk state, and they didn't know exhaustion as they swung the weapons in their hands and clashed against each other. One streak of sparks after another flashed out in a breathtaking manner. This battle could be said to be earth-shattering. The surrounding mountains were all affected, and even the space where the two of them fought began to show signs of cracking. Both of them were unaware of this and were still in a state of frenzied attack. These two are too ruthless. They're already like this, and yet they're still not done. Looking at the signs of cracking due to the space, Dubby Rabbit clicked her tongue, and her expression was full of astonishment. It can't be helped. Who asked him to be Lin Rei? Besides, looking at Lin Rei, Sakura smiled and said, he hasn't had such a battle for a long time. Perhaps this is what he wants. In the system, watching Lin Rei fight more and more fiercely, and his consciousness became more and more blurred. At this moment, the little dragon couldn't sit idly by. He couldn't allow Lin Rei to continue like this because the opportunity to break through the Saint Realm didn't always exist. If he didn't survive this time, he didn't know when the next time would be. Suppress him. A strange aura suddenly emanated from Lin Rei's body. It wasn't only to suppress Lin Rei and restore his consciousness, but more importantly, to suppress Kong Shi. Although he didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, Lin Rei didn't say anything. Besides, if he let go of such a good whetstone, wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift? As the little dragon who followed Lin Rei, he had always adhered to Lin Rei's principle of not being extravagant and not being wasteful. What's going on? In everyone's eyes, the battle that had entered a white-hot stage suddenly stopped abruptly. Both of them stopped and stood at one side in a daze. No one moved an inch. Why can't my body move? Others didn't know what was going on, but Kong Shi was very clear. Just as he was fighting with Lin Rei, a terrifying energy appeared, and with a crushing force, he was frozen in the air, unable to move. Of course, other than his eyeballs, everything else was immobilized. However, his cultivation was not sealed. Even so, Kongsher was powerless. Even though he used all of his cultivation and used all of his strength, the final result was there was no reaction. As for Lin Rei, it was as if he had gone mad. His bloodshot eyes stared at the sky as if he wanted to swallow him alive. You brat, you're always causing trouble for me. In the system, seeing Lin Rei like this, a hint of worry appeared on the little dragon's face. Hee, what you're saying is nonsense. If Lin Rei didn't provoke that person, would he still be Lin Rei? I think so. Thinking about it, along the way with Lin Rei could be said to be causing trouble all the time. In the end, the one who had to clean up after Lin Rei was always him. All right, hurry up. Awaken Lin Rei's consciousness so that he can quickly break through his cultivation and enter the holy world as soon as possible. He can't learn anything here. The system urged. Got it. Lin Rei impatiently replied to the system's words twice. Then, a complicated rune appeared in the little dragon's hand, and it blasted towards Lin Rei's forehead. Ching Ling boom. A muffled sound came from Lin Rei's body. The sound was so soft that even Kong Shi, who was very close to Lin Rei, couldn't hear it. Ugh! A low roar came out from Lin Rei's mouth. The murderous aura that was roaming around his body slowly dissipated under Kong Shi's witness. Even the blood in his eyes slowly disappeared, and he finally regained his clarity. Seeing this scene, even killing intent should be able to understand that Lin Rei, who had turned into a demon, had retreated. Huff! Lin Rei let out a long breath, and his heart was filled with lingering fear. At this moment, he had already recovered, and he was very clear about what he had done before. Thinking about what he had done before, he was very shocked. He didn't expect that after he had taken the chaotic heavenly scripture as his own, he would still have an inner demon. Moreover, it was so terrifying. You brat, if you know how to be afraid, then you better behave well in the future. Every time you cause trouble, you hide, and in the end, I have to clean up after you. Really? A little dragon, it's you. Lin Rei understood. After all, if it wasn't for the little dragon, he would probably still become a murderous demon like before. He might even sink deeper and deeper until he was completely consigned to eternal damnation. Nonsense. The little dragon rolled its eyes at Lin Rei, and then its face became serious. Hurry up, let's not talk about this first. Sit down cross-legged and properly feel the opportunity to break through to the sage realm. If you miss this opportunity, it will be a very, very long time before you feel this opportunity again. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei fiercely slapped his forehead. That's right, I haven't broken through yet. Thinking about this, he didn't say anything. Following Lin Rei's instructions, he sat down cross-legged in the air and began the process of his comprehension. The Tao of heaven and earth, the beginning of all things, the cultivation method of the chaotic heavenly scripture appeared in Lin Rei's mind. The original spirit energy in his body began to undergo a qualitative change as Lin Rei cultivated. It's starting. When the spirit energy reaches the sage realm, it will condense the seed of the Tao fruit. Then it will be a true Tao fruit sage. Yes, as long as Lin Rei condenses the Tao fruit, it won't be a problem for him to break through to the sage realm. After speaking, the two of them tacitly laughed at the same time. However, they didn't laugh so loudly because of Lin Rei. This is the beginning of the breakthrough. In the outside world, seeing Lin Rei suddenly sit down cross-legged, the originally chaotic laws and spirit energy in the surroundings began to calm down the moment Lin Rei sat down. The heavenly pivot rabbit vaguely felt that the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings was slowly gathering towards Lin Rei. Yes, he broke through. At the side, Tian Ning smiled and nodded. I didn't expect Lin Rei to be able to break through in the middle of a battle. It seems like I have underestimated Lin Rei's aptitude and talent. Tisk, he broke through to the sage realm. The happiest people were Sakura and Shadow. It's good that you broke through. This way, you should be able to go to the holy world. A look of longing flashed in Sakra's eyes. He was looking forward to going to the holy world. Husband, seeing that Lin Ray was safe and sound and was about to break through, Shadow and Ice were very happy. As the saying goes, when one is happy, another is sad. Ing and the others were happy, but Kong sure was crying. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why he was unable to enter the passage. But Linley was not only fine, he was even making a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Kong sure felt very depressed. At the same time, a trace of worry surged in his heart. This guy was already so strong before. If he breaks through, then wouldn't I? In fact, Kong sure's thoughts were not without reason. After all, Lin Ray was a vengeful person. Chapter 985. Thinking was just thinking. Right now, there was nothing he could do. That powerful pressure was preventing him from moving. Although he didn't know where this pressure was coming from, he knew that it definitely had something to do with Linley. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to so calmly make his breakthrough. This pressure is at least at the level of Dao integration, but it shouldn't be. Only that old man Hong Jun can do it, but the more Kong sure thought about it, the more surprised he was. He couldn't understand why such a force would appear here and help an ultimate god who was like an ant in his eyes. If the little dragon heard Kong sure's thoughts at this moment, he would probably snort in disdain because in his eyes, Hong Jun was nothing. It was just like Kong sure's attitude towards Linley. In Kong sure's eyes, Linley was no different from an ant. Hong Jun was even more so towards Xiaolong, who was no different from an ant. A middle-aged Taoist was meditating on a cushion in the outer realm of the saint's world. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and a wisp of bright light flashed through them. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Space Origin, I didn't expect you to come to such a low-level realm like the divine world. It seems that I have overestimated you. At this moment, Kong sure would be very surprised to see the middle-aged Taoist again, because the middle-aged Taoist was Hong Jun. In front of Hong Jun, a young man stood there respectfully, motionless, and behaved very obediently. Master, since the Space Origin has been found, I will send someone to capture him and bring him back to you. No. Hong Jun looked at the young man and smiled. I can feel that the Slaughter Origin is not far from the Space Origin. I think the two of them should be together. If that's the case, even if you send someone, the result will be a fruitless trip. You should know that if the Slaughter Origin and the Space Origin work together, you won't be able to get any benefits even if you go personally. So no, since they want to play, let them play outside for a while. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in the young man's eyes. He didn't understand why his master would do this. Oh, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will deal with it later. A reassuring look was given to the young man. The youth was none other than Hao Tian, who had caused Linley to lose his sight in the 9 underworlds. Indeed, if Linley saw him, he would probably immediately attack and kill him. This youth was none other than Hao Tian, who had caused Linley to lose his sight in the 9 underworlds. Yes, Hao Ian understood that since his master had made a decision, this matter was basically decided and there was no chance to change it. All right, you can go now. I want to. Master, there's one more thing. Just as Hong Jun asked Hao Ian to leave, he finally said something that had been brewing in his heart for a long time. Master, do you remember Xiefeng? Xiefeng. Hearing this name, Hong Jun frowned, and a familiar feeling surged in his heart. Evil Phoenix, this name, sound familiar. She is? The Evil Phoenix, the master of the Phoenix clan, was imprisoned by you back then. However, for some reason, it was released some time ago. Seeing that Hong Jun did not know, Hao Ian hurriedly explained. Oh, master of the Phoenix clan? I didn't think she would be released. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Yes, it was just a while ago, and I can sense that Xiefeng's power is gradually recovering. I believe that before long, perhaps her power will completely recover. When that time comes, she will definitely return to the Saint's world to find you and the Heavenly Court. As Hao Ian's master, Hong Jun naturally knew what he was thinking. Haha, don't worry, Hao Yin. Since I suppressed her back then, I suppressed her. So what if she's free? You're just suppressing her again. Thank you, Master. Joy appeared on his face. Others might not know, but he knew very well that if Hong Jun had not helped him back then, the person who would have been suppressed or even killed in the end would have been him. If that had really been the case, there would not have been a powerful force like the Heavenly Court. It's fine. You could go now. Knowing that the haze in Hao Yin's heart had dissipated, Hong Jun waved his hand to dismiss him. Yes, Master. I'll take my leave. After bowing respectfully to Hong Jun, Hao Yin turned around and left the space. The moment Hao Yin left, Hong Jun, who was originally calm, suddenly became gloomy. A sinister look appeared on his face. I didn't think that Xiefeng would be able to see you again in this life. Back then, you refused to submit to me and caused that incident. At that time, I had no choice but to suppress you. I thought you would disappear in the river of time. I really didn't think that you would be rescued. Should I say that you're lucky or that you're courting death? At this time, Hong Jun was completely different from before. If Hong Jun represented peace and kindness in the past, then Hong Jun now represented killing and evil. But this is also good. Perhaps it's been a long time. It's not bad to see an old friend once in a while. A cold smile appeared on his face. Then he closed his eyes and fell into a daze. He sat up like a stone statue. Master, what are your orders? Not long after Hong Jun sat down, a man wearing a ghost mask appeared in the air. He came before Hong Jun and knelt down respectfully. Go to the divine realm and find out where the space origin and killing origin are. All right. Also, Xiefeng. Since she escaped, we must invite her up to talk about old times. Only in this way can we understand the attitude of one of my few old friends. Hong Jun did not speak. However, in the ghost mask's ears, Hong Jun seemed to have given him an order. Yes, Master. But do you want Xiefeng alive or dead? Also, how do I contact you if I find the killing origin and space origin? Whoosh! Just as the ghost mask finished speaking. As soon as he arrived, a flag with the 8 trigrams pattern appeared in front of Ghostface. At the same time, Hong Jun's voice arrived. Universe 8 trigrams pattern. He can manifest my will and find them to activate the 8 trigrams pattern. Then, my will will be transmitted back. At that time, I will personally go and greet my old friend. Hearing this, the ghost mask nodded respectfully. Then, he stood up and his figure faded as before. Disobedient. You guys are really disobedient. He sneered in his heart. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Don't blame me for being ruthless. My origin of balance does not allow anything that threatens my existence. So, the 2 origins and Xiefeng in the divine realm did not know that their traces were naturally discovered. Moreover, Hong Jun even sent people to the divine realm to investigate. At this moment, the 2 origins and Xiefeng were in their own places and doing their own things. Sakura, I say, what is your original body trying to do? Breaking through to the Saint realm is not something that can be done overnight. If he continues like this, we won't have to wait here forever, right? Not far from the entrance of the Dragon Clan, it had been 100 years since Lin Rei's breakthrough. For such a long time, everyone had been sitting and waiting for Lin Rei to wake up. However, after such a long time, Lin Rei did not show any signs of waking up. Not only Dubby Rabbit thought so, even Sakura could not bear it anymore. Let's wait a little longer. We have already waited for 100 years. What's more? As he said that, his eyes looked at Kong Shi, who had been motionless for 100 years, and said with vigilance, although I don't know why Kong Shi is like this, Lin Rei is at such a critical juncture. If Kong Shi breaks free, then Lin Rei will be finished. Seeing Sakura like this, Dubby Rabbit, who still wanted to say something, didn't say anything in the end. She understood that no matter what she said, the final result would be the same. The conversation between Dubby Rabbit and Sakura did not seem to be taboo to Kong Shi. Their conversation was completely transmitted to Kong Shi's ears. Regarding this, Kong Shi even had the heart to cry. Big brother, Big sister, can you guys stop? Can't you see that I can't move now? Really, slander me like this. I could sue you guys, you know. Of course, these words were only in Kong Shi's mind because he couldn't speak, let alone move. What the hell is this thing? It's been 100 years, 100 years. Even if it's a cultivator releasing his pressure like this, aren't you tired? Even if you aren't tired, your spiritual power won't be able to support it. Why is it that after 100 years, the pressure didn't weaken but instead became more solid? This question had troubled Kong Shi's heart for 100 years, but the final result was that he still couldn't find the answer. As for Lin Rei, Kong Shi had completely given up. Now, he couldn't even protect himself, so why would he care about Lin Rei? It's been 100 years. This kid might not have broken through. In the system, Little Dragon, who had been paying close attention to Lin Rei's state, muttered in his heart. Yes, indeed. It's been 100 years. This kid should break through. The system's voice transmitted into Little Dragon's ears. You bastard, you're not helping me. Do you know how hard I've worked for the past 100 years? I haven't rested for 100 years, and every day I have to use my cultivation to suppress Kong Shi. Do you know how sad it is? With the system's appearance, Little Dragon said unceremoniously. Yes, indeed, you've worked hard, but the benefits you've gained from it are also proportional. Looking at Little Dragon, the system said, in 100 years, your aura didn't weaken, but became more solid. This means that your cultivation has recovered a lot. I'm right. With his words exposed by the system, Little Dragon suddenly panicked and stuttered, unable to speak. Looking at Little Dragon's current state, the system found it very funny. All right, you better keep an eye on Lin Rei. He's in a critical period now, and he's the focus of attention. You can't make any mistakes, you understand. At this moment, the system's words were very serious, and there was no joking at all. In this regard, Little Dragon also became serious. Boom! Suddenly, the Yelong's starry sky in the outside world suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by dark clouds. It felt as if the world was about to collapse. About to break through? In the system, Little Dragon, who was talking to the system, felt the pressure from the outside world and moved to investigate. When he felt the changes in Lin Rei's body, he was stunned. He broke through. The system can feel it. At this moment, the system spoke. In the outside world, Lin Rei, whose eyes were originally closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of purple pupils appeared in front of everyone. Deep, mysterious, and attractive, the eyes that made one's soul tremble, as if they were not protected and recognized. The moment the purple pupils appeared, the dark clouds in the sky began to rumble. Break, rumble, a low roar like that of a beast came from Lin Rei's mouth, and along with the low roar, there was a muffled sound in Lin Rei's body. Although it was not very obvious, it was like a thunderbolt in everyone's ears, exploding in their ears. Boom, not good. Retreat quickly. In the distance, W Rabbit and the others who were watching from the other side of the river felt a terrifying energy coming from afar, and their expressions changed. They reminded the people around them, and in the next moment, their figures disappeared from the spot. W Rabbit's retreat, and Tian Ning and the others reacted by retreating as well. However, it was a pity that the speed of their retreat was not as fast as that terrifying and violent energy. Bam! 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 Sounds of collision rang out, and W Rabbit and the others who were retreating lost control of themselves, and their bodies flew backward pathetically. Lin Rei did not know about this. At this moment, Lin Rei was immersed in the joy of breaking through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Saint Realm in advance and becoming an early-stage Dao Fruit Sage. Ding! The host's information has changed. Name: Lin Rei. Age: 3, 793 system level. For cultivation base: Dao Fruit Sage, early stage. Experience: Shenglong 3001000 Shenglong. Spiritual roots: thunder, fire, wood, metal, chaos. Spiritual roots: innate talent. Dao Fruit Sage Great Circle Cultivation Method. Primal Chaos Scripture Level 4, incomplete. Devouring Heavenly Technique, growable. Primordial Pill Refinement, Entry Cultivation Method, Cloud Formula, Emperor Level Cultivation Method, Same Formation, Emperor Level Cultivation Method. Tyrant Body Technique, Emperor Level Cultivation Method, Thunder Tyrant Body, Emperor Level Cultivation Method. Lightning Scripture, Divine Level Cultivation Method. Martial Techniques, Butterfly Steps, Entry Level, Stellar Finger, Proficient, Silent Thunder Spear Art, High Profound Level Martial Technique. Now at Entry Level, can produce 3 Lightning Bolts, Myriad Sword Art, Heaven Level. Level 3 Incineration, Emperor Level, Dragon Subduing Step, Emperor Level, Shura Spear Art, King. Level, Shura Sword Formation, King Level, Divine Transformation, Emperor Level, Colored Glaze, Lower Saint Level. Thousand Illusions, Lower Saint Level, Spiritual Treasures, Chaos Dragon Spear, Supreme Grade Divine Artifact. Martial Emperor Divine Spear, Lower Saint Level Divine Artifact, Growable, 10,000 Magic Sword, Ungraded, 10,000 Beast Treasure Furnace, Heavenly Temple. Upper Grade Immortal Artifact. Universe Huayu, Lower Saint Level. Demon Subduing Sword, Lower Saint Level. Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, Lower Saint Level. Equipment, Flowing Light Supreme Grade Divine Artifact Set Mount. Mid-Stage God Lucky Draw Wheel. 0 Character Lottery System. 0 times Reputation. 0 Redemption Points. 340, 000 Spiritual Stones. 0 Lower Saint Level Alchemist. 1824 Sheng Long, 10,000 Sheng Long, Saint Level Array Master. 134 Sheng Long, 10,000, Saint Level Weapon Forger. 1536 Sheng Long, 10,000, Saint Level Talisman Master. 186 Sheng Long, 10,000, Top Level Spiritual Herbs. None Heaven and Earth. Treasures. None Mission. Main Mission. Enter the Holy World in 1,000 years. Side Mission. Refine the Tong Tian Tower. Pills. 11 Mind Control Pills. 5639 Mind Control Pills. Chapter 986. Holy Dragon. What's that? Looking at his information, the original Torch Dragon and Mythical Dragon had become the current Holy Dragon. Linley didn't quite understand the division of experience. Besides, didn't the system say that there was a change in the information? Damn it, it was just a change in the experience. He rolled his eyes and did not wait for the opportunity to exit the system and return to his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Saint Realm. The reward is 50 million redemption points, 50 million reputation points, and a holy weapon, red armillary sash. Ding! As the host has completed the mission of breaking through to the Saint Realm in advance, the host is specially rewarded with a big gift package. Please accept it. Ding! The host has a big gift package. Do you want to accept it? A series of system prompts stunned Lin Ray, especially when he heard that there was a red armillary sash in the reward for breaking through to the Saint Realm. Lin Ray's first reaction was to recall the cartoon Neza that he had watched when he was young on planet Aqua Blue. Wasn't the Neza in his mind the red armillary sash? Of course, Linley was just thinking about it. He didn't think that this was Neza's red armillary sash. After all, according to the realm, Neza's strength was at most at the level of a golden immortal. Ding! Do you want to accept the big gift package? The consideration time is 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the big gift package will be automatically deleted. 29, 27, damn it. Hearing the system's words, Linley couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't expect the system to be so shameless. Didn't you say 30 seconds? If you didn't say 30 seconds, then that's fine. But can't you bring along 27 seconds? After all, time was of the essence, and Lin Ray couldn't say anything. Accept. Ding. Host has accepted. The big gift package has been placed in the storage. Please check it as soon as possible. Ding. Discovered a big gift package. Do you want to remove it? Damn it. What are you trying to do? Hearing the system's words, Linley was stunned. This was King forcing him to do something. Ding. Discovered a big gift package. Do you want to remove it? The consideration time is 30 seconds. 30, 18. Lin Ray didn't want to comment on the mathematics of the system anymore. Receive. Lin Ray didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He just wanted to solve this quickly so that he wouldn't have to deal with the system's nagging. Ding. Opening the gift package. Please wait for a moment. The system fell silent, and Lin Ray heaved a sigh of relief because his ears were finally clear. Ding. The big gift package has been opened. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining a heaven-cleaving sword, a heaven-seeking fruit, and a special gift. Ding. Discovered a special gift. Would the host like to open it? He thought that he would be able to have some peace and quiet, but just as he thought about it, the system started. Dismantle. Ding. All right, please wait a moment, host. To be honest, Lin Ray was also quite curious about the special gifts. As for the sky-slicing sword and heaven-seeking fruit, Lin Ray was not interested in them at all. The sky-slicing sword? With his current strength, he could tear a hole in the sky with a raise of his hand. As for the heaven-seeking fruit, he was even less interested. The heaven-seeking fruit wasn't something that could allow one to ascend to the heavens just by eating it. Therefore, Lin Ray wasn't interested in these two items at all. On the contrary, he had opened the gift package before, but this kind of special gift had never appeared before. Time passed little by little, and this time, the dismantling of the special gift took almost 5 minutes. This made Lin Ray more and more curious. What exactly was it that made the system take so much effort to dismantle it? Then, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The special gift has been dismantled. Please check. Ding! Mission. Enter the holy world and rise quickly. Create your own sect in the flame domain. Time limit, 30,000 years. What? Create another force? Lin Ray was a little confused. Why did the system always give out such strange and meaningless missions? Oh, by the way, in 30,000 years, the force you create must become a disciple of the holy world and become a scene that thousands of sects worship. Otherwise, the host will have to bear the consequences. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't respond. He was completely helpless against the system giving out such a mission. Lin Ray was completely helpless. But even though he was helpless, he could not accept it. So this made Lin Ray a little difficult. Mao knew that it was difficult to create a sect, and it was even more difficult to create one in the holy world. Moreover, he had to create a scene of thousands of sects worshipping it within 30,000 years. This was beyond Lin Ray's ability. In Lin Ray's opinion, although one person couldn't compare to 10,000 people, he didn't know that these 10,000 people were a burden to Lin Ray. He had to find resources for the sect, impart skills, recruit talents, and manage the sect. Just thinking about it gave Lin Ray a headache, not to mention doing it. Ding! The name of the force is still the Nine Heavens Xuanzong sect. The rule is that it must be in the flame domain. Otherwise, the host will have to bear the consequences. The system's voice sounded again. Lin Ray ignored it. In his heart, Lin Ray had already accepted this mission. Even if he didn't accept it, what could he do? Was he really going to be killed by the system? Impossible. It wasn't easy to get to where he was today. If he was killed because of such a small matter, how wronged would that be? Besides, Lin Ray couldn't let this happen. Wasn't it just creating a sect? Wasn't it just looking for resources? Wasn't it just being worshipped by thousands of sects? Okay, I'll do it for you. 30,000 years? I don't even need 30,000 years to do it for you. 20,000 years at most. His heart was filled with admiration. Ding! Because the host is so emotional, the system has temporarily changed the time from 30,000 years to 20,000 years. I hope the host will do as he says. You damn you. Lin Ray was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by the system just by thinking about it. Ding! Warning. If the host insults the system again, the system will punish the host. Please take note. He didn't say anything. This time, Lin Ray really didn't want to say anything. He understood that the system's decisions couldn't be changed even if he was the host. The system had its own rules, and it couldn't change them just because of him. Exiting the conversation mode with the system, He looked up and saw the frozen space-time. However, at this moment, Kong Shi's eyes were filled with tears. His expression made Lin Ray stunned. Mother Asterisk Kerr, what's going on? I haven't seen space-time for a while, and now it's like this? Lin Ray thought to himself as he looked at space-time. Mother Asterisk Kerr, you finally woke up. A sudden, angry roar pulled Linley back to reality. Oh, what's wrong? Unconsciously, Linley blurted out. What should I do? Do you know that I've been trapped here ever since you started cultivating? Even if my cultivation is strong, I can't just stand here and do nothing for 100 years. You know as well, even cultivators will feel tired. Besides, this is nothing. The key is that I can't even cultivate. What's wrong with me? Hearing Kong Shi's complaints, it made sense. Not being able to cultivate and just standing here for 100 years. No, 100 years? Have I been cultivating for 100 years? Nonsense. Kong Shi was speechless at Lin Ray's silly question. Sure enough, time flies. Cultivation knows no time. I didn't expect to use 100 years to break through just one level. It seems like becoming the #1 in the holy world within 20,000 years is a difficult task. Fortunately, Lin Ray didn't say this out loud. Otherwise, Kong Shi would have sneered. One had to know that becoming the #1 in the holy world wasn't just a matter of words. After all, there was still Hong Jun. Although Hong Jun had reached the Dao integration stage, he was still a member of the holy world and held the position of a guardian. To become the #1 in the holy world, one had to defeat him first. Can you let me go now? Seeing that Lin Ray didn't say anything, Kong Shi asked directly. Huh? Let you go? Raising his head, he looked at Kong Shi with a puzzled gaze. Yes. What are you going to do to me if you don't let me go? Looking at Lin Ray, Kong Shi said, besides, it's useless for you to keep me. With your current strength, even if you devour me, it won't be much of a problem. So let me go. Maybe we can even become friends. Hee, you're thinking too much. Lin Ray didn't argue with Kong Shi. Just as Kong Shi said, he was now a sage. Even if he devoured Kong Shi, it wouldn't be of any use. However, Lin Ray didn't think so. Just a moment ago, a perfect idea appeared in Lin Ray's mind. A strange smile appeared on his face as he stared at Kong Shi. It was obvious that he was up to no good. What are you trying to do? Nothing much. I just suddenly thought of bringing you to the holy world. Then, I can accompany the emperor to kill all the sections. How is it? This idea isn't bad, right? Kong Shi didn't reply and didn't say anything. He turned his head away as if he didn't hear anything. What do you mean? Isn't it good to give you a chance to escape your current situation? Lin Ray asked. No, you can do whatever you want, but I'm not going to the holy world. Kong Shi rejected without any hesitation. Isn't the holy world good? No, don't waste your breath. Don't even think about it if you want me to go to the holy world with you. Really? Nonsense. Do you think it's fake? Just as the two were talking, the heavenly pivot rabbit and the others arrived. Lin Ray and Kong Shi's conversation entered everyone's ears without missing a word. Kong Shi, I didn't expect you to be so timid after not seeing you for so long. This doesn't seem like it. Suddenly, the heavenly pivot rabbit broke Lin Ray's awkward situation. Hearing this, Kong Shi turned his head to look at the heavenly pivot rabbit. Looking at the rabbit, Kong Shi was stunned and asked doubtfully, Who are you? Do you know me? Black lines flashed across the heavenly pivot rabbit's forehead, and she said unhappily, Damn you. How long has it been, and you've already forgotten about me? Do you want to die? The heavenly pivot rabbit's sudden outburst stunned Lin Ray and the others. They didn't expect the heavenly pivot rabbit to be so fierce. Me? You are. Suddenly, Kong Shi thought of something and stared at the heavenly pivot rabbit with wide eyes. His mouth was wide open as if he had seen something inconceivable. Seeing Kong Shi's reaction, the heavenly pivot rabbit raised her head proudly and said, What? You recognize me now? Damn it. So your true form is a rabbit. I was wondering why you didn't show your true form in front of me in the past. Aren't you a little too small? What? Kongshi's laughter entered the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit's ears. The Heavenly Pivot Rabbit's smile suddenly turned gloomy. Haha, what's so funny? Isn't it just my appearance? You know that I'm not a skin bag. Even so, do you dare touch me? Seeing the conversation between Kongshi and the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit, Lin Ray laughed dryly and said, "All right, now is not the time to talk about this." He interrupted their conversation and looked at Kongshi before continuing. "Just like I said before, if I let you go, you have to come with me to the Saint's world. I know you're being hunted down by Hong Jun many times like the Dubby Rabbit. Don't worry. With me around, Hong Jun can't touch you. I'm sure you can feel how strong the pressure on you is. Do you think Hong Jun is stronger, or the person who released the pressure is stronger?" Lin Ray also wanted to know the answer to this question. However, he didn't know Hong Jun's strength, but Kongshi did. By asking this question, he could know the strength of the system and also indirectly subdue Kongshi. Why not kill two birds with one stone? What AF * king thief? I didn't expect him to use my pressure to subdue Kongshi. Really, in the system, hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon smiled bitterly. "But why do I see your shadow in him?" The system said. "Bullsh * T. Since when was I as shameless as him?" At this point, the originally loud voice became slightly weaker when it heard the word shameless. "TSK. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Just know it in your heart. Why do you have to say it out loud?" After saying that, the system shut up and didn't say anything. The little dragon's face turned green and red. In the outside world, hearing Lin Ray's words, Kongshi fell into deep thought. He was thinking about what Lin Ray said just now and thinking about the direction of the future. How about it? I can tell you that as long as you go to the holy world with me, I can guarantee that you will regain your freedom and not be hunted down by Hong Jun, just like Dubby Rabbit. Go to the holy world with me, and I can guarantee your safety for the rest of your life. How about it? Lin Ray asked again. This time, he even brought up Dubby Rabbit because, in his opinion, Dubby Rabbit was almost guaranteed to go to the holy world. After all, with the efforts of Sakura and Tian Ning, he believed that he could make Dubby Rabbit join them. To be honest, Kongshi was tempted. Between the holy world and the holy world, Kongshi's first choice was the holy world. However, he came to the holy world because he needed Hong Jun. But now, an opportunity to enter the holy world without worrying about Hong Jun was in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. Chapter 987. How about it? Do you want to give me a straightforward answer? This time, Lin Ray was also anxious. There were very few people in this world who were as talented as Kongshi. The most important thing was that he was formed from the power of origin. His future path would be even smoother. If he could take him for his own use, wouldn't his future path be much smoother? Agree. Although I don't really want to admit that Lin Ray is talking nonsense, what he said is true. Think about what happened during this time. Is there anything normal? Just when everyone was silent, Dubby Rabbit opened her mouth. What was even more strange was that she was actually speaking up for Linley. This made Indra, who was standing at the side, to look on in a daze. Disher Tian couldn't believe it. After all, he had been saying that Lin Ray was not good before. He was very disgusted with Lin Ray. But now, she was trying to persuade Kongshi for Lin Ray. How could Disher Tian not be suspicious? What the hell are you doing? Didn't you dislike Lin Ray very much before? Why are you speaking for Lin Ray now? Disher Tian looked at Dubby Rabbit and transmitted his voice. For Disher Tian's transmission, Dubby Rabbit ignored it. Her eyes stared at Kongshi and continued. "I believe you will make the right decision, and..." With that, a sneer appeared on Dubby Rabbit's face. "And you don't want to stay in this low-level plane all the time. As a power of origin, your strength should be very strong. If it weren't for Hong Jun, your strength wouldn't have decreased so much. And you are now in the recovery period. Without the help of high-level spirit energy, the power you condense in the end is at most a joke. Vulnerable. The heavenly pivot rabbit understood Kong Shi's thoughts very well. Not only that, but it also thought the same. After all, no one would be willing to stay in such a low-level plane, especially when they were in the midst of recovery like they were. You. Sure enough, being poked by the heavenly pivot rabbit, Kong Shi was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he found that the words on the tip of his tongue could not come out. It was not that he did not want to, but what the heavenly pivot rabbit said was very true. He longed to return to his peak, but the power of the god realm was not enough for him. However, the holy world had Hong Jun, so he had a compromise. Now that there was such a good opportunity in front of him, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't agree? As he thought about that, he smiled. He looked at Lin Rei and said, "All right, I agree. I'll follow you back to the saint's world with you." "Haha, that's great." Hearing this, Lin Rei laughed out loud, his face full of joy. Although there had been some small unhappiness before, it was understandable that he was able to subdue such a strong cultivator. Moreover, Lin Rei still had to thank Kong Shi. Because of him, he was able to see his dead wife and son. Although the scene changed a lot, at least he saw it. The knot in his heart was untied. Only then would he have the chance to break through to the saint's world. Otherwise, if he wanted to break through, he would have to swallow Kong Shi and refine him to become a saint. "You've made the right choice. You will definitely rejoice in the choice you made today," said Lin Rei. "I hope so." On the other side, Shuel Yin, who was in the stream, kept staring at Lin Rei. When he saw the great Kong Shi following a human, he was shocked. However, he did not understand that the power suppressing Kong Shi had exceeded the power of the saint's world. So, damn it, what kind of ability does this kid have to make the origin submit? The more I look at it, the more it seems like a joke. Looking at Lin Rei's direction, Shuel Yin's face was filled with jealousy. After all, no one wanted to see the other party being so strong. He especially wanted to be the one to succeed. Roar! In the sky, the azure dragon roared angrily when he sensed Shuel Yin's emotions. "What are you doing? I'm warning you. My master will be above the world in the future. He will be in existence at the peak of Tao. If you have any bad thoughts, I advise you to put them away. Otherwise, all of a sudden, the dragon power of the 4 azure dragons was released and suppressed Shuel Yin. Splash! Shuel Yin was caught off guard. The moment the azure dragon's aura arrived, Shuel Yin was pressed into the water. He looked very miserable. "Damn it, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" Struggling out of the water, Shuel Yin raised his head and shouted angrily. "No, now is not the time. Master didn't give the order, so you won't die. This is just a lesson for you. Don't have any improper thoughts about my master in the future. Do you understand?" Understood. Shuel Yin thought Shuel Yin would fight back fiercely, but he didn't expect Shuel Yin to admit defeat in the end. "Since that's the case, why don't you hurry up and finish the mission my master gave you?" All right, I'll go right away." With that, Shuel Yin dived into the water and continued to capture the dragon race. Lin Rei was completely unaware of this scene. At this moment, Lin Rei was in the midst of the excitement of subduing a powerful expert. As the saying goes, when one is happy, others are sad. Lin Rei was happy, but the dragon race's nameless dragon wasn't. Although he wanted Lin Rei to win the war, he didn't want Lin Rei to subdue such a powerful subordinate. As the leader of the dragon race, he didn't want to see a human being so powerful. Perhaps it was because psychology had to be awesome, but to him, this was a humiliation. A humiliation that he wasn't as strong as a human. "Are you done laughing?" Suddenly, Kong Shi spoke. "What's wrong?" Shuel Yin asked curiously. "If you're done laughing, let me go. I forgot." With a thought, he entered the system and said, "Little dragon, quickly remove the pressure on Kong Shi. He's one of us now." As he said that, he couldn't hold back the smile on his face. The corners of his mouth were curled up even more than usual. One could tell how Lin Rei was feeling right now. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon rolled his eyes and nodded. "You brat, now you know how to use me. You can even use my pressure to make a fuss. You? Not bad. This." Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray didn't see a trace of anger on his face. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. I know, I won't do it again. Besides, the system's things are too useless. 20,000 years. Do you think 20,000 years is enough to achieve the scene of thousands of sects worshipping? I don't think it's possible. You have to know that the holy world is filled with experts. In such a dog-eat-dog world, it's very difficult to achieve true strength. Lin Ray's words made the little dragon silent. Lin Ray was right. If the celestial realm was already like this, what would the holy world be like? Lin Ray didn't think that the holy world was better than the celestial realm. On the contrary, Lin Ray thought that the celestial realm was worse than the celestial realm. All right, let's not think about these things for now. The most important thing now is to release Kong Shi. After a long time, the space was silent. Finally, Lin Ray couldn't take it anymore and quickly broke the silence. Okay. The little dragon was pulled back to reality. He nodded and waved his hand. The pressure that had been suppressing Kong Shi was suddenly withdrawn. In the outside world, Kong Shi's pressure was suddenly withdrawn. Without any preparation, Kong Shi directly fell from the sky. His speed was shocking. Moreover, Kong Shi was imprisoned for a long time and didn't react in time. He just let his body fall. F***, what is this guy doing? Is he experiencing the wind, or is there no space? I think he doesn't seem to be in the situation you guys are talking about. Maybe because he was imprisoned for a long time, he can't use his cultivation. As soon as the Dubby Rabbit said that, everyone's expression changed. Their faces were filled with nervousness. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Ray, who was originally in a daze, disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at Kong Shi's side and hugged him in his arms. I said you can't do it. Didn't you just get imprisoned for 100 years? You can't even use your cultivation. You're really useless. Kong Shi wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He roared in his heart. You think I want? If it wasn't for the strength of the person who suppressed me, would I be imprisoned to this extent? If it wasn't for 100 years, would I be like this? You still have a nerve to talk about me? Shuelian understood Hong Jun's strength very well, so she obviously did not believe Lin Ray. She did not believe Lin Ray could defeat Hong Jun. Lin Ray chuckled gently. He understood Shuelian's estimation and knew what she was thinking right now. He knew that Shuelian believed he could not defeat Hong Jun, so he was unwilling to take the risk. However, the more that was the case, the more Lin Ray wanted to prove his strength. He wanted to prove that while Hong Jun was powerful in his eyes, catching up to him or even surpassing him was only a matter of time. Looking at Shuelian, Lin Ray smiled gently. Whether you believe me or not, you must yield today. I think you don't have much of your Qilin bloodline left. If you don't agree, I will use everything I have to wipe out all the Qilins in the world. I will wipe out your Qilin clan. Of course, you can choose not to believe me, but don't underestimate the determination of a person, especially the Emperor. The Emperor is a man of his words. A cold, desolate look flashed through Lin Li's eyes. His killing intent soared to the heavens, causing one's blood to run cold. You dash! Shuelian's face changed when she heard Lin Ray's words. Although she did not care about anything else, she still cared about the extinction of her clan very much. After all, the Qilin clan was a powerful clan that had fallen from the ancient world. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, they had become rare or even extinct. If it really was as Lin Ray had said, the consequences would be unthinkable. In particular, she dared not take the risk against a mysterious young man like Lin Ray. She struggled inside. She did not want to be controlled by someone else, but for her clansmen, she nodded in the end. All right, I agree, but you have to protect my clansmen. You can't let them suffer any harm, or I'll kill you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Even if I die in the end, I won't hesitate. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try me. Let's see if I dare or not. A smile appeared on Shuelian's face when he saw Shuelian agree. He nodded without any hesitation, don't worry. The Emperor will definitely abide by his words. Since he said he would help your clan gain a foothold in the Saints' world, he will definitely do his best. Chapter 988. Blood Lotus didn't reply. He felt that what Lin Ray said was unrealistic. What he wanted to do the most right now was to get out of the water. He had been in the water for a few days now. If he stayed any longer, he might be crippled. Moreover, he would probably be traumatized by the water, especially when it came to catching fish. Perhaps he would take a detour whenever he saw anything related to fish in the future. With that thought, Blood Lotus swam to the shore. He didn't want to stay in the water for a moment longer. He was too proud. What are you doing? Seeing Blood Lotus's actions, Lin Ray frowned and looked puzzled. Oh, what else can I do? Of course I'm going out. Otherwise, why would I stay in the water? Blood Lotus rolled his eyes in response to Lin Ray's question. However, as soon as he said that, Lin Ray's words made Blood Lotus's body stop moving in the water. Who said you could get up? Blood Lotus was stunned. Then, he said, I'm not following you anymore. Yes, but what does this have to do with you coming out of the water? CK, what do you mean? Blood Lotus didn't understand. At the same time, he had a bad premonition. He thought of a possibility that he didn't want to hear or encounter. Looking at Blood Lotus, Lin Ray blurted out without thinking. You submitted to me because I'm strong enough and I didn't wipe out your previous crimes. So, submitting to me is one thing. Catching fish in the water is another. Moreover, you were the one who didn't mention your conditions. You're blaming me. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Blood Lotus was speechless. He didn't expect Lin Ray to play this trick on him. Lin Ray turned around and revealed a sly smile. Then he said, all right, come out after 2 more days of catching fish. CK. Blood Lotus snorted in his heart. Then, he unwillingly dived into the water and started catching fish. Not long after, the 2 arowana were caught by Blood Lotus. At this moment, Blood Lotus was finally freed and successfully escaped from the water. As for the 4 dragons that were guarding the Blood Lotus, they returned to the Chaos Dragon Spear as soon as the Blood Lotus walked out of the stream. That night, Linley cooked a table full of dishes, all for the sake of celebrating the fact that he had subdued Sky Sure and the blood-colored Qilin, 2 powerful helpers. As for Kong Sure, he only returned after Lin Ray had finished preparing dinner. The 5 Azure Dragons that were guarding him also obediently entered the Chaos Dragon Spear. Lin Ray was extremely happy as he looked at his 2 new friends at the dining table. After all, things had become much easier after entering the Saints' world. Come, I'm happy that Kong Sure and Shuelian have joined my Xuanzong sect. With them joining us, I believe that we won't have to worry about expanding our territory after we enter the Holy World. Everyone was speechless. Of course, Blood Lotus and Kong Sure were the most helpless. They didn't expect Lin Ray to do all this just to expand his territory in the Saints' world. One had to know that the structure of the Saints' world had already been formed. It would be extremely difficult to enter it successfully. With a gulp, he raised his head and drank the wine. The smile on his face couldn't be wiped off. She felt much better when she saw the smile on her husband's face. After all, it was rare to see Lin Ray like this. Come, 2nd cup. Before anyone could react, Lin Ray raised his 2nd cup and said, I'm sure everyone knows why I'm here this time. Everyone shifted their gaze to Kong Sure. The Blood Qilin's eyes were filled with hatred. Actually, it made sense. If it weren't for Kong Sure, why would Lin Ray come to the Xianming Valley? If he didn't come here, he wouldn't have encountered the Blood Qilin. If it weren't for all these things, he wouldn't have stayed in the water for so many days. In the end, it was all because of Kong Sure. Ugh. Haha. Looking at everyone's gaze, Kong Sure smiled awkwardly and turned his head away, ignoring everyone. I came here for Kong Sure. Although it was unexpected that I broke through to the Saint Realm, it's still a pleasant surprise. If not for that, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. With a gulp, another cup of wine was poured. Then a 3rd cup was served. The third cup is nothing. Let's get along well. We'll be a family in the future and support each other without any distinction. With a gulp, the third cup of wine was poured. Then, he sat down and invited everyone to eat. This meal was eaten very quickly. After the meal, everyone dispersed. As the saying goes, everyone went back to their respective homes to look for their mothers. Shuel Yin returned to his original cave residence. As for Kong Shi, he opened up a space and went in. Sakura, Tian Ning, Dubby Rabbit, and the others also left the back mountain. As for Nameless Dragon, he stood far away and watched the actions of Lin Ray and the others. Seeing Lin Ray eating and drinking with the people he fought before made him feel uncomfortable. But even though he felt uncomfortable, there was nothing he could do. It could only be because his cultivation was not strong enough. Ing and Bing stayed by Lin Ray's side to protect him. As for Lin Ray, he had already entered the system space and arrived at the space where the little dragon was. "You're here." Just as Lin Ray stepped into the space, the little dragon who was meditating on the lake suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ray. I'm here. Sit." With a wave of his hand, a futon appeared not far away. Lin Ray nodded and sat on the futon that the little dragon had prepared for him. Then, the two looked at each other without saying anything. No one knew what he was thinking. This state lasted for a long time. Finally, Lin Ray opened his mouth. "I broke through to the Saint Realm. What should I do next? Enter the Holy Realm? Or, regarding his own arrangements, the most important thing was to ask the little dragon. After all, he had the system and the bloodline. He did not dare to make his own decisions. If something went wrong, the losses would outweigh the gains. Raising his head and looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon smiled and said, "This is your decision. Your path must be chosen by you. I can't do anything about it." Lin Ray, however, although I can't give you a choice, haven't you noticed that the cultivation in your body is not too stable? And during this period of time, the blood aura and murderous aura that you have stabilized has grown again. Hearing this, Lin Ray fell into silence. He understood what the little dragon said. Because of the illusory dragon in the sky, the blood aura and murderous aura that he had restrained to the extreme had gone out of control again. This time, it was even more serious and had directly caused him to fall into the demonic path. One had to know that the chaotic heavenly scripture was very powerful. When he was cultivating it, the little dragon had already said that this kind of cultivation method would not cause him to fall into the demonic path. However, the final result was that the murderous aura and blood aura were so strong that even the chaotic heavenly scripture could not be controlled. This could be said to be a warning or a warning to try. Then, suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind. He had thought of this idea long ago, but because there were too many things to do, he had neglected it. Now that he had broken through to the Saint Realm, it could be said that there was nothing else to do in the Divine Realm. Thinking of that matter, a smile appeared on his face. He raised his head to look at the little dragon and was about to ask. "You don't need to ask me. Since you have decided, just do it. In any case, you still have 200 or 300 years to squander. Remember, restrain the murderous aura and blood aura in your body. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to cultivate the chaotic heavenly scripture in the future." Understood. Since the little dragon had said so, there was nothing for him to worry about. 200 or 300 years was enough. "Okay, you should hurry up and leave. Don't bother me during this period of time. I also want to start cultivating. I want to recover my strength as soon as possible." Thinking of how Lin Ray was going to enter the holy world so soon, he had no choice but to speed up the recovery of his cultivation because there was a powerful enemy waiting for his arrival. "Okay, I understand." After answering the little dragon, Lin Ray exited the system. After returning to reality, he opened his eyes and looked at his wives who were guarding him. A trace of guilt appeared in Lin Ray's eyes. However, this guilt came and went quickly because he was about to resolve the source of the guilt in his heart. Raising his head to look at his wives, Lin Ray slowly spoke of the decision in his heart. "I have already broken through to Sage Realm. However, due to the murderous aura and blood aura, I am temporarily unable to enter the holy world. Ah, then what should we do? Is there any way to resolve this? That's right. Husband, is there any way to resolve this? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the two women's faces were suddenly filled with anxiety. Their expressions were filled with worry. Yes, there is. What is it? Live a peaceful life. Use this peaceful life to wash away the murderous aura and blood aura in your heart. At this point, a smile appeared on his face. He continued, so, I have decided that for the next 200 or 300 years, I will temporarily bring you two to live in seclusion. We will find a small village and let you two live a life of plowing and weaving. What do you think? Is that okay? Really? They responded with a trace of doubt. It was not that they did not believe it, but they felt that it was impossible because in their eyes, their husband was either cultivating or on the path of cultivation. Seclusion? Oh, impossible. Lin Ray noticed the look of expectation on their faces and immediately nodded. Yes, you can also understand this as a kind of cultivation. After all, this will allow me to suppress the murderous aura and blood aura in my heart. That's great. After receiving Lin Ray's confirmation, Ing and Bing directly jumped up without caring about their image. Their faces were filled with happy smiles. They were like children who had obtained their favorite things. Looking at the smiles on his wives' faces, Lin Ray sighed in his heart. It seems that I will have to bring them out more in the future. Since they followed me, they have not lived a happy and carefree life like girls. Thinking back to the time he had spent with Ing and Bing, except for cultivation and battle, there was no joy between husband and wife. It's been hard on you too. Looking at his wives, Lin Ray sighed in his heart. What are you so happy about? Just when the two women were happy that their husband could accompany them, Sakura's voice suddenly came. En, why are you here? Didn't you go to accompany Tian Ning and W Rabbit? Turning his head, Lin Ray frowned when he saw Sakura's figure. That's right, why are you here? Looking at Sakura, Ing also hurriedly chased after him and asked, Alas, they went to rest. I have nothing to do, so I came to your place. Seeing everyone's gaze, Sakura was embarrassed. F***, big brother, I'm afraid you didn't bring your face out. Hearing this reason, Lin Ray just wanted to slap him to death. You really have the nerve to say that. You are embarrassed to accompany them, but you have the nerve to come to my place? Don't you know that my place is not a place for you to stay? Of course, Lin Ray naturally would not say such words. By that wine of yours no more. Not waiting for Sakura to finish his words, Linley directly refused. He knew Sakura's alcohol tolerance. This mother of asterisk Kerr was a person who couldn't get drunk. So what if he had more wine? Moreover, he really didn't have much wine left. Don't be like this. Give me another 50 bottles. No, 100 bottles. I promise that after this time, I will never ask you for wine again. In order to prove to Lin Ray, Sakura pretended to raise 4 fingers on his left hand and swore. F***, this is a F** king rogue. Looking at Sakura like this, Lin Ray really regretted letting him stay at W Rabbit's place. This F** king guy just happened to be alone, but now he became like this. Husband, give it to him. At this time, Ing gently pulled Lin Ray's sleeve and said softly, What? Lin Ray was puzzled by his wife's action. Husband, quickly give it to him. Otherwise, he will not stop here. Didn't you say you're going to live in seclusion? You're not going to take Sakura and the others with you, are you? Hearing this, Linley's heart skipped a beat. F***, you're right. If Shadow hadn't warned me in time, I probably wouldn't have been able to go into seclusion even if I wanted to. Even if I did go into seclusion, the way I went into seclusion would be very different from before. Thinking of this, he decisively took out 100 bottles of Maotai and put them in his storage ring. He gave them to Sakura and told him to leave. Watching Indra's departing figure, Linley let out a long sigh of relief only after he had disappeared. Sexy, you reminded me. Otherwise, I am afraid we will not be able to get rid of Sakura and W Rabbit. So, are we going to sneak away now? With a smile, he looked at Lin Ray. Yes, let's go. But before we go, I need to say something to Kong Shur and the Blood Kieran. After that, his body disappeared. 10 minutes later, Lin Ray's body returned. He didn't stay any longer. He took Ing, and left Dragon. They left Xianming Valley and went to find their ideal place. As for Lin Ray's departure, Sakura and the Dubby Rabbit had no idea. At this moment, the Dubby Rabbit and Tian Ning were still asleep. As for Sakura, needless to say, he had just gotten 100 bottles of Maodai from Lin Ray. He had to drink his fill. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.